warriors are stationed on the clouds. One of them tells the man that his end has come. Zhang Daoling must give him the soul stone, then he will let him live. The man below, Zhang Daoling, is kneeling among the rubble of stones. A young man has a sign glowing on his forehead. He wonders if they want him alive. Zhang Daoling touched the mark on his forehead with 2 fingers. This is a soul stone, a gift from his mentor. The guy's hand is energized. He said it would help him become a god. The 2 warriors ask him what Zhang Daoling is going to do. In front of them, the man is on fire. The young man shouts angrily. If he were weak and saw a worthy one in front of him, he would have handed him the soul stone. However, his opponent dared to trap him. The men continue to chuckle. This guy is burning his soul. He is truly finished. There are rays coming out of Zhang Daoling's body in all directions. The guy is tense. The opponents are laughing. We must wait until he burns his soul, and then the soul stone will belong to them. Zhang Daoling smiles. He tells his mentor that he will not be able to return, but he will destroy all the villains, and the teacher's name will not be dishonored. Zhang Daoling continues to emit glowing rays in all directions. Clenching his fists, he shouted menacingly. Those present decide to scatter in different directions. The passage to the abode of the dead has just been opened. Those whose souls are harmed will not be reborn. A young man with a strange device on his head expresses surprise. People are in a panic. A young man also screams that he is being sucked in. Frightened, he shouts that Zhang Daoling might not survive either. Zhang Daoling showed his opponent a middle finger while smiling. He did not mind dying at all if the scoundrels followed him. The villains around them scream that they don't want to die and begin to glow. Zhang Daoling also screams in pain. Zhang Daoling thinks that it would be fine if Xian'er called him here. Closing his eyes, he starts to sink down somewhere. The girl reaching down tries to catch up with the guy. Extending her arm forward, she shouts. Zhang Daoling pronounces Xian'er's name. The girl is quite close and holds out her hand to the guy with the green flower. Zhang Daoling reached out and grabbed this flower. Xian'er had indeed sacrificed part of her soul to summon the soul stone. The green flower becomes huge and Zhang Daoling plunged right into it. Xian'er is just around the corner. She is glad that she made it in time. Zhang Daoling tells her to leave immediately. Xian'er replies that he himself discovered the abode of the dead. If he doesn't use the soul stone, his true soul will dissipate. The girl's face is flushed. Her eyes squinted. She says that Zhang Daoling is able to achieve immortality and become a god. Suddenly, the girl starts screaming. There is a flash behind her back. Zhang Daoling, frightened, also screams. Xian'er loses consciousness and begins to sink down. Zhang Daoling, while in the green flower, is subject to panic. Zhang Daoling cries out loudly. There is terror in his eyes. The guy starts to cry. Zhang Daoling bursts out of the green flower and dashes down after the disappearing Xian'er. He stretches out his hands towards the girl. Amidst the bright flashes, Zhang Daoling grabbed his lover and held her by the shoulders. The young people are in close proximity to each other, and a huge green flower extends beneath them. Green petals appear in space, breaking away from the main flower. They look like butterflies. Young people are about to connect. The butterflies are transferring their energy into these hands. Zhang Daoling and Xian'er are close to each other. The child opened his eyes wide and stretched his hand forward. Could it be that Zhang Daoling had been reborn? A toddler grabs a woman's cheek. The woman tries to dodge. She doesn't like it. A green-haired girl with sad eyes lifted herself from the bed and asked what was wrong. Was he all right? The woman with the child in her arms told the mistress not to worry. The young master is fine. The child looks forward. The woman turns her gaze away from him and says that the child is enveloped by a powerful energy. It's like nothing she's ever felt before. The child doesn't understand how he got here in the first place. The child has the same pattern on his hand as the young man had on his forehead earlier. It's part of the soul stone. Could he have been reborn with it? The girl smiles sweetly. She wants to say something. Xian'er with the other half of the stone should have been reborn in this world too. Where to look for her? A woman rises from her bed and asks the maid to look at the baby. The maid, rocking him, agrees. The young gentleman is calm but enthusiastic. The woman took the child in her arms and felt the powerful vibrations of magic. Her gaze was calm. The child looks at the woman with wide open eyes. He thinks it is his mother in this world. Judging by her ears, she is not human. Why is her breathing weak, as if she is dying? The woman lowers her head. She doesn't feel well. The servant girl asks fearfully what has happened to the lady. The child starts to scream out of fear. The child, clenched into fists, looks at the woman who has closed her eyes. He feels that her vitality is slowly running out. The child stretched his hand forward. The hand is shrouded in a mysterious aura. The baby is trying to say something. The baby extends his hand towards his mother. A mysterious aura spreads over the woman. The baby tries to use his mana to prolong his mother's life. In the future, he will cultivate and will be able to rid her of the ailment permanently. The door opens and men run into the room. One of them asks if Sweetie is okay. The child, startled, screams. The mysterious aura gradually fades away. Only small flashes remain. A younger man rushed over to the woman. He asks if Xiao Ya is all right. The old man is nearby. The maid is frightened and says that Madam suddenly felt sick. A man is stroking a woman's head. The child lies on her chest. The woman says he's one of the 4 great generals of the Holy Land. She's all right. The woman opens her eyes and looks at the old man. The young man, smiling, does the same. The old man thanks Xiao Ya for laboring to add dragon blood to their family. The girl thanks the old man for his kindness. A woman and a young man look at a baby. The baby is physically a little less well-built compared to their other children. However, he has very powerful mana. He may become a great wizard in the future. The boy smiles. The old man wonders. Is Ma really in the dragon blood family? Is he really that talented? The old man looks at a map of the surrounding area, a look of delight on his face. Their family rules the strongest legions. With a powerful mage on their side, the kingdom will be more secure. The woman continues to hold the baby in her arms. The young boy looks into her eyes. The old man said that for the past few years, the 5 great clans have been successfully cultivating wizards. He is concerned about this. Strigg clenches his fist. He's serious. He hopes his family already has a wizard. The other families won't make fun of them now. The woman holds the child in her arms and tells the father not to worry. The child has mana more powerful than anyone in the elf clan. He will be the strongest mage in the kingdom. Sienna is fresh in the memories of an infant. If there are hopes placed on him, he will not hesitate. The baby stares intently at his mother. On his hand, the stone soul mark clearly stands out. He is going to cultivate diligently. 3 warriors stand with magical weapons. Each of them has a weapon that glows and has a strong aura. Dwarves, elves, humans, monsters, they all contact each other and fight each other. There is no concept of cultivation in this world. Everything here is based on magic and martial arts. The map shows the Kingdom of Storm. It is surrounded by enemies. Humans are the strongest and most dominant species. The baby was born in the Storm Kingdom. The Storm Kingdom is surrounded on all sides by enemies who are trying to destroy it. The women look at the crib with the baby with emotion. They have smiles on their faces. They say the baby is cute. One of the women gently rubbed the child's cheek and told him to smile. Why does he look angry? The baby wants these women to go away. Young parents and a child standing next to each other. The girl is holding the boy's hand. The father says his boy is good enough. A child is lying in a crib waving his arms. One of the women decided to ask what name the child would be baptized by. The little boy listened carefully. There was tension in his gaze. It was about his future name. The mother takes the baby in her arms. She and her husband look at the baby with loving eyes. The woman said that His Eminence personally wanted to baptize the baby. The father said he would announce the name later. The child looked at his father carefully. Was he sure he had the right name? The woman continues to hold the baby in her arms and watches him closely. She says the father will give it a wonderful name. In a solemn atmosphere, everyone watches the ritual begin. A woman walks down the red carpet. The mother looks at the child with loving eyes. She says that soon everything will begin. The child likes the peace and quiet. The kid squinted, put his finger in his mouth and smiled. Now he could practice Tai Chi. The baby, lying in the beautiful crib, has calmed down. His finger is still the same in his mouth. He has closed his eyes and is quietly cultivating. Above his head, someone in lotus posture folds his hands in front of his chest and recites a prayer. The child suddenly opened his eyes. He heard someone's voice. Someone decided to interrupt his cultivation. The girl with the crown on her head, smiling, lifted the baby high up. She said he looked nothing like his stern father, but as beautiful as Elijah. The queen continues to cuddle the child. Next to her, the king watches this scene and smiles. The girl calls the baby boy her nephew. He realized that it was his aunt. The king laughed affably. He said that the little one had an incredible gift. When he grows up, he will be a great magician. A little boy smiles beside the pensive Zhang Daoling. Is it really Uncle, the head of the Storm Kingdom? The mother bowed her head to the king and said that it was an honor for the elven clan. The queen still continued to hold the child in her arms. The king thanked the woman for the talented child. A woman in blue approached the king and introduced him to His Eminence Sars, who had arrived for the baptism ceremony. The queen saw the woman in blue and was outraged, for she had no right to set foot on this parade ground. His Eminence Sars interceded for the princess and said that she was here as his assistant. The little guy stuck his finger in his mouth and watched what was happening. There was even Zhang Daoling watching as well. Could SARS question the queen's authority? The princess held out her hands to the queen, wanting to receive the baby. The baby thought it was necessary to teach this woman a good lesson. The queen was not satisfied. The princess smirked and said that she would carry the baby next. The little boy smiled and let out a long jet straight at the princess. The princess screamed loudly in indignation and surprise. The child was pleased with his prank. The princess with the baby in her arms looked very sad. The clergyman was not happy either. The king told the princess that shouting was not allowed here, and she could leave the room. The baby moved into His Eminence's arms. The baby eyed the man warily. Priest SARS looked at the kid with interest. He said that the kid had really unique mana, and he would keep an eye on him. The child was smiling satisfactorily. Zhang Daoling's face was tense. Even his mother couldn't realize that his mana was unique. How could a priest discover this? One had to be more careful. The parents were watching the baptism of their child. The water got on the baby's forehead and he cried out because he was cold. The father accepted his son from the hands of the priest. The mother looked lovingly at the child. The priest SARS said that the ceremony was over. The father must give the child a name. The father held the baby in his arms and cheered. The baby was watching intently. The father lifted the baby high up and said in front of everyone that he would be called Clay Lunkshu, which means dragon's blood. The baby in his father's arms was surprised. He had not expected this. Would that be his name in this life? Those present congratulated the parents. A grand palace. It's been 3 years. Clay is told that this is a royal palace and it is no place to play. His aunt was waiting for him. The baby, happy and spreading his arms, runs towards the woman. He asks that his mother let him have today in honor of his birthday. Auntie won't mind. The woman, the child's mother, runs after him and says he's a pest. If the father finds out, he's out of luck. The baby is smiling. He hid from his mother in the bushes. The woman can't find him. The child thinks that if there is a choice, it is not a pity to be beaten up a little for freedom. The child is alert. He stands among the bushes and notices a strange sound. He hears someone apologizing. Clay thought that the princesses were already getting snotty. The child is surprised. What kind of princesses are we talking about? They're just dirty-blooded wenches born to a servant girl. Little girls hugging each other, looking fearfully at someone. They have tears in their eyes. The person watching them is wearing a crown on his head. The man laughs at the girls and asks how dare they even stay here. In front of the girls stands an angry boy with a crown on his head. His eyes glow demonically. The boy calls the girls mudbloods. He promises to beat them up if they don't eat earth and call him the Great Fifth Prince. Clay walked over to this prince who was standing with his friends. The boy was outraged. He asked how these three dared to bully people and told them to get the hell out of here. The prince grinned evilly. His eyes were still sparkling. The prince said that this matter did not involve a child of the dragon family. Clay yells loudly. He is angry. The boy says he won't let the prince hurt the girls. One of the companions tells the prince that the scum has mana. The prince laughs in response. The child is only 3 years old. He can't even lift a stone with his mana. The prince, stretching his arm forward, shouts loudly back at Clay. He says that he won't touch this boy only because Clay's family has been serving his royal family for a long time. Therefore, he can fuck off now. Clay walked up to the frightened girls and told them not to be afraid. He took one of them by the hand and promised that he would be with them. The enraged prince walked up to the boy and took him by the scruff of his neck. He asked angrily, how dare he ignore him? This is unbelievable arrogance. Clay is completely calm. Clay jumps to the side. Doing a somersault, he landed on his feet. The boy said he didn't miss practice for nothing. The prince, putting his hand forward, continues to speak angrily to the boy. Even if Clay likes the queen, he has no right to look high on the princesses. Even if he destroys Clay now, no one will dare say a word to him. One of the prince's friends is holding a loaded crossbow in his hand. The red-haired boy is calm and smiling. Green tentacles mixed with lightning bolts appear around him. Clay wonders if these fools are going to teach him a lesson. Clay makes a serious look and stares intently at the prince. He warns that he can do more than just throw pebbles with his mana. The prince and his companions laugh loudly. They laugh at Clay's high-level magic. The prince says that there would be something to be afraid of. An angry boy with a crown on his head speaks angrily to his opponent. He reminds him that he is a prince and no one dares to cross him. The prince kicked one of the girls. The little girls, terrified, fell to the ground. The aggressor said he could destroy those mudbloods right now. There would be nothing in it for him. Clay turned black with anger. There was hatred in his eyes. He glared at his opponent. Around him, the thorny plants with green tentacles grew larger and larger. 3 bullies are bullying a kid. They want to get rid of him. One of the villains says that he is a nasty thief and has no parents. Clay shouted angrily for them to stop immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ceremonious with them. Lightning bolts even appeared around the guy. The evil prince continued to laugh wryly. After all, he is the 5th prince and nothing will happen to him. Clay should kneel before him and beg for mercy. The prince remained standing to the side. His companions came forward with loaded crossbows in their hands. One of them said that magic wouldn't help the boy, and he would get a good lesson today. They'll see which is faster, their arrows or his magic. One of the villains squinted one eye and prepared to pull the crossbow trigger. He had heard that the Dragon Blood family didn't get along well with their Shixen family. With the birth of this boy, the relationship had become even more strained. Under the pretext of guarding the 5th prince, Clay could be gotten rid of. The 2 villains took aim with their crossbows. They had sarcastic smiles on their faces. One of them thought that his family would appreciate the action. Clay stands alone in the face of danger. 2 arrows fired from crossbows fly at him. The boy thought that these scoundrels really wanted to destroy him. The child stares intently at the approaching arrows. A magical cloud appeared around him. He thought that it was not to blame him now, if they themselves were so inhuman. Clay continues to stand still. A magical protective barrier appeared in front of him. The arrows are already in close proximity. Clay didn't want to cause trouble to his aunt and family. Clay stares intently at the approaching arrows. The arrows hit the protective barrier and break. The guy thought that if his victory was unconditional, it could lead to bad consequences. Gotta pretend to be ticked off. The boy jumped and flew backward, falling on his back. The arrows stuck in his chest. The villains gloated, smiles shining on their faces. They were glad they had hit the target. Falling, Clay grouped himself and landed on his feet. He pulled out his arrows and held them in one hand. The kid said they were the first to start. Clay raised his head and glared angrily at his assailants. There was blood on his lip. He stood up to his full height, and green vines with thorns that emitted lightning bolts appeared around him. The vines moved toward the angry boys and entangled them. The bullies threw out their crossbows and began to call for help. Clay applied the tree spirit technique. The girls continued to sit fearfully on the ground. The prince was lying beside them, wetting his pants in fear. He shouted that he could not be treated like this because he was the 5th prince. The thorny vines made him uncomfortable. The prince's companions were wrapped in thorny vines and cried out in pain because the vines were poisonous. The boys called out to Mr. Clay to set them free. They promised they would never do it again. Clay's mother ran out of the building when she heard strange noises. The woman was alarmed. The boys with the crossbows were now bound hand and foot by the vine. Clay stood calmly in front of them. He asked, "Is it scary? But you were the ones who wanted to destroy me a few minutes ago." Clay approached the thorn vine with a calm look. He said the vine was not for destruction. The woman looked at her son. Clay held his hand up in the midst of the vines, telling his opponents to feel the wrath of thunder. The bullies, along with the prince, were still trapped in the thorny plants. Clay continued to angrily interact with the bullies. His mother wondered, when did that kid get so strong? Clay felt the ground go from under his feet. The villain continued to scream in fear while being held captive by the vine. Black smoke enveloped him. Clay said that even death would be a small punishment for them. Clay fell face down on the ground and thought that he was still very weak. It was hard for him to use this technique. He had exhausted all of his spiritual power. The villain in the captive plant continued to scream in fear and pain. The frightened woman sat in front of her child in bed and said the boy had fainted. Had he forgotten what he had done? The little boy lifted himself off the bed. His mother stroked his head and told him that he had ignorantly used third-level magic. He was still small and not ready for it. Getting those children out of the vine and healing their wounds was worth the effort. The boy clenched his fist and shouted that he didn't agree with his mom. Why had she cured those scoundrels? After all, they wanted to do away with him. The woman was saddened by this information. Clay sat next to his mother with his head down. The mother said she couldn't save one child who had been struck by lightning. The woman tried to calm her son down. She emotionally told him not to worry, because he was only acting in self-defense. Everything's going to be all right. The mother put her hand on her son's shoulder. Clay looked at her carefully. The woman noticed that her son was very impulsive in his actions. The child became upset and lowered his head. The woman tried to calm him down. Clay asked his mother if she really thought he shouldn't have gotten involved with the 5th prince. The mother looked lovingly at her son. He had saved 2 innocent people. The woman gently hugged her child and held him to her chest. She was more concerned that in his 3 years he was already using high-level magic. One must be careful not to get into trouble. Clay looks at his mother. The woman puts her hands on his shoulders. Mother said that the dragon blood family will always honor their traditions. The fifth prince and the Shiksen family don't matter. With the support of the dragon blood family and the elf clans, the boy has nothing to fear. Mother and son gently embraced each other. The child feels protected, closed his eyes and smiled. It's nice to have a mom. In his past life, before he met his mentor, he was always lonely. In this life, he will definitely take care of his family. The door to the room opened. The head of the family entered. The mother and child looked at him. The child is very happy to see his father. He waves his hand and calls out to him. The woman asks in surprise, "Is he really back already? What did the royal family say?" The man told his wife not to worry. The royal family won't press charges. You can see by the look on his face that the guy is a little worried. The head of the family lowered his gaze. Droplets of sweat appeared on his face. He said that the royal family insisted on sealing Clay's magic. He agreed to it. The woman became indignant. She shouted indignantly, "How could this be possible? How could anyone agree to such a thing? She would never make that decision." The child was frightened when he saw his mother's reaction. The boy tried to defuse the heated situation. He said that the ceremony would be conducted by Grandmaster Kara. From behind the man's back, this master appeared and greeted Mrs. Elijah. The child continued to stare fearfully at the adults. His mother said sternly that Clay was protecting himself. He also saved the 2 girls. There was nothing to punish him for. If the king himself decided so, then she would take her son to the elf clan. Grandmaster Kara entered the conversation. He tried to calm the woman down. "It's not what she thinks," he said. "It would be good for the young master." Father decided not to interfere. Grandmaster Kara continued to speak convincingly. "The boy has incredible power, but because of his age, he cannot control it. The council has decided to seal only part of his magical abilities. As the boy grows older, the control will diminish." The woman calmed down a little. The master said that everything he said was true. He swears by his position and long years of loyal service. The child was focused. Zhang Daoling realized if he didn't agree to this, the royal family and the Shiksen family wouldn't back off. With all the abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to break this seal. The little boy took his mother's hand and looked into her eyes. He said he didn't mind. After all, she had taught him that a man should be responsible for his actions, especially not forever. The Grand Master stretched his arms forward. He winked and signaled his support for the boy. He added that Clay's magic would be fine, and he could become an outstanding wizard. The child rolled his eyes with happiness. He was smiling. He liked the master's words. The child and the magister walked up to the palace. His parents followed him, holding hands. The child and the master stood in front of a long gallery with statues of kings. The magister said that it was impossible to go any further with the parents. The boy should not worry. Everything would be quick and painless. The master led the child to a special pedestal near which hooded men stood. The old man showed the boy to the pedestal and told him that he would have to lie down on it. In the process, he would be sleepy, so he could take a nap. The baby obediently lay down on the marble slab. The magistrate's assistants were silently beside him. A child lies on his back and watches what is happening. At his feet, 3 people recite incantations and magic circles appear in front of them. Lightning bolts shoot upwards from them. Clay is enveloped in a magical aura. The child's eyes are open and looking upward. It is a kind of magical net that will lock away his magical power. His spiritual energy will actually be fine, and he will be able to break the seal himself in a few years. The child squinted one eye. He felt pain. "What's going on?" Droplets of sweat appeared on his face. One of the hooded men was making strange manipulations on the child. A strange energy glowed in his hand. The man said that the previous seal had already taken effect. The kid better not move. He should stop fighting it. Clay recognized the man as SARS. What's he doing here? SARS leaned over the child's head and whispered, "Clay earlier at the 5th Prince's place and destroyed the Shiksen heir. He warned me he would keep an eye on the boy." The child cried out loudly in pain. Rays of dark energy began to envelop him. The man is in a glowing ball of light from which strong chains run off in different directions. That old scoundrel SARS is incredibly cruel. If there were no ordinary mages around, he would have destroyed the child. His hand reaches straight for the shell of the glowing sphere. He just can't do that. Clay is lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His body is bound with a chain. The girls he saved are sitting at the headboard, their mother shouting indignantly at the master. He promised to do things differently. Now she claims her son can't wake up. Kara, making excuses, tells Elijah that no one wanted this to happen. The king tries to calm everyone down. The king says Dar is already talking to the Shisen family. He thinks he will get a satisfactory answer soon. The girls are talking animatedly among themselves. They hope that the boy will be all right. He is kind and good. We should pray for him. The king figured it was all about the girls. If Clay hadn't tried to save them, none of this would have happened. The king said, if a woman wants to take out a grudge, she can do whatever she wants with these girls. They are the cause of all the trouble. The girls were frightened and cried, for they knew they were not guilty of anything. Clay's mother decided to stand up for the girls. His Majesty knows better than anyone that the girls have nothing to do with this. She would protect her child, but she would never hurt innocent people. Clay opened his eyes and made a semblance of a smile. He applied the Tai Chi technique. The chains were still holding his body. Clay shouted loudly, spreading his arms out to the sides. He was in the same glowing sphere. The mother looked at her child. Clay lay on the bed and continued to scream. However, the chain around his body was no longer there. Elijah rushed to her son. There were still tears in her eyes. She seemed to realize that his mother was beside him and asked him to open his eyes. The baby opened his eyes. The woman lifted him out of bed and put her arm around his shoulders. Clay thought he could break the seal completely on the first try, but he was still weak. Elijah and Kara looked over at each other. The woman asked what that was now. The master said it was unbelievable. The seal of his eminence had been broken. How had Clay managed that? He had never encountered such a thing before. Clay, closing his eyes, smiled meaningfully. Of course, Kara hadn't encountered this. After all, it was thanks to the Tai Chi cultivation technique. The girls looked silently at Clay, who had woken up. The boy thought they had saved him. Clay asked the king if he would punish his saviors. The king, his eyes downcast, said he would not punish them. Elijah excitedly said that it was much more important that the seal from Clay be with the girls now. Kara replied that he couldn't do that. The magister was alarmed. The seal could only be broken by Clay himself when his powers reached the right level. The seal was now weakened, and it would allow him to use third-level magic. Elijah expressed his displeasure again. That's just burying his talent in the ground. The magister tried to calm the woman down. Kara told Elijah that perhaps her mother, the elf queen, could help with that. Clay tried to reassure his mother. He said it wasn't Kara's fault. The baby, smiling, told his mother that he was still alive. That's the most important thing. They will definitely think of something. The mother looked caringly at the child again. Tears were still in her eyes. She said that her son was right. The woman clutched the baby tightly to her chest. She would surely think of something. We must get ready. She would take him to the elf clan. The king, smiling, said that the elf queen would surely be able to break Clay's seal. The king suggested that the little boy choose a gift as compensation for this situation. He could ask for anything he wanted. Clay, sitting in his mother's arms, told the king that he wanted him to take care of the two princesses who had saved him and let them study with Grandmaster Kara. The king laughed and said he would fulfill this request. From now on, these girls would be princesses. The little girls looked at Clay in surprise. The girls could not believe their happiness and cried. The king said that everything would be fulfilled. It's been a few days. The boy rejoices with his hands in the air. The sisters run to Clay with all their legs that he has a chance to travel. The girls ran up to Clay and tried to catch their breath before saying something. Clay asked why they were here. The girl thanked the boy for saving them. No one had ever been so kind to them. Clay replied that he wasn't worth a thank you. The girl was trying to get something out of her bag. The princess had a bird in the palm of her hand. The girl said it was a gift for Clay. It was a falcon. The falcon climbed onto the boy's shoulder. The princess said they had saved the bird from the fifth prince that day. The falcon must belong to Clay. The girls hoped the bird could be his faithful companion on his long journey. Clay rejoiced. He lifted the falcon on his arm upward. The boy said he would take care of it and added that he should give it a name. The boy raised the falcon above his head with both hands. He said he would give it the name Lade. The pink-haired princess ran up to Clay and kissed him on the cheek, looking at the girl with surprise. Clay blushed with embarrassment. The princess folded her arms in front of her chest and told Clay to be careful on the road. Clay, with the bird in his arms, smiled and replied so the girls wouldn't worry. He would definitely come back and even get stronger. The carriage, escorted by armed horsemen, drove away. The girls, holding hands, stood along the road waving to Clay. They said they would wait for him. The father turned to the child and smiled and said that he was a sly one. He was still so young, and already the girls were all over him. The child and son smiled and bumped fists. The boy said it was just as his father had taught him. If he, the evil one, got a gorgeous woman like his mother, he must not lose. The mother said, "These two are behaving shamelessly." The woman put her finger to her mouth and told the two to stop immediately. Elijah told her husband and son that the head of the household is still speechless since the last incident. He must be upset. Maybe we should cheer him up. Clay looked at his grandfather. The man was indeed stern and taciturn. The boy thought, why would he be upset? A murderous aura emanated from him. The old man turned his attention to the fact that the carriage was already outside the city. The old man turned to the armed knight who was riding his horse behind the carriage. He said Joe could go back. Those nasty people all deserved to die. Clay thought that his grandfather was hatching a plan for revenge against Shisen. How dare they treat his grandson like that? Knight Joe lowered his head and said that he obeyed his master. The boy's father asked the old man what he was up to. He didn't want to harm the Shiksen family, did he? The old man sat silently with his head down. Elijah turned anxiously to her father-in-law, saying that there was a blood alliance between the families. They can't destroy each other. Even if they're not in the kingdom now, everyone will know about it. An old man and his grandson were sitting in front of a burning house. The house was engulfed in flames. The man said that it was written in the terms and conditions that they could not destroy each other. That applies to their family members, but it does not apply to their mistresses or their illegitimate offspring. The old man drew near to his grinning grandson. He said indignantly that those scoundrels wanted to get rid of that boy without even looking into the matter. Well, blood for blood. If they don't respond properly, then they will lose respect. The king stood on the fortress wall and watched the carriage depart. The old man said that they were favored by the king's will, so the dragon blood family would not be threatened. The king, smiling, thought that there was an incredible aroma of reprisal against the Shiksen family in the air, and the old man had pulled everything off rather quickly. The king, smiling, said that his eminence had been bothering him for a long time, and now it was time to teach him a lesson. We should be grateful to that little devil from the dragon blood family. Clay regarded the landscape with interest as he sat in the carriage. The king looked forward to seeing him again. The carriage, escorted by guards and with its accompanying cargo, was advancing in a given direction in a gorge between the mountains. Clay held Falcon in his arms and told Lade not to be afraid. It didn't hurt at all, just a little bit of magic. A blue ball hung in the air in front of the boy. The child covered the bird's eyes with his hands. The falcon did not move. The baby spread its arms and the bird's eyes lit up. The orb still hovered in front of the bird. Clay activated the soul pairing. The boy released the bird and it took off. The falcon rose up above the carriage. Clay said that Leda could fly now. The old man asked his grandson with a smile what he had just done. Clay, holding the blue ball in his hand, said it was a little experiment. The boy gave the old man a blue ball. Clay said that even level 3 magic was enough to learn alchemy. The old man said that wasn't a bad idea, but it wasn't easy. He looked into the balloon and marveled. He saw the landscape from a bird's eye view. Could it really be broadcasting what was tens of kilometers away from them? How did the boy do it? Clay was happy and smiling. He said that the crystal ball and Leda's eyes were connected by magic. The orb broadcasts what the falcon sees. The grandson showed his grandfather the vial of liquid and said that he had also made some healing potions. After all, he had already mastered the water alchemy course and thought it would help him break the seal. The old man knelt down and hugged his grandson. He was happy. The grandfather said that his grandson was just a treasure of the family. The father said of his son that it was all Elijah's genes. When it comes to alchemy and magic, no one compares to elves. The parents were happy. Clay stared into the crystal ball. The old man patted him on the head and said that not only a wizard, but also a brilliant alchemist was growing up in their family. Inside the crystal ball, something was blazing above the forest. The boy cried out in terror for his grandfather and father to immediately order the coachman to stop. Something terrible seemed to be happening up ahead. Ilya looked apprehensively at the crystal ball the child had given her. She said that fighting magical creatures was a common occurrence in these woods. They would get into trouble if they continued in that direction. The mother hugged her son and kissed his forehead. She said that thanks to Clay, they would be all right. There was a small town ahead where they should stop for the night and replenish their supplies. The carriage with passengers on board arrived at the town at the appointed time. Clay still looked out of the carriage and admired the scenery. He thought it would be a good idea to stay here. The boy closed his eyes and felt a hostile aura that literally filled the air. He felt the presence of terrifying level 9 monsters. Clay was tense. He hadn't felt anything like this in a long time. The boy decided to go and check it out. When everyone was sleeping at night, Clay opened the window and activated the primal golden lotus. A bright glow appeared in his hand. Clay stepped on a flower that appeared and slid down. The flower was small, probably because of the seal. Clay continued to stand on the lotus flower that moved forward over the forest. The effects of the sleep charms he had cast on his mother would last until dawn. Before then, he would have time to return. The boy landed not far from the blazing fire that was just beyond the trees. Clay was careful not to give away his presence. The boy looked out from behind the bushes and realized he had hit his destination. A bloody battle unfolded before our hero's eyes. A huge bear fought with a multi-headed snake. All this was against the background of a burning forest. The bear's opponent was a 9-headed hydra, the mistress of the swamp, and from the front of the hydra looked out a glowing ball from which a powerful ray was emanating, directed at the bear. The wounded bear was an earth god of war. It was a high-level creature of rank 9. The bear roared. Clay watched the battle of the 9 ranked creatures with admiration. He had only been able to read about it in books before. One of the hydra heads opened its jaws wide, ready to lash out at its opponent. Hydra pounced on the bear and clawed at its chest. The bear growled loudly in pain. Clay remembered the information he had received earlier. The book had said that the earth bear could seal its armor. Why had he let the hydra bite him? The bear, lying on its back, was struggling to deal with its opponent. He grabbed the hydra by the head that bit him and tried to squeeze its neck. Clay stepped closer and thought that this bear was too young. He can't transform armor yet. Maybe we should help him. The bear continued to growl menacingly and thought, how can this man get in his head and bother him? After the hydra, this man would have to be dealt with. The kid, smiling, thought that a few more hydra bites and the bear wouldn't last. He proposes a deal. The kid helps the bear defeat the hydra, and in return the bear becomes his familiar. He has nothing to lose. Bear shouted that there would be no deals. He would not lose to that hydra. Hydra continued to bite Bear painfully. Clay, yawning defiantly, told Bear to make up his mind sooner. After all, he didn't have long to live. The evil shaggy predator continued to strangle the hydra, but his paws were clearly missing. At one point, the bear managed to throw the hydra far upwards and even launched a fireball at it. The wounded bear turned to the boy and asked if he could really help. The bear towered menacingly over the child, but it was obvious that he was losing strength and bleeding. Clay confirmed that he could help, but the bear must swear. Without an oath, there is no trust. The bear lowered his head, and the boy put his hand to his forehead. A glowing seal appeared at the point of contact. Earth Bear Gatsapir said he swore that he would become the child's familiar and follow him if he helped destroy the hydra. Clay continued to stand beside the bear lying in front of him and kept his hand on its forehead. A glowing protective sphere formed around the bear. The kid took his hand away and said it was done. Now Bear could call him master. The 9-headed hydra landed and prepared for another attack. All of its jaws growled menacingly. The bear rose on all 4 paws and stood beside the little man. The beast said that the boy had better keep his promise. The beast cowered menacingly at the boy and said that otherwise it would devour him even on its last breath. Hydra attacked the shaggy beast again. The bear began to fight the enemy fiercely again. Clay said, the hydra might not even dream. In one hand, he held a blob of aggressive energy, in the other a vial with the necessary liquid. The bear was held captive by the hydra. It bound him on his arms and legs, and its heads kept biting the shaggy beast. At this time, Clay flew up to the scene of the battle on his lotus. Guy said it was necessary to destroy all the heads at once. The boy splashed the contents of the vial directly onto the bear's body. The beast felt its wounds heal quickly, and that wasn't all. The bear felt his mana becoming more powerful by the second. His body became clad in armor. The beast roared loudly. The wild predator opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. He said that the hydra should now prepare to die. The bear stood up on his hind legs. He grabbed the hydra's neck with his forelegs. The beast continued to growl loudly, and a powerful energy beam emanated from its mouth. After a while, the hydra was finished. Clay flew close to the bear on the flower. The beast asked what the boy had given him. The boy replied that it was just a strengthening agent. He didn't have time for more. Clay stated that there had been a misunderstanding. Why did that stupid bear call him boy? The bear roared loudly and bowed to the child. He called the man master and said he would serve him faithfully all his life. Clay said that Bear was not so stupid. The bear roared again. He said his name was Gatsapir, not Stupid Bear. He would never accept that nickname. Clay said Gatsapir is a long and complicated name. He will call the bear Pippi. The kid, crossing his arms over his chest, looked at the bear carefully and estimated its size. The boy asked if there was anything he could do about the dimensions. The bear took a deep breath and greatly reduced in size. Clay smiled broadly and said it was much better, and it's just the right size. Clay took the small bear cub in his arms and tried to climb the lotus with him. The boy said that it was necessary to hurry. Clay was standing on a lotus. The bear was in his arms. There was no way to fly up. The kid was getting nervous. Clay and Bear pressed their foreheads against each other and yelled at each other. The boy was saying the bear was too heavy, so they couldn't fly. The bear said the boy's mana was too weak. How could he be recognized as a master? Clay reduced the lotus in size and hid it. He told the bear that he would carry it on his back. As soon as they get out of the forest, he will turn back into a baby. Otherwise, he would scare all the people in town. The bear obeyed. Clay, sitting on the bear, was moving away from the destroyed Hydra. Something caught his attention. He looked up and saw a glowing crystal above the Hydra. The bear said that this is the magic core of the Hydra. If you use it, the mana power will increase greatly. However, this serpent is a water creature. It's up to Master to decide what to do with it. Clay looked from afar at the core towering over the Hydra's body. It would come in handy in alchemy. Unfortunately, it was too big and conspicuous. The boy decided to leave this crystal here for now. Clay told Pippi to speed up. He would think about what to do with the crystal, but for now, he had to get home. Inside the house, the parents were awake. The father tried to reassure the mother. He said that nothing would happen to Clay. The woman argued that she was a terrible mother for missing her child. Suddenly, the son appeared in front of the parents. Smiling, he held a bear cub in his hands. Clay wondered what the parents were doing here, why they weren't sleeping. The parents rejoiced. Smiles shone on their faces. Thank God everything's okay. Where was he? The father squatted down and asked the little boy where he had brought the puppy from, and even patted the animal on the cheek. The animal growled unhappily. Clay admitted to his parents that it was a bear cub. He heard some noises, so he ran to help. The poor thing got lost in the woods. The little guy said he made a deal with the bear cub. After all, could that animal go with him? The animal looked good-naturedly at the adults. The mother ducked the baby and told him that as a wizard, he could make contracts with magical creatures, but no one would let him run away from home at night anymore. The guy took his wife's hand and offered her to stay one more day. They would be able to buy everything they needed for the trip. The wife was happy and agreed. Clay continued to hold the bear cub in his arms and turned to his mother. He said he hadn't seen any carts selling supplies along the way. I guess everyone here is using local resources. The mother, smiling, explained to her son that such a large number of people could not rely on mountain vegetation alone. All the resources are here, she said, and pointed to the ring. His mother said it was an elven spatial ring, and there would be enough space inside to hide a small city. Clay thought that was lucky. With this ring, the issue of transporting the Hydra's body and magical core would be solved. The child fantasized how he could become rich. After all, there is usually a fortune hidden in the lairs of such creatures. The child sincerely asked his mother if treasure was found outside of town. Could he just take it for himself? The mother asked why he was wondering. Clay said that Lade had found the body of a 9-headed Hydra. It might be useful. The woman was very frightened. The mother leaned toward the child again and asked, "Is it really true?" Clay said that the Hydra must have lost in a fight with the monsters they had seen along the way. Clay asked his mother to help him take the Hydra's body with him. The woman pondered. This was indeed an incredible find. No wonder her son wants to take possession of the Hydra. The woman pointed to the ring. After all, the Hydra's body is quite massive. So does the son need the ring? His mother, smiling, said he would get the ring if he gave her half of the Hydra. Then she's in. The son called the mother a knave. Why such a high percentage? The woman, winking at her son, said he had come to her for help himself. Elijah saddled the unicorn horse. She put her son in front of her. She said they would travel light and head for the elven forest. Clay hadn't expected his mother to be so mercurial. Elijah and her son kept moving on the horse. The mother asked, "Is the son still angry? Why would such a young boy need such riches?" Clay declared that he wanted to become an outstanding alchemist. Elijah replied that even so, half would be enough. The child smiled and turned to his mother and said he would choose his part first. Elijah and her escort reached the elven forest. They were surprised to find the body of a huge Hydra. One of the elves climbed on top of the body and said the Hydra was huge and ranked 9. They hadn't seen anything more impressive. Elijah ordered the elves to skin and separate the carcass. The blood must also be preserved. It is necessary to search the area and find the lair of this Hydra. The subordinate told the princess that the Hydra lair would be well hidden from view. It might take a whole month to find it. Bear and Clay stood silently side by side. Elijah recognized that this was true, but she wasn't ready to give up such treasures. Clay asked his mother to give the case to him. Pippi said he knew where the den was. They could lead everyone there. The elf rejoiced and smiled. Did the young master's pup really know where to go? Clay lowered his head and said that his Pippi was a bear. The animal immediately grew much larger and growled loudly. Clay on the bear rode ahead. Elijah on horseback followed him. Next on foot were the elves. The bear stopped and Clay said they were there. The elves verified the information and confirmed that it was indeed here. The elf said excitedly as young Master Clay led them to the Hydra's lair. Countless treasures were stored in this lair. It also contained the skeletons of unsuccessful treasure hunters. The elven warrior approached the den and said that he had never seen so much treasure in his life. The elf went down to the treasure and said that there were weapons of the highest quality, magic cores and crystals, as well as gold and diamonds. Clay stood on the mountain of gold and thought that these poor people had seen nothing at all of the world. Pippi became small again. Clay and the bear cub ran deep into the den. The boy wanted to find something special. Clay clenched his fists and glowed with joy. He had found what he wanted. A skeleton was sitting beside him on a bag of jewelry. In front of the skeleton was a magical shield with a drawing in the shape of a lion. Clay said that he immediately felt the powerful aura of the valuable treasure. Clay walked over to the skeleton and picked up a shield. This shield wasn't bad. He said that the shield's production process utilized the magic core of an 8th-ranked devil flame lion. Clay noticed the ring on the skeleton's finger. The boy took the ring in his hand. The stone on the ring glowed. An aura identical to his mother's ring emanated from this ring. It might be a spatial treasure as well. Clay saw that the ring held a sword and a book. Clay read the title of the book and realized that the owner of this diary was Greenspan Dale. Clay knew that Greenspan Dale was the greatest alchemist of all mankind. He had no equal in forging weapons. Elijah excitedly told his son that this sword was the epitome of power, grace, and speed. The son had found a true treasure. The child clutched the book to his chest. He said that this alchemist's diary was the greatest treasure. It would greatly simplify his path to becoming an outstanding alchemist. Ilya decided to safely hide the treasures she had obtained and packed in chests. She swung her spatial ring. The woman was satisfied with the work she had done. The treasure was hidden in a ring she wore on her finger. Clay climbed back on the bear. Elijah gave the order that after everything was ready, they would return. Ilya said, smiling, that the Empress would be pleased with the gift. A 9-headed hydra is not something you see every day. Clay asked, did his mother really want to give everything to his grandmother? Mother, smiling, replied that it was for the Empress of the incarnated elementals. Clay asked in surprise, wasn't grandmother the Empress? Ilya replied that elemental elves are more powerful than regular elves. They are similar but different. Perhaps the Empress of Elementals incarnate could help Clay. The woman kissed her son on the cheek. Clay realized that his mother had been doing everything for him from the beginning, and not out of self-interest. The son, sitting on the bear, told his mother that very soon the seal would be broken. The woman replied that she believed in him and smiled. Clay thought that for the sake of his mother and himself, he should get this all sorted out as soon as possible. After a few days, the carriage, accompanied by guards, arrived in the Elven Valley. The elves came out of their homes to greet the princess who had returned with His Majesty. The child looked out of the carriage and told his mother that the city of the elves was very beautiful. If his father and grandfather had been around, they would have been delighted too. The mother told her son that the men had some urgent business in the kingdom and had to return. However, they had been here before. An elven woman appeared in the air in front of the woman and her son, surrounded by a glowing aura. The woman said she was very glad her daughter had returned and longed for her. The women hugged each other tightly. Ilya said she missed her mother too. Elijah, pointing at his mother, told her son to hurry up and say hello to his grandmother. The grandmother declared that this is the youngest grandson she has ever had. He is a real sunshine. Clay looked at his grandmother and was surprised. He told his mother that grandma looked more like her sister. The grandmother clung tightly to her grandson, who tried to break free from the hot embrace. The woman kissed his sweet cheeks and told him she was really his grandmother. The grandmother did not calm down and held her grandson against her chest. She kept saying that he was a very good boy. Elijah looked frightened at this display of love. She said that her son might suffocate, he was already sick. The grandmother kept smiling and didn't let the child out of her arms. She said she was getting a little carried away. The doors to the sleeping quarters were closed. The child was lying on a pillow. The woman put her hand on his head. The baby was enveloped in magical energy. Elijah, clasping her hand to her chest, excitedly asked her mother, "What is it?" The woman jumped to her feet and angrily said that the priest was a scoundrel. How dare he do such a thing to a child with her blood in him? She demands an explanation. The elves nearby felt the full wrath of a divided grandmother. Ilya knew her mother was no joke. The grandmother was angry and would not calm down. She said that if the priest ignored the request or tried to deceive her, she would deal with him personally. The baby lay with his eyes open and was agitated. He could feel his grandmother's incredibly pressurizing, annihilating aura. This was the true power of the Lord of the Five Great Ones. The woman told her daughter that things were more complicated than they might seem. The Empress of the Elemental Empresses will help. She will do her best. Clay lifted himself out of bed. His grandmother took him by the shoulders and told him she could teach him alchemy herself. The child was glad and thanked her. Clay, looking at his grandmother, said that he felt powerful currents of magic emanating from her. He can't imagine anyone more powerful than her. Grandmother, smiling, said that she could use level 12 magic. The Empress of Incarnate Elementals uses level 15. Clay exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't 12th level magic the endpoint of magical skill development?" His grandmother was surprised and said that he was a bright boy. She explained that the Empress of the Incarnate Elementals was equal to the gods in power. Elijah told his son to rest and not to worry about anything. She and her grandmother had things to do. Clay, sitting on the bed, sighed sadly. Pippi wondered if he was upset. The little boy said that this seal was incredibly powerful. He realized that he knew very little about the world of magic. The bear lying on his back confirmed what little the boy knew. Almost all adult dragons are more than capable of using level 12 magic. Clay remembered and said that he had never seen dragons in his life. The child pointed his finger at the bear and said he hadn't seen any dragons either because he'd been tumbling around in the swamp all day. The bear growled menacingly in a childish way and said that there were dragons among his friends. One of them is green and lives on a snowy mountain on the edge of the elven forest. The corners of his eyes lit up. He wondered if Pippi really knew dragons. He would like to see a dragon. The bear sighed sadly and said it was impossible. He left a magic mark there. Clay didn't understand and asked what the bear was trying to say with that. Pippi became nervous and said that he promised to return when he became powerful enough to use the dimensional gate. He had been working hard on it for 100 years, but it still wasn't enough. Clay showed the bear the spiritual pill and said that he had developed it specifically to increase the magical power of the earth element. He offered to try it. Pippi held a magic pill in the palm of his hand. He could feel streams of primordial earth magic. Following this guy was not a bad idea. The little bear swallowed the pill and roared loudly. He immediately turned into a huge bear. His eyes glowed demonically. Clay even shielded himself with his hands from the flow of energy coming from the bear. The boy asked if that was enough. The bear shouted loudly that the spatial gate was open. Clay looked at the huge bear that sat across from him. A huge pictograph glowed behind the bear. Clay was surprised and realized it was a portal. Clay and his leering friend followed through the portal and found themselves at the foot of a snowy mountain. The boy pounced on the bear and yelled that the bear must want to destroy him, thus breaking their contract. Clay was shivering from the cold, and his tears were flowing. If it wasn't for Taiji's magical protection, he would have turned into an icicle by now. How could a dragon even dwell here? Pippi shouted for Clay to stop blaming him. He had warned him that this was a snowy mountain. The bear pointed into the distance and said that Christina lived in that cave. She, like him, was not yet of age. Pippi and Clay walked through the snow to a huge cave. Little Bear said that the dragon lived here to perfect his abilities. The boy followed the bear cub into the cave and looked around. It was not as cold inside as it was outside. The bear yelled loudly and called out to Christina. He said that Gatsipper had come to check on her. A dragon's head appeared in front of the travelers, and Christina asked why her friend Gassy looked like that. Clay looked at the huge dragon with delight. Christina asked who the man next to Gussie was. Did he really bring treats for her? Pippi said the man can't be eaten. They are bound by a contract and this guy is his master. Bear added that this guy was already a pretty good alchemist in his years. Thanks to the pill he gave him, he managed to open a portal and move here. The brave boy held out his hand and said it was nice to meet Christina. His name is Clay. The boy was surprised to think that Christine was incredibly large, though Pippi had said she was still a child by the standards of magical creatures. Christina, in a raised voice, said that Pippi should have warned her about this earlier. Then she wouldn't have been frightened. The bear cub climbed up on the dragon's head. Christina said that Gassy and the human are on good terms, and she'll be friends with them too. She has conditions, no touching the treasure. Clay realized that this dragon is a girl. Christina squinted and said she liked the man, so he could call her Tina. Christina asked what the purpose of their visit was. Pippi, still sitting on her head, said that Clay was very curious. He wanted to see a real dragon, Could Christina tell about Dragon Island? Christine, lying on the jewelry, remembered about Dragon Island. It had been a long time since she'd been there. It's warm and peaceful and home to about 2,000 dragons. But she had moved there to become stronger. Christina moved closer to the boy and asked why he was helping Gussie improve. Couldn't he help her too? Christina added not to worry the boy. She would be sure to reward him generously for his help. But right now he must not touch her treasure. Clay asked about her abilities. Christina said water is her element. Clay, still standing on the dragon treasure, said he had something for her. The boy held a glowing ball in his hand. He said it was a water energy pill. He only had one, but it should help. Clay stood in front of the dragon and thought, good thing he had a chance to help Christina, or else he was beginning to worry that he didn't know how to get along with dragons. Christina swallowed the pill, and Clay felt the purest energy of water fill her. The dragon lifted up, stretched its neck upward, and screamed loudly. Clay continued to stare at the monster unfazed. A glowing mark descended on the guy's palm. Christina told him to take it as her thanks. Clay held the thing in his hands and scrutinized it closely. Tina said it was her scale. She had cast a teleportation spell. When he encountered any difficulty, he should crush it in his hands and the dragon would come to his aid. Clay stroked the dragon's nose and thanked him. He would keep the gift and treasure it. Bear thought, is this guy really flirting with a dragon? Walking back through the portal back, a smiling Clay said it was the first time he had ever seen a dragon. Christina is a great friend. Clay hopes to visit Dragon Island. The door to the boy's room opened and his grandmother called out to him. Clay and Pippi looked at each other fearfully. Grandmother entered the room and said that she had been to the Empress of Elemental Incarnates. Even she was powerless in this situation. Clay and the bear were sitting on the couch, and the boy thought they'd made it back in time. The boy wondered, would no one help him break the seal? The grandmother patted her grandson on the head and told him that he would have to figure it out on his own. Clay said he wanted to break the seal and take revenge on Priest Shisin. Clay said with a smile on his face that his father always said a man should handle his own problems. The grandmother said that she had learned from his mother that the lad wanted to become an outstanding alchemist and that he was talented at it. The boy confirmed this statement. The grandmother, looking her grandson in the eye, said that she would teach him the highest elven alchemy. If a guy can't become a wizard, she'll make him a powerful alchemist. The woman took her grandson to a mysterious room. She said that it was the alchemy hall of the imperial family of elves, and everything here was related to alchemy. The boy would have a lot of work to do in the future. Clay was pleased. He said he would study everything here, and soon everyone on the continent would know his name. Clay saw a glowing stone with writing on it and asked his grandmother what it was. Clay stepped closer to the stone. Grandmother said it was something their clan had been trying to deal with for a long time. It's the blessing of the god of enchantment. A magic wand appeared in front of the grandmother. The woman said that it was the lost weapon of the elf god, and it generated elemental magic. The Empress had personally commissioned it, but there had been no discoveries or clues in hundreds of years. Clay was surprised that there hadn't been a breakthrough in such a long period of time. Clay asked his grandmother if he could conjure the same wand for the Empress. Could he get a reward? The woman said that to create a weapon, you need to possess the 5 elements at the same time and explain the intricacies of the process. Clay thought that in 5 years, he would be able to control all 5 elements. He set a goal for himself. If Clay wants to become the strongest alchemist, he must surpass the blessing of the god of enchantment. It's been 3 years. Clay hasn't decreased the intensity of his training. The bear was running, and Clay was sitting on his back with a sword in his hand. This time, the boy is wearing a red cape. He says he wants to test the power of his new creation. The elves, fellow trainees, tell the guy that this is excellent and congratulate him on creating a cool new weapon. It can release 2 elements at the same time, wind and water. Clay believes this is still not enough. He has integrated Taoist practices with basic alchemical processes, but he can't do the same with magic. Without it, he can't conquer the 3 elements at once. The elf enthusiastically tells Clay that he was amazed by what he saw, but the Empress is looking for him. Clay wondered why he hadn't been told about this in time. The boy was in a hurry, and the bear cub could barely keep up with him. Grandmother is not the most patient person. She can turn an entire elf kingdom upside down. Clay stopped in front of the stone with the message that was inside the magic sphere. He wondered how the blessing of the god of enchantment managed to maintain balance and unleash the power of the 5 elements. Clay put his hand on the magic sphere. What method was used to create it? The boy was approached from behind by his grandmother. She confirmed that the blessing of the god of enchantment does indeed exist. The little boy looks at the scroll again. Clay looks his grandmother in the eye. He is curious. When he finishes his training, he will surely find it to create an even more outstanding weapon. The grandmother winked at her grandson and stroked his head, confident that he would do well. In fact, he would be leaving this town soon. Elijah was already packing. Clay wondered with surprise why. Grandma explained that she had nothing more to teach him. Clay is a very capable boy and he needs to move on. Clay has reached the age of being able to attend wizarding school. In addition, his grandfather Reno keeps sending her annoying messages that he misses his grandson. The woman once again hugged her grandson and kissed his forehead. The grandmother, looking into her grandson's eyes, said that the elf clan is blessing him. She looks forward to him becoming the best alchemist in the whole world and breaking the seal. Clay, riding his bear, moves ahead of the column. Behind him rides a carriage with his mother, accompanied by an army of guards. The boy is on his way to Storm's kingdom. He really misses his father, grandfather, and aunt. Clay remembered his Eminence Shixon and thought that they still had unfinished business. Storm Kingdom, the training ground of the royal palace. An evil beast, chained in chains, growls in anger. This beast tries to furiously attack the young prince. The prince, using his magic powers, repels the predator's attack. His Eminence tells the young man to stop fiddling with the beast and destroy his rival. The predator breaks the chains binding him and growls even louder. The prince is startled and, stepping back, falls to the ground. Fear and hysteria are on his face. In the next moment, a powerful stabbing weapon pierced through the neck of the ravenous beast. The raptor, struck dead, falls at the prince's feet. The priest stands beside him, the remnants of magical energy still smoldering in his hand. His Eminence says that the prince is still unable to create level 3 magic. It's a disgrace. After all these years of practice, he's still weak. Clay could do it 3 years ago. Princess Shixon's son, the third Prince of Laws, turns around and angrily says not to be reminded of that trash. His magic has been sealed. The priest says the prince was just lucky then. However, there are reports that Clay will be back in town as early as tomorrow. The priest, leaving the prince, said that if he wanted to destroy Clay, he should do it before he reached the city. He must show what he could do and not let himself be fooled. The prince shouts loudly to Duck to pack a travel bag. He urgently needs to get out of town. Night Duck replies that he obeys his master. Clay continues to exploit his subordinate Pippi and rides on his back. He says that as early as tomorrow they should be out on the town. Bear says it is troublesome for him to serve such a master. The boy asks the bear in surprise, doesn't he have a team spirit? Before our hero opens a strange picture. 2 grown-up guys are trying to take something away from a little girl. She says that it belongs to her and for them to remove their hands. The young man replies that she should be able to pay her debts. The little girl says she owes them 3 gold pieces. That's worth 100 gold pieces. That's robbery. The girl clutches a small bag to her chest. She says she needs to go to Stormgrad. She wanted to sell it and give them the money. They're just in her way right now. Clay felt an electric shock. He thought it was Xian. A boy sitting on a bear told 2 grown men terrorizing a little girl that they should be ashamed of themselves. The bullies asked who he was. If he brought a bear with him, would they be scared? This little boy must mind his own business or they'll get on his case. Clay immediately jumped off the bear. He said he didn't want any trouble, and he had an offer. He's willing to pay these guys instead of the girl. One of the bullies laughed and said that the boy wasn't so bad. This girl owed them 10, or rather 100 gold pieces. The girl said angrily that the man was a cheat. She had only taken 3 gold pieces from them. The scoundrel didn't calm down. He said there was more interest. That makes 100 gold pieces. Clay was calm. He even closed his eyes. There were many disgusting people in this world, however. He wasn't easily fooled either. Clay said quite calmly that he agreed, so it would be 100 gold pieces. The kid tosses the bag of money to the bear and tells him to give it to those guys. 3 gold pieces he gives back, and the other 97 are interest. In return, he told the bear to remember to make sure that those guys took their money properly. Those guys did not expect such a turn and were very frightened. The bear said he understood, and with the bag in his teeth and a menacing look on his face, he headed toward the offending men. The bear approached the moneylenders and stood on its hind legs and roared loudly. These guys realized what was required of them and, screaming in fear that they didn't need anything, gave up running. On the way, they screamed to be rescued. A bag of money fell near a frightened little girl. The little girl sat on the ground and looked fearfully at the huge bear. Clay moved closer to the girl and together they watched the fleeing villains. Clay asked the girl if she was okay and added that now those 2 wouldn't bother her anymore. The girl got to her feet and thanked her savior. She had only borrowed 3 gold pieces because her mom was seriously ill and needed medicine. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. The girl introduces herself. Her name is Senya, and what is the name of her savior? Clay thought it was Xian'er's reincarnation, but after examining her spiritual component, he concluded that he was mistaken. So he introduced himself as Clay. Clay added that he had a great doctor who could help her mother. The girl rejoiced. A flying dog appeared on the road. She had a command to lead him to a ravine on the outskirts. The dog ran up to the children and snatched the money from the girl's hands. It flapped its wings and flew away. Clay thought that the dog was serving those suspicious people. Pippi should have dealt with them more harshly. Clay clenched his fist and told Xenia that he would return the stolen money. She must find his mom and tell her everything. The wagon must be somewhere nearby. Pippi must stay with the girl and protect her. Clay ran after the flying dog. He thought that once he got to the creature, the beast would be in trouble. A dog with money in its teeth flew over a group of people. That was its destination. Down below was the young prince and his entourage. The prince asked Doc if he was sure this stupid monster would bring a scum from the dragon blood family here. Doc replied that there was no need to worry. This beast was quite intelligent. The dog let the money out of his mouth, and one of the knights below caught it. Dak said it's just some stupid kid. Why not just send warriors to deal with him once and for all? The prince said he didn't want any trouble with his family. No one can know who did this. The knight took a knee and reported to the prince that the child of 7 dragon blood would be here soon. The prince smiled slyly and said that they should do everything according to the plan. Everything must look as if it had been attacked by bandits. In the deserted gorge, Clay was alone. There were 11 people opposing him. The prince thought that this time his 11 soldiers with level 4 mana wouldn't leave his opponent empty. Our hero stood calmly with his arms crossed over his chest. He realized that this operation had been played out to lure him here. He asked, "Who sent them?" The knight knelt and lowered his head. He said, "No one sent them. They are bandits." Clay shouted that it was a hoax. "There are no bandits in knight's armor." The knight pulled his sword out of its sheath and said it didn't matter because the guy was going to die now anyway. Clay was thinking straight. He was facing a level 4 magic, and such a unit would be able to level even a small town. They were sent to deal with him. It seems that the master is really afraid of him. The knight swung his sword at our hero and asked, how dare he reason like that? Clay replied that their master was foolish after all. He, a mage and an alchemist, was in no danger from them. The boy put his hands out in front of him and began to cast his spells. He knew his mother was waiting for him. He had to hurry. Ribbons of inscriptions appeared around Clay. The guy used a level 5 alchemical artifact, an elemental scroll. An ice pictograph appeared above the gorge. The attackers shouted fearfully that it was ice. This is level 5 magic. It is necessary to defend now. The knights tried to organize a defense. They shouted that another magic circle had appeared. The next moment, a fire magic creature appeared. It hissed loudly. The terrified knight shouted that it was a fire snake, also a level 5 magic. After all, this child's powers were sealed. How does he do that? Clay stood on the pick and continued to produce ribbons of writing. Guy said to make sure these knights don't underestimate the children in the next life. Otherwise, there's no telling where it could lead. The fiery snake was destroying all the brigands. The attackers shouted that this boy was the devil. The prince and Dak, watching what was happening, hid behind a rock. Dak warned the prince that these knights would not survive. No one had guessed that this Clay was so strong. Clay said he wasn't finished. He's still using the tree spirit technique. Long green plants began to appear from the ground. The prince thought, how could this Clay be so strong? After all, his magic was sealed. Clay, using his magical abilities, realized that the initiator of this spectacle had been here all along. Clay began to emit lightning bolts and applied the wrath of thunder. Lightning struck the place behind the rock behind which the young prince and duck were hiding. There was an explosion. Clay wondered who was behind all of this. The boy ran up to where the lightning had struck. There was only a funnel behind the rock, which contained a sack of money. He thought that these lucky people had managed to escape. So, the power of the level 3 magic explosion wasn't enough. Clay reached down into the funnel and picked up the sack. He wanted to check if all the money was still there. It wasn't hard to guess that it was the Shiksin family's handiwork. There was a token in the bag. It's a Gaddafi family recruitment token. They have the same origin as the Dragon Blood family. But why can't he feel any magical energy? Is there really a monster sealed inside? Clay assumed the lotus pose and began to use advanced magic to find out for sure. Bright beams of energy began to spread out in different directions. Clay closed his eyes. He felt a young man standing in front of him, holding a glowing orb in front of him. The young man found himself inside the token. Flames blazed around him. The fire elemental was powerful. The beast was here. Why would a powerful being hide its presence? The young man detected the presence of the Gaddafi family's spirit beast. It was a 9th-level fire phoenix. The bird flapped its wings and flew upward, shouting something loudly. The bird flew higher and higher. The young man thought it was time to leave. It was a full-grown phoenix, and it was better not to make it angry, but it seemed to be distracted by something. Clay saw a magic wand stuck in the ground. Spiritual energy hovered around it. He felt the elemental energy of the elves. Was this the weapon, the blessing of the god of enchantment that had been lost hundreds of years ago? Zhang Daoling stood in the gorge in front of the blazing fire. He realized why no one had managed to find this weapon in all this time. Now was not the best time to try to make contact with the phoenix. We need to find a way to get the blessing of the god of enchantment. Zhang Daoling bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. The boy swung and threw the stone far forward. The fire grew more and more intense. The stone, bouncing off the ground like a ball, bounced and flew farther and farther away. The phoenix saw the galloping stone from its height of flight with a keen eye. The bird darted after the stone, and Zhang Daoling used the lotus to approach the magic wand. Our hero grabbed the stick with both hands. The heat was transmitted to his hands. Clay pulled his wand out of the stone island. There was a huge explosion. The island shattered in all directions. Clay, while on the lotus, waved his wand in front of the phoenix. He said he was taking the thing with him. Now the phoenix owes him a debt. The magic wand in Clay's hands glowed and began to emit magical energy. Tongues of flame burst out. Clay held the token in his hands. Even now, tongues of flame were bursting out of it. Clay thought that the phoenix bird was strong enough. The boy held a magic wand in his hands. He thought it was the blessing of the god of witchcraft. The wand in our hero's hand continued to emit magical energy. Clay thought he had found something that no one had been able to find for hundreds of years. The young explorer held the wand firmly in his hand. He thought that he was an alchemist, not a mage, but what he had managed to discover was incredible luck. The boy heard someone calling his name. He was still in the crater from the explosion. The young man looked out from behind the rock and saw that his mother was looking for him. He waved to her. The woman moved closer to her son and leaned in. She said the boy scared her. We should be careful. Clay hid the artifact behind his back just in case. The woman saw the knights lying aside and asked, "Did her son really do this? Does he know who sent them?" She would make the wretch pay for it. Clay told his mother that he shouldn't do that. They cleaned up their tracks beforehand. There's no way to figure out who's behind this. The boy, glowing with delight, showed his mother his find. He said he would seal this magic wand. The woman took the blessing of the god of enchantment in her hands and asked, how did her son do it? Clay said it was all thanks to Senya. He told her to find the mother. Where's the girl? The mother said that the girl who took a message from him is not doing well right now. Senya lay on the floor and wept bitterly. Clay asked fearfully, what had happened to her? After all, the girl was fine. A girl was crying by the bed where her mother was lying. She asked her mother to wake up. Elijah said she wanted to help the woman, but they were too late. She was already dead. She helped the girl to bury the woman, but since the girl was hysterical, she could not be left alone. Clay found Senya crying in the carriage and tried to comfort her. The girl sobbed and said she had no more family. Clay looked into Senya's eyes. The girl was heartbroken. The guy thought that she was very similar to Xian Er, not only in appearance but also in her behavior. He can't leave her alone. Clay told his mother that he wanted the girl to stay with him as his little sister. Elijah replied to her son that it was a great idea. She has given birth to several boys and has forever dreamed of a little princess. However, they can't give the girl their last name because the royal family forbids it. Clay showed his mother the token and said that Senya is an heir of the Gaddafi family. She has the same ancestry as their family. This badge is proof of that. Clay put the token in the girl's hand. The guy said he wouldn't let anyone hurt her from now on. The son told the mother that the girl should be taken to Stormgrad. Clay, holding his magic wand in his hands, said he was going back to his grandmother's house. As soon as he received the promised reward, he would return home at once. Elijah was surprised. Was her son going to make such a long journey alone? The child, jumping out of the carriage as he went, told his mother not to worry. He had an artifact that would get him there in no time. Clay ran in the opposite direction to the departing carriage, yelling that he was on his way to Pippi. The boy saddled his bear again. He said that it was necessary to find a suitable place and open a portal to the Elven Valley. The bear said that it was an energy-consuming endeavor. A spiritual pill was needed. Clay promised that as soon as he got the reward, he would feed the bear 500 pills, just so he wouldn't starve. The bear agreed. Clay activated the necessary portal, which appeared right on course. Elf Valley. A loud cry can be heard. A woman is sobbing because her baby Clay is gone, and now no one cares about such an old and poor woman. She feels alone. The assistant told the woman that the young gentleman had returned to his homeland. After all, he was alive and nothing had happened to him. The tearful grandmother said no one could understand her feelings. It was necessary to go with her grandson. She can't help but grieve. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the carpet in front of the woman. A servant shouted angrily, "Who dares to barge into the palace so unscrupulously?" A huge bear on which Clay was sitting flew out of the portal. Everyone present looked at them in surprise. A smiling Clay told his grandmother that he was back. Grandma couldn't believe her happiness. With tears in her eyes, she said the name. The woman dropped to her knees and hugged the boy. She asked if Clay could sense from their mental connection how much she missed him. Clay said he had come back to give something back. At the woman's surprised look, the guy said that he had found the blessing of the god of enchantment. He also had a spatial ring on his finger. A woman took a magic wand in her hands and could not believe her luck. The treasure that no one had been able to find for hundreds of years had been found by her grandson. The little guy said it was a fortunate coincidence that he could now claim the award. The grandmother confirmed that the grandson would receive the reward. The Empress of the Elemental Incarnates is extremely worried that the moon well has run dry. They need to go to the city of the Elemental Elves. The grandson and grandmother settled back into the portal for spatial travel. The woman and the boy arrived on the scene. She told him not to go far away. If he encountered guards, he would not take on trouble. The boy looked unconcerned and told the woman he would obey her. The grandmother and her grandson were in a dense forest. It might have looked like fog, but it was actually concentrated magical energy. Clay saw something shining overhead. Rays of light were spreading out in different directions. He heard someone calling for help. Grandma was wary and said something was wrong. The grandson asked if the grandmother had heard the calls for help. The woman wondered if maybe her grandson had imagined it. The boy rushed in the direction where the sound came from. He said he couldn't ignore it and added that his grandmother should wait for him here. The woman clenched her fists and shouted menacingly for Clay to return immediately. "There are guards everywhere." The boy, ignoring his grandmother's urging, continued to run in the direction the sounds were coming from. Clay thought the sound was like a thought transmission. If it weren't for his high sensitivity, he wouldn't have heard it either. Clay was alone, and no one was around. He couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. Finally, the boy said he had found it and approached the grass at the foot of the tree. A crying tiny girl sat in the grass and kept asking for help. Clay leaned over and saw that the little girl was sealed in the sphere. He asked how the little girl had gotten here. A little girl was sitting in a transparent balloon and couldn't get out. At this time, the grandmother was walking through the woods looking for her grandson. The woman stopped and listened. There were many dangers in this forest. Only the eyes were visible in the darkness. Someone had said it wasn't the magic of the elemental elves, an invasion, an invader. Something swiftly flew past the woman, leaving a glowing trail behind it. It was necessary to get rid of the intruder. The glowing dots flew past. Was Clay in danger? Clay freed the girl. She said she almost died. That honey was just awful. The guy touched the girl's head with his finger and said it wasn't honey, but pine tar. The girl didn't like that. She said her name was Vela. She is an incarnate elemental, a very respected one. The girl with wings opened the book and said it was very strange. The book says that honey has a yellowish-orange color. What's wrong with that? Clay looked at Vela and said that honey wasn't the only thing that had that color. Had she ever even tasted it? Vela said she had tasted honey, but not the kind that humans made. She wanted to taste it just once. Clay held out a honey pill to the girl and said she could try it. His mother had given it to him. Vela tried it, and she liked it very much. She smiled and rolled her eyes in pleasure. Vela tried some more and was satisfied. Clay said he wasn't sorry. This is the best honey in the world. There are so many different kinds of honey in the world of people. Vela had eaten and collapsed on the ground. We had trouble breathing. The next moment, the girl said to behave carefully. There are guards nearby. Glowing dots appeared behind the young man. Clay reacted quickly and put up the shield he had acquired in the cave to protect himself. The glowing dots slammed into the shield, creating a powerful glow. There were many guards. They said it was an invader. We must get rid of him. He dared to take the princess hostage. Clay used his shield to barely hold back the onslaught of the guards. He thought that this was a tremendous power. Is this really the power of incarnate elementals? The guy tried to explain himself. He said he wasn't an interventionist. And which princess are we talking about? The guards continued their onslaught. They asked how dare he lie. Liars have no place in their territory. A dismayed Clay said that they themselves were forcing him to take further action. Clay, holding his shield in his hands, activated a level 8 flame lion. The flame lion rose above our hero. Vela raised her hand and shouted for the guards to stop. The guards stopped at the same second and hovered in the air. Clay weakened the onslaught of the fire lion. One of the guards could not calm down and, swinging his weapon, said that the interloper was about to get it. The woman saw her grandson defending himself from the guards who were attacking him. She shouted, "Not again!" In the darkness, the woman saw Clay's silhouette with guards flying around him. She called out to the boy. The woman approached her grandson with fear in her eyes. As she got closer, she saw that it wasn't that bad. Clay held the honey pills in his hand and told the guards not to make a fuss. There's a little something for everyone. Vela continued to sit on the grass, sighing heavily. The girl told one of the guards that she had warned her that it was going to be incredibly delicious. The satisfied guardian said that it would be great if one could enjoy such deliciousness every day, but they rarely come into contact with humans. Vela said that in that case, they should just go to the human world. They'd eat a lot of food there. The grandmother came closer and said her grandson was scared. She thought he was in danger. Clay said it was pretty dangerous, but Vela stopped them in time. Grandmother was frightened and asked if the Empress knew that Princess Vela was here. The girl laughed and said she ran away from the palace. Her mother is a strict older sister, and she is as free as the wind. The elf, her grandson, and the princess decided to hurry. After all, the Empress is expecting them. Clay thought that the magic of the incarnated elementals was incredibly powerful. Even a level 8 shield couldn't stop them. Clay and his grandmother arrived at the palace of the elementals incarnate and greeted Her Majesty. Vela approached the Empress. The Empress stood with a magic wand in her hand. The Empress said that this is the blessing of the god of enchantment. It's God's favor. The elemental elves have been saved. The Empress, on behalf of all the elemental elves, expressed her sincere gratitude to Clay. The boy bowed and said that he was honored to have the opportunity to help the Empress. The Empress stretched her hand forward. A pictograph appeared between her hand and Clay's face. Holding a magic wand in her hand, the Empress said that according to the conditions she had set, 10,000 elemental elves would be loyal to Clay for 10 years. The Empress said it was a spiritual oath. Clay wondered, was that really all it was? It looked kind of strange. The guy said he had a request. It concerns the possibility of making a contract with one of the elemental elves. The Empress said that before that she would like to see the lad at the Moonwell restoration ceremony. After all, he was now a friend of the elemental elves. Vela flew up to Clay's ear and whispered that if she made a contract with him, she could go to the human world, so he must choose her. Clay, smiling, asked if she really liked Honey that much. Vela said if he didn't pick her, she'd just ignore him for the rest of her life. Clay laughed. He said that threatening others was clearly not in Vela's habits. The Empress stood on the edge of a high cliff. Clay and his grandmother approached her. The Empress threw off her black robe and was left in a white dress. Clay thought with delight that the Empress was a beauty. The Empress, holding a magic wand in her hand, said, "Almighty God of enchantment." The Empress tossed her wand upwards and it glowed intensely. She asked the Almighty for blessing and comfort. The wand rose higher and higher. The light from it spread farther and farther. The Empress said excitedly that the moon well was full again, and the god of enchantment was protecting them again. The elemental elves greeted the Empress and the deity with a shout. They felt that this was happiness for them. Grandmother wept. After many years, the population of elemental elves could be multiplied. Clay understood the whole idea. It was to increase the birth rate. Our hero stood between the two women. His grandmother and the Empress looked at each other. The Empress presented Clay with 3 of the most outstanding warriors among the elemental elves. Which of them does he wish to contract with? Clay felt that the waves of magical energy coming from the elves were quite powerful. Clay thought he had to make a choice according to the dictates of his heart, but his heart wasn't responding. The Empress had said that any elemental elf would be happy to make a contract with the lad. Vela fluttered beside her. The guy put his finger forward and said that in that case he was choosing Vela. Grandmother became alarmed. Vela is a member of the imperial family. She is the heir. The Empress asked what Vela thought. The girl answered her mother that she didn't mind and wanted to go with Clay. The Empress thought that God's will was for everything. Perhaps this was the best outcome. The Empress leaned over and told Clay to promise to take care of the girl. The boy replied that he was ready to protect his comrades at the cost of his own life. The woman stated that since the children were so eager, she would make an exception. Vela rejoiced. The woman dripped blood on her daughter. The same drop landed on the young man. The Empress declared that the elemental elf princess and Clay are bound by contract. The blood oath has been successfully concluded. The expedition returned home through the portal. The grandmother, her grandson, and his bear cub found themselves in the Valley of the Elves. Clay, looking at Vela, said he couldn't believe she was a princess, but if she's here, she won't be the heiress. Vela replied that that's what her older sister is for. Vela added that she favors sweets over the throne. Vela said that everyone silently blamed her for draining the moon well. It drove their race to the brink of extinction. It's all over now. Clay figured that once the time came to inherit the throne, it might not be without bloodshed. The boy thought that his grandmother understood this too. The grandmother asked him not to talk about it. Bella told the boy to keep his nose clean. She can do everything her mother did. She can even neutralize the enemy's magic. Vela told Clay that his safety was in her hands from this day forward. Clay didn't argue. He simply said that time would tell. A messenger came to our hero and said that Her Majesty the Princess had sent a scroll and asked that young Mr. Clay return as soon as possible. The boy remembered, for his mother had told him of a reception in honor of his return. Grandma said that her grandson had better come back soon. It might be something urgent, but he mustn't forget his grandmother. Clay felt a little sad. Had something happened? Vela whirled around beside him. Stormgrad, a family of dragon's blood, young people partying and dancing. Using the portal, Clay and his team quickly appeared at home. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't look like anything is wrong here. However, the guards did not let our hero in. He was told that uninvited people and dogs were not allowed in. Clay thought, does Pippi look like a PSA? Clay indignantly said that this was his house. After all, this is his family's grand reception. Why is the royal family here too? Elijah appeared and shouted for the guards to lower their weapons immediately. It's her son. The guard apologized and said that he hadn't had the opportunity to see the young master for a long time, so he didn't recognize him. However, the pets must be left outside for His Majesty's safety. Pippi stayed outside. Clay asked, why is the royal family here? What happened? The woman indignantly said that it was all Shixen's doing. Because of their scheming, it was announced today that the Alchemy Academy was no longer affiliated with the Academy of Magic. Clay asked his mother in surprise, what was the matter? Elijah was angry. She said that Clay had to pass a test to enter the Academy of Magic. Successful completion requires level 4 magic. However, because of his seal, only the Alchemy Academy will be open to him. Clay resented it with rage. He had come back to study magic. In alchemy, he can be a teacher himself. He's not allowed to take a step. Elijah told his son that they had no choice now. Shasine invited the king to smooth things over. In doing so, their family is backed into a corner. Clay overtook his mother and moved into the hall with the guests. Vela hurried after him. The boy said the old man was playing dirty and dishonest. Opening the doors to the hall, the boy thought that this was just the beginning. I wondered what other surprises this family had in store for him. Clay stepped inside. The king and the archbishop stood side by side and looked at the boy who had entered. The king smiled and walked towards the boy. He said that their little genius had returned. Clay bowed to the king and thanked His Majesty for his hospitality. The king said that after entering the Alchemy Academy, Clay would conquer everyone with his knowledge. The boy looked up and told the king that he wanted to go to the Academy of Magic. The archbishop said this boy's magic was sealed. You have to have level 4 magic to be admitted. He can't do that. Clay walked up to the archbishop and said, that's arrogant. He has mastery and even more advanced magic. Shisen said that's a lie. Guy asked, why not see for yourself? We need to find a level 4 mage for them to fight. The king will be a witness. Archbishop Shixen said that in that case, his opponent would be the prince. He is a level 4 magician. It's forbidden to use alchemical things. Clay walked up to his opponent and told Prince Vine to escort him into the arena. They will need a lot of space. The prince said he would destroy the opponent. Clay asked how the prince was feeling. Had his head wound healed? He would need to be more careful in the arena. In the arena, the king stood between the competitors. He said that this duel would determine whether Clay was worthy of becoming a student of the Academy of Magic. The prince immediately created a magical barrier and said that his opponent could not defeat him. Now he can't be taken by surprise as before. Clay smiled and asked, was this the prince's way of admitting that he had sicked the soldiers on him outside the city? Prince Vine lunged at his rival and shouted that perhaps in the next life he would know everything. The prince rested his hand on the ground and activated the magic icon. Thanks to the powerful ice crystals, Clay was knocked down and flew high up. The prince, using his crystal sword, shouted that they weren't done yet. Without his scrolls, his opponent was just an insignificant insect. The prince swung and tried to deliver a staggering blow with this sword. Clay blocked the attack. There was a massive release of energy. Elijah, worried about her son, cried out and spoke his name. The archbishop thought, even if this ice doesn't destroy Clay, it will seriously cripple him. The prince smiled gloatingly. He said that his opponent was about to die. Clay holds up a glowing ball of light. He says his rival is getting excited early. Prince's childish amusement can't hurt him. Clay pointed his magic glowing orb at his opponent, and in the prince's hands, the sword shattered into small shards. Clay said that now his opponent would see what level 5 magic was. A bright flash blinded those watching. They shouted that they couldn't see anything. Was it light magic? Had Clay managed to break the seal? The Archbishop expressed surprise. Was this really 5th level magic? How did this boy manage to break the seal? Clay was already holding a glowing orb in each hand. The prince couldn't believe that his opponent had that level of magic and shouted for Clay to come closer. Clay knew that if he got any closer, his opponent's elemental shield would knock him back. Clay paused for a moment. Vela flew closer to him. Guy told Vela to share her sealing magic with him. Vela said that according to her magic level, the effect of this spell would last for about 5 minutes, with a range of no more than 3 meters. Clay replied that it would be quite enough. Vela told the elemental elf contractor to accept the deity's blessing. The girl formed a magic circle in front of her. Vela aimed a beam of light directly at Clay's forehead. A bolt of energy shot through the boy's head. The prince shouted for his opponent not to even think of messing with him and applied the ice dance. The ice shards started flying in different directions. Clay used a glowing shield and repelled the attack of ice shards flying at him. Through the bright glow, the spectators peering into the battlefield determined that Clay had blocked the ice shards' attack. The opponents stood in the arena against each other. The prince aimed his ice shards at Clay. Our hero put up a shield in front of him, and the shards could not penetrate it. The spectators realized that 4th level magic had been used. The girl told her interlocutor, judging by the results of the battle, their forces are equal. The boy replied that Clay wasn't bluffing, and it was really true. Ilya told Archbishop she's seen that Clay blocked the attack of level 4 magic. Does that mean he passed the test? Shisen replied that it didn't mean anything yet. The Archbishop thought it was just a coincidence. His seal must be working properly. Clay must not be allowed to enter the Academy of Magic. The prince was furious. He didn't understand how his opponent was able to block his attack. Clay asked, did the prince really think he had only studied alchemy all along? He suggests that the prince admit defeat right now. The prince spread his hands apart and continued to hold the ice shards. He stated that the opponent was being presumptuous. Prince Vine swung his ice swords and rushed to attack his opponent once again. Clay brought his shield forward again, and his opponent's swords also shattered into small shards from contact with that shield. Clay thought, if this continues, the magic will dissipate and everyone present will realize it. Something must be done. The prince once again swung his swords and jumped up, telling his opponent to defend himself. Would he be able to fend off this attack? Clay, smiling, thought it was just what he needed. Clay used magic again. The opponent's swords melted and turned into water. The prince couldn't believe it. Now it was our hero's turn to attack. Clay accelerated and rushed straight at his opponent. The prince put his hands forward and said that he was about to destroy his opponent. Clay finally decided to attack him. The prince stood with his arms stretched forward and didn't understand why his magic wasn't working. He ran up to the prince and grabbed his wrists. He said that he was able to restrain his opponent's abilities because he possessed level 5 magic. Clay, not letting go of his opponent's hand, said that now he would show his true strength. Vela's magic had made the prince an ordinary man, and now he was easy to deal with. Clay realized that since the prince was one of the heirs, he couldn't destroy him, lest the royal family hold a grudge against him. Clay used his magic, and green tentacles of wild plants began to emerge from the ground. Also, a carnivorous flower appeared from the ground and swallowed the prince and started sucking him inside. The prince was frightened and did not understand what this creature was. It was a carnivorous rafflesia that had completely engulfed the prince. Clay was nearby. The king, watching the events, cried out in fear as to what had happened to his son. The archbishop was outraged. How dare Clay destroy the prince? It's a challenge to the royal family. The rascal must be arrested. Clay looked up and saw the guards' swords pointed at him. Clay turned to the archbishop and said, this is a sacred arena, and the priest said there should be only one winner. Technically, the trial should be over as soon as he blocked the prince's attack. But the priest didn't stop the fight. The priest angrily declared that even though Clay was worthy of a place in the Academy of Magic, he must answer for the prince. Clay pulled back the sword pointed in his direction with his hand and asked, so the priest acknowledges that he passed the test and can enter the Academy of Magic? Clay told the plant to let the prince go. It wouldn't be able to digest a level 4 mage anyway. The carnivorous rafflesia opened its mouth and the prince fell out. The guard went to the prince and told his majesty that the prince was unharmed. He had just fainted from fear. The king rejoiced and told the prince to be taken to his chambers immediately. Clay must be set free. Clay put his hand to his chest and bowed to the king. He said that the Dragonblood family was infinitely loyal to his majesty. He would never dare to harm the prince. The king looked at Shisen and asked him if the archbishop had any objections. Archbishop Shisen said he had no objection. Shiksen approached the boy and said that he congratulated Clay from the Dragonblood family. He had passed the test safely and would become a student of the Magic Academy. The archbishop's face became angry. He said that the boy should not rejoice before his time. Stormgrad, the royal palace. The prince, frustrated, was kneeling in the corner. He was throwing up all the time. It was all because of the plant Clay had put on him. The princess said that this Clay had completely tormented her poor child. He is a real barbarian. The king and queen were sympathetic and understandingly silent. The princess took the king under her arm and asked if he thought that the dragon blood family had gone too far. It might affect their reputation. The queen looked menacingly at Princess Shixin and asked what she meant. The queen pointed her finger at the terrified princess and said it was her family that instigated this, now trying to blame it on the dragon blood family. Clay didn't hurt the prince. There wasn't a scratch on him. The king tried to calm the queen down and get her out of here. He said that they would not bring it up again and suggested that the queen rest. Taking the queen away, His Majesty said that with such talent, Clay would achieve great success at the Magic Academy. The king added that this boy would undoubtedly make his family and all of Stormgrad famous. Archbishop Shixin was very angry and left dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle. The princess was furious. She asked the archbishop, would her brother really leave it all like this? Would the Shixin family bend to the dragon blood family? The archbishop had a plan. He said that the king did not want to deal with Clay because of his high position in society. But that doesn't mean that others are forbidden to do so. The archbishop told the prince that this time he would personally take care of that guy. Clay won't have a chance. The prince's status obliged him to put in more effort. The prince, exhausted and humiliated, was on his knees. The prince said angrily that this guy could use magic and level 5 alchemical scrolls. He destroyed all their guards. There's no way to get close to him. The prince thought that if it hadn't been for Duck, he would have died outside the city by now. This scoundrel must be dealt with. The archbishop gave the prince a magic scroll and said that in that case, Clay should be left all alone. Shixin said that the prince should send a letter to the dwarves at once and ask them to kill the dragon. They would not dare refuse the Prince of Stormgrad. The prince thought that with this treasure, he would deal with Clay once and for all. The archbishop extended his hand over the palace and said that the territory of the Academy of Magic was under his jurisdiction. Clay wouldn't get away alive. Stormgrad, Academy of Magic. A teacher talks about methods of controlling magic and indignantly reprimands Clay, who is asleep at the time. Clay does not react. The teacher menacingly shouts out the name, Clay Lungshu. Clay woke up, opened his eyes, and lifted his head over the desk. The young man jumped to his feet, turned his head sideways, and wondered what was wrong. Are the monsters attacking? The students laughed. The teacher thumped his palm on the table in anger. He said that monsters only attacked in his dreams. Clay has to tell him what magic control is. If he doesn't answer, he will clean out the cages of the magic beasts. Clay pictured the horrible picture of him cleaning out the cells and was frightened. He told the teacher that he would tell everything now. The teacher said menacingly that she was listening intently and there was no need to test her nerves. Clay said that controlling magic is the ability to rely on one's own spiritual power and use it to control magical vibrations. Clay, happy, walked out of the classroom. Lessons were over, and another carefree school day had come to an end. Outside the door, Senya and Pippi were waiting for him. Clay thanked his friends for their help. If it wasn't for them, he would have to stay after school. Senya replied that the boy should be more careful. Not everyone gets a chance to study here. Clay stated that he wasn't taking these classes seriously because he had already studied all of this in the Valley of the Elves. And he added that Senya would be able to enter the Academy of Magic very soon too. Clay was disappointed that they were only learning the basics here. He thought that studying would help him break the sealing seal. Looking out the window, the guy saw Archbishop Shixin and 2 other people holding something in their hands and hurrying somewhere. Senya said she heard that something unusual had been found outside the city. The Archbishop had placed a seal to smooth out the magical fluctuations, but it seemed the seal had been broken. Clay thought that this information could be quite useful to him. What could have broken the Archbishop's seal? Clay said he wasn't going home just yet and ordered that Pippi send Senya back. Clay immediately disappeared. The girl was upset because she wanted to go with him. Pippi replied menacingly that it was not proper. It was necessary to go home. Senya decided to attack the bear with her feminine charm and said she wanted to go with Clay. Clay secretly snuck to the secret place, and from behind a rock watched the knights. Something incredible was happening in the sky. Knight told his colleague that the Archbishop had just strengthened the seal, so caution should be exercised. Clay, peering out from behind a rock, thought a great opportunity had presented itself for him. The boy could feel the powerful sealing magic. He could literally feel its effects on him. But something was wrong. Clay bent down and took some earth in his hand. He didn't feel any hesitation. Magic couldn't affect her for too long. Who could have set all this up? The guy decided to see what it all meant if he was still here. Looking behind the hill, our hero saw a huge dragon. It was an incredible sight. Looking closer, Clay saw a huge shining sword sticking out of the rock. Clay decided to get closer and started climbing up the cliff. The dragon was huge, 10 times bigger than Tina. Clay climbed to the top. In front of him was a level 9 northern blade. How had it gotten here? Such a thing was hard to find even in the realm of immortals. Clay realized that a mere human could not control this artifact. How could the archbishop have sealed it here? Something's not right here. Clay looked closer and saw the people below. He realized that all was not right here. The people noticed Clay and said that someone had dared to make an attempt on the dragon. Clay showed his badge and said that he was a student of the Magic Academy. He had wandered in here by accident and was about to leave. The knight said it was a petty thief. They are ordered to guard the area and deal with anyone who dares to enter. At this time, the mages, sitting over their books, were casting their spells. Clay thought that Shisin must surely be behind all this. The mages climbed onto the dais and, raising their hands up, formed glowing energy charges above them. The prince and the archbishop overcame. The prince asked why send so many rank 5 experts and rank 6 mages on this boy. The archbishop said that they had underestimated him last time. There should be no failure this time. If you destroyed him for no obvious reason, the Dragon Blood family would be angry with them. If they attack him for trespassing into sealed territory and trying to steal the dwarves' treasure, that's a different matter. The mages and knights attacked Clay. The archbishop said there was nothing more for them to do here. They should go back to the city and wait for good news. Clay had to dodge energy charges and attacks from knights flying at him. Clay looked at the organized attack on him and thought, when would it all end? The guy decided to use pictogram tape to defend against attacks. Clay managed to hide behind a rock on the other side of which powerful explosions were taking place. Clay squatted down. There were arrows all around him. He used his stone shield. The guy used his secret weapon. Long vines appeared, which immediately captivated the knights attacking him. The mages continued to send energy charges toward Clay. The archbishop was right. This child relies on magic scrolls. The rock behind which our hero was hiding from the explosion shattered into small shards. Clay miraculously survived. The blast wave threw Clay right back to the sword that was sticking out of the ground. Clay thought as the knights and mages lined up their attacks without giving him a break. Shisin did his best this time. The attacker saw a rank 9 magical beast. There was a human on it. Friends rushed to our hero's aid. Senya and Pippi stopped. The bear stood on its hind legs and growled menacingly. Senya found herself on the soft and fluffy paw of a huge beast. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Clay grabbed Senya in his arms. He asked how the girl had gotten here. Senya replied that if she hadn't come, Clay would have been in a lot of trouble. Clay said she doesn't listen to everyone. She would be punished for that. From behind cover, an archer was aiming at the young men at the same time. Senya saw the danger and decided to protect Clay with her body. She shouted for the boy to be careful and jumped towards the arrow. The arrow slammed into the girl's body. Senya coughed. Clay saw what had happened and, startled, screamed loudly. The chained bear roared loudly. The magician sealed the wild beast. Clay was terribly upset. The magician's hostile energy was having a detrimental effect on him. The boy was terribly angry. Why did his enemies keep trying to take away the people he cared about? Clay grabbed his magic sword. Clay pulled his sword out of the ground and raised it high up above his head. He said he would make his enemies answer for this. The mages saw the knights flying in different directions. Clay was mercilessly destroying them. Is this guy really using this artifact? It's necessary to retreat. My colleague said that Shisin won't approve of this. This guy needs to be dealt with. Clay shouted that they were all assassins and there was no escape. The young man held a sword in his hand, lightning bolts roaming across it. Clay, swinging his magic sword, carried on the attack while shouting loudly. Clay dropped the sword from his hands. The lightning was still roaming the weapon. Clay shrieked. The guy used the sword for a short period of time, and yet his spiritual power is running low. It's all about the seals on it. Clay looked back and saw a white small cloud rising above the girl. He shouted loudly. Clay ran towards Senya. Her soul had already begun to dissipate. If he didn't stop the process, he wouldn't be able to save her. The boy lifted the girl's body and leaned his hand on the wounded area. He began to activate his inner powers with magic. The bear broke out of its confinement. Scattering the mages, he carried on with great speed and shouted to Clay to get on his back faster. He would get them out of here. Clay told the bear that the girl wouldn't survive the trip in that condition. He continued to hold Senya in his arms. Clay ordered the bear back and reported everything to his parents. Some of the attackers had escaped. If they brought reinforcements, he couldn't hold out. The bear turned around and ran to fulfill the order. He said he would be back very quickly. Hostile mages surrounded our hero. Did the boy really use all his scrolls? Besides, the beast ran away. He can't defeat them in his condition. Clay was calm. Did they really think Pippi was the only one who could help him? Clay pulled out a dragon scale and said he had a trump card up his sleeve. Guy crushed those scales and told the contracted dragon to hear his call and show up as soon as possible. The call was heard. Christina, who was on her treasure, thought she heard a familiar voice. The mage laughed. Was some imaginary dragon about to fly in and save him? The mage continued. Dragons are proud and noble creatures. How did Clay think he could control one of them? The dragon was already behind the mage at this point. Clay told Christina that those bad guys hurt his little sister. We need to help take care of them. Christina stretched her neck up, raised her wings, and screamed loudly. The villains, frightened of the real dragon, began to scatter in different directions. The mage tried using his ability to activate the defense, but it didn't help him. Bloodstains got on the book and flew in different directions. The villains were finished. Christina, smiling sweetly, approached Clay and said that everything was fulfilled. The dragon asked, "How does this girl feel?" Guy replied sadly that her soul was sealed in this body, but he couldn't help her now. Clay asked if Christine knew someone who could bring the girl back to life. Christina said that only the dragon herb of immortality could help here. Clay said he had to find it immediately. Christina said that many years ago, a man died and used the herb of immortality. Not only did his powers come back to him, but he became the first person who could use level 13 magic. Clay wondered, wasn't level 12 the limit for humans? Tina said that was what had upset the balance of power in the world. Since then, the Dragon Clan has decided not to give the plant to anyone. The boy raised his head and shouted that he would do anything to save Senya, no matter what it cost him. There was a fire-breathing dragon floating in the sky. It was the missing Dragon Emperor. Tina said that only those who could help find the long-lost Dragon Emperor could get the immortality herb. Clay shouted loudly. He realized that he had to search for the body of the Dragon Emperor. The boy scratched the back of his head. Tina said that the Dragon Emperor hadn't been seen for 1,000 years. His body is dozens of times larger than a normal dragon. Where could he be hidden? Clay imagined the size of the remains of the Dragon Emperor's body and scratched the back of his head once more. He pointed to the bones and asked Tina if that was him. Tina wondered grimly, how could he be here? Clay had said he had been hidden very diligently all the time by the dwarves. Clay looked at his spatial ring on his finger and hid the skeleton of the Dragon Emperor there. Clay climbed onto Christina's back with Senya in his arms. Now the Dragon Clan must give him the herb of immortality. Shaking the sword in his hand, someone shouted that it was necessary to destroy everyone. The dragon thought, what is that sound, before taking off. He smelled the rich odor of blood. Who is fighting whom? Clay looked at his spatial ring, which was emitting a mysterious glow. The boy thought that there might be reinforcements from the Archbishop on one side. Clay's grandfather and his father with reinforcements rushed to the rescue. On the other side was Archbishop Shisin, who was also supported by armed knights. Old Reno, waving his sword, rode on his horse and shouted that he would leave no stone unturned against the enemy. His knights went on the attack. The terrible bear was going to take part in this battle. Reno said that the Shixin family dared to infringe on the life of a Dragonblood family member. We have to show who they're messing with. The young man told his father that the knights follow Shixin's orders, but are part of the secret imperial organization. Should he apply his cardinal methods to them? Reno said that anyone who dared lay a finger on his grandson would be destroyed. His knights fought bravely against their rivals. The bear roared loudly. A glowing ball of light appeared in its mouth. A crystal flew into the sky, followed by an explosion. The young man told his father that the barrier was broken. With sword in hand, he rode to Clay's aid. Archbishop Shixin shouted that Reno dared not destroy all the knights of the imperial organization and should not pierce a breach in his protective dome. Does he really want to declare war on the king? Reno, on horseback and with sword in hand, rode up to the lonely Archbishop Shixin. Reno was not ceremonious and landed a staggering blow on the Archbishop. The Archbishop flew far back and hit a tree and fell to the ground. Old man Reno got off his horse and approached his lying opponent. He told him to wipe the smug face off his face. Reno kicked his opponent in the chest and said that his words would in no way shake his family's loyalty to the king. Shisin said he hopes that in the face of his majesty, Reno will be as brave. Reno replied that he would try to deal with it without using brute force. But if a single hair fell from his grandson's head, he would bury the whole lousy Shisin family alive. The dragon, having risen high into the sky, flew above the ground to its destination point. Christina told her passengers that they were getting close. However, Clay must choose his expressions when dealing with the elder. His magic is not something an ordinary person can handle. Clay, holding the girl tightly to his chest, thanked Tina. He would do anything to save Xenia. The dragon went for a landing. He landed in the place where his brother was already waiting for him. Christina landed in front of the dragon, who immediately roared loudly at her. Christine responded in kind. The dragons' heads came closer together. The co-worker said hello to Christina and told her they hadn't seen each other in a while. He sees 2 bugs on her that he can catch if she wants. Tina replied that they were her friends and couldn't be harmed. The black opponent didn't want to settle down and said that if Christina defeated him, then he would let them through. Suddenly there was a loud shout from outside. Someone shouted for the vizier to stop immediately and let Christina in. Vizier said Christina was lucky that Skavet intervened. A tense Clay thought, is this really the power of a dragon? Its soul seems to tremble before such power. This power is enough to tear a man to pieces. Christine and Vizier stepped inside. In front of them was a dragon that was many times their size. The dragon greeted the young man politely. The formidable dragon introduced himself. He is the elder of the dragon clan, Skavet. Christine told him that the boy had managed to find the remains of the dragon emperor. Clay, holding Xenia in his arms, turned to the elder. He had indeed found the dragon emperor and would like to return him to the dragon clan, but he had one request. The dragon remained calm and told the man to continue. Clay said he'd like to get the herb of immortality. The dragon elder looked into the man's eyes and said that he was either too brave or too stupid. Skavet stretched his neck upward, opened his maw, and roared loudly. Powerful bright beams began to emerge from the jaws. The dragon said he was angry. The man in front of him is a foolish and greedy man. Christina, lowering her head, told Clay to take back his words immediately. Otherwise, that power would tear him apart. Clay activated the protective sphere and said he needed the immortality herb. Clay thought, though the dragon is strong, he can't back down. The dragon stopped and asked, is the young man really willing to sacrifice his life to obtain the power that is hidden in this plant? Clay replied that he wasn't interested in power. He needed the grass to save his sister. Skavet said he likes people who don't have selfish thoughts. He will give the herb, but he wants to see the dragon emperor first. Clay said he wouldn't do it until he got the herb of immortality. Christina saw the skeleton with her own eyes and can confirm this. Guy added that he couldn't trust Mr. Skavet. Clay said the herb of immortality and cure his sister. He will immediately give the skeleton of the dragon emperor. Clay raised his head and said menacingly that he would destroy the skeleton otherwise. Skavet said Clay is pretty reckless, but his threats have a definite impact. The girl rose up and began to hover at some height. Skavet told the boy to wait outside while he brought the grass. Skavet added that if the guy cheated him or damaged the dragon emperor's bones, then he would destroy their souls with his own hands. Clay thought he had to wait a very long time. Would everything be all right? Finally, the girl ran out of the cave and rushed towards our hero. Xenia jumped on the guy and knocked him down with joy. She shouted that she was very happy to see him. Clay, not letting go of the girl, asked, is everything okay with Xenia? She's sure she's not in any pain? Xenia, looking into Clay's eyes, said that the herb of immortality worked wonders. It was like she was reborn. The girl stated that she felt an incredible surge of strength. Her body felt as if it was overflowing with mana. Xenia raised her hands up and showed how much mana was overwhelming her. Huge beams of energy began to rise straight up into the sky. Clay thought it was incredible, for this was high-level magic. He had never seen magic circles like this before. Skavet knew that the immortality herb was a dragon emperor's energy blob. The girl had inherited the wisdom of the dragon emperor. The speed of light would see a new personality. Skavet says he's fulfilled the guy's condition. Now the guy has to fulfill his promise. Clay stretched his hand forward and said that the dragon emperor's skeleton was in his spatial ring. Skavet said that was wise. Now they should follow to the tomb of the dragons. It's time for the emperor to rest too. Clay turned to the girl and told her to stay here. He would be back soon. While inside the cave, Clay saw Skavet transform into a human. The boy was surprised. It turns out that dragons can take the form of humans. Skavet crossed his arms over his chest and looked sternly at the small man. Skavet and Clay stopped in front of a huge pictograph that depicted a dragon. Skavet said as Clay took his hand. The magical pressure in the dragon's tomb would not be survived by a human without his magical protection. Skavet and Clay, holding hands, stepped through the pictograph. Once on the other side of the portal, Clay saw that they were in outer space. The boy asked, is the tomb of dragons another dimension? Clay looked up and saw the dragons flying above him. The power coming from them was comparable to Skavet's. The passing dragons also turned into humans. Clay thought that they must also be elders who had come here to honor the dragon emperor. Clay saw the dragon people standing below. In the center were the remains of the dragons. Clay also saw the grass of immortality. This was the place where it grew. Skavit told his interlocutor that he could now show the Dragon Emperor. Clay pulled out the skeleton of the Dragon Emperor from his spatial ring, and everyone saw it. Clay watched as all the dragon men lifted their heads up and gave a friendly shout. The boy thought that was the sound of grief in dragons. He could feel their grief overflowing. Skavit said after the ritual that the dragon clan thanked the boy. Now the Dragon Emperor's soul could find peace. Clay musters up his courage and asks Skavit for another bundle. He hoped the herb would help him get rid of the seal that sealed his magic. Skavit said it was only possible if the guy had an item as valuable as the Dragon Emperor's bones, or he could try to get the herb himself. But if he steps beyond the magic barrier, he'll stupidly meet the goddess of doom. Clay, looking at his interlocutor, said he would certainly try it. Clay immediately sprang into action. Skavit shouted something after him, but the boy wasn't listening. Colleagues told Skavit that this greedy boy would die. Skavit replied that Clay wasn't doing it out of greed. If he succeeded in gathering the grass, he wouldn't let the boy die. Around Clay circled the angry souls of the dead dragons. They had the same abilities as when they were alive, but their spiritual bodies were fragile. He had to hold them back with the right elements and buy time to gather the herbs. A fire dragon appeared in front of the boy. Clay thought the pill would help him. Clay swallowed the pill. With a wave of his hand, he created a powerful barrier between himself and the fire dragon. Clay was in a protective shell. The dragon souls couldn't reach him. One of the dragon people inquired about what this guy had ingested. He was able to conjure powerful water magic. The co-worker said that the guy created a water barrier. The other dragons can't attack him because of the fire dragon. This kid is smart. In his protective water sphere, Clay lowered himself to the flower of immortality. One must hurry, or the other dragons would attack, and it would be over. The boy plucked the coveted herb. The dragon souls, seeing this, began to rapidly approach. Clay thought it was bad. Skavit came to our hero's aid and drove away the souls of the dead dragons. Skavit said he was also doing it because he was curious. What did the guy eat that helped him conjure magic of immense power? Clay pulled out a vial and said that these are elixirs of his making that allow him to temporarily enhance the magic of a certain element. He has elixirs of water, fire, and earth. Clay added that for the Dragon Clan, these elixirs have a permanent effect. Christina can confirm she took the water element pill. The dragon men made it clear that they were interested in these elixirs. Clay thought, how could he not want wealth? Skavit said that dragons are in great need of such elixirs. Many of them are unable to evolve further because they have reached their limits. Clay said it's not that simple. These elixirs are custom-made. If he gave them to the dragons, he'd have to pay a huge penalty. The boy added that he could trade these elixirs for something valuable. The highest bidder would get them. Business was booming. The dragon people lined up. Christina was registering everyone who was willing to bid. Quantities are limited. The registration process did not stop. Christina said he was tired. When will it all be over? A tired Christina said that the counting was over. Why does she have to do it? It's hard for her to hold back in front of so many treasures. Skavit and his co-workers and Clay sat around the table and celebrated. One of the dragons told Christine that it was a great opportunity to practice her stamina. Christina was upset. These dragons would lord it over her as they pleased due to their status. Clay had made these conservatives quite docile in just a few days. Clay tells Skavit if the counting is done, then the auction can begin. He'd better get his business done and get home soon. One of the dragons asked, is the guy really going to go home? Skavit rose from the table and thanked Clay for returning the remains of the Dragon Emperor to them. For that, he'd like to give the boy a gift on behalf of the clan. Skavit decided to give a spatial ring that can hold an entire state, as well as a white dragon horn. With it, you can count on the help of the Dragon Clan at any time. Furthermore, this horn emits a sound that will scare away even a rank 9 monster. Skavit said that all of the white dragon's power is concentrated in that horn. He would look forward to the day when Clay would unleash its full potential and also use the praise of light. Clay knew that praising the light was a type of white magic that only pure of heart priests could use. Clay thought that a person who used the horn could self-heal, even when on the verge of death. One could return to normal in a matter of moments. That's important on the battlefield. This horn can be used to create a praise of light. There are only a few on this continent who can boast such an artifact. Skavit rubbed the boy on the head. He said Clay had 2 valuable qualities, honesty and kindness. He's going to ask Tina to drive him back. He doesn't like to say goodbye. Clay smiled and thanked Skavit. Already on the flight, Christina said the guy had gotten a lot of money. He had a nice trip to Dragon Island. Clay and Senya regarded the ground from above. The guy told Tina not to be upset. She'd done a good job and set 2 vials on her. Tina got excited and almost somersaulted through the air. She said Clay was the best. Senya told her companion that Stormgrad was ahead. Is there really a war there? The young men stared into the distance. Clay said he didn't like it. In front of each other, there were 2 armies facing each other. The Dragon Blood family army and the Shiksin army. The king stood between the warring factions and tried to calm the warring parties. He told Dar to calm down. Dar said that the Shiksin family destroyed Clay and Senya. They must answer for that. One of the knights looked up into the sky and said that a huge dragon was approaching them. However, it was Clay and Senya who were riding the dragon. Christina went for a landing. The knights scattered in fear. Why had a real dragon come to Stormgrad? After landing, the dragon opened its huge maw and roared loudly. He said that he was a friend of Clay Lungshu and would not spare anyone who dared to oppose his family. The knights shouted in fear that they would definitely not dare and had nothing against this family. The king thought in awe, how could this child control a dragon? Dar jumped off his horse and hugged the children. Clay asked his father what was going on here. Dar was very relieved that the children were all right. He thought they were dead, and he was going to avenge them. The king, smiling, walked over to the boy and said that Clay had arrived on time. A little more, and Stormgrad would have turned into a bloodbath. Clay told the king that he and his sister had indeed been attacked by the Shiksin family. However, he didn't have time to warn them because he was in a hurry to go to Dragon Island. The king angrily asked the archbishop what he had to say for himself. Shisin said Clay was the first to enter the barrier. It was a terrible misunderstanding, but he's alive. The archbishop whispered in the king's ear and said that the Dragon Blood family had the support of the Elf clan. Now the boy had the support of the Dragon clan. The archbishop said the king had better take care of it if he wanted to maintain his position in the state. The king told Dar that this is a terrible misunderstanding. He's not going to have a massacre here, is he? Dar replied that he could not disobey the king's order, so he would lead the army out, but it would not go unpunished. The king leaned over to the boy and said that little Clay was incredibly scared this time. Clay was surprised, for he and the king were not on such close terms. The king said that as compensation, he decided to reward the lad with the title of Baron and allot land in the province of Borak. His Majesty added that these lands are next door to the lands of the elves. He should like it there. The boy rejoiced and thanked His Majesty. The king turned to Dar and said that Clay had accepted. He was the only native of Stormgrad to receive the title at such a young age. Senya looked at her older brother in surprise. Dar also thanked His Highness. However, his face did not show any satisfaction. Clay noticed this and thought his father had that look in his eyes like he didn't need to do that. Dragon Blood family manor. Christina is stationed in front of the building and is resting. Elijah asks loudly, "Is Clay really going to Borak province?" Elijah loudly tells her husband that the king is scared. How could he let Clay accept this offer? Dar, fighting back, says it's not fair. The boy had made his own decision. He couldn't object, especially in front of the king. Clay gathered the necessary information from the book. Senya wondered why his mother was angry. Is it bad that he accepted the title? Clay explained that the problem was that it was the lands of Borak province that the king had granted. The lad added that it was a fairly vast area with fertile land, but most of it was occupied by the elven forest, where magic and other creatures swarmed. Senya concluded that it wasn't the king's salary just wanting to exile the guy away. After the family conversation, Dar was having some trouble with his head. He asked that his wife not cry. Ilya noticed that all the nobles who had gone there in past years had returned crippled or not returned at all. The door to the room swung open noisily, and a furious Reno appeared on the doorstep, sword in hand. He said Dar was a stupid animal. Reno, swinging his sword, lunged at his son. Why hadn't he done anything when he heard that the king was sending his grandson into exile? Dar, running away, had said that it would be much harder for him to deal with this if his father chopped him to pieces now. Clay tried to hold on to his grandfather and clung to his legs. He said it wasn't his dad's fault. He had made that choice on his own. Reno squatted down, put his hands on his grandson's shoulders, and said, "Doesn't he know what this place is?" Clay replied that he knew, and that was why he wanted to go there. The Academy of Magic was not the place he had envisioned. The only way out was to go to Borak and learn by experience. The old man asked in surprise, was his grandson not joking? Clay replied that Borak is the most suitable place for training, and the land there is very fertile. It has a great defense, so it will be fine. Clay thought that the king, without realizing it himself, had given him an incredible opportunity. Christine, against the backdrop of the full moon, was traversing the expanse of airspace. Flying over the royal castle, the dragon went into a descent. Sleeping on the bed, the king woke up and thought it had gotten quite windy. The king got out of bed and decided to go to the window. When he looked out, the king was surprised. A dragon flew up to His Majesty's chamber from outside. The king was frightened and bounced away from the window in the back of the room. On the dragon's back was Clay, who said not to let His Majesty be afraid. This is a friendly meeting and nothing more. The still frightened king said he was scared to death. Clay decided to explain everything. Since Christina likes to fly at night and he would be leaving the place soon enough, he decided to combine pleasant and useful and introduce her to the city. The king cried out fearfully. Had the boy decided to leave the dragon in Stormgrad? Clay nodded affirmatively. He and Christina had signed a contract that obligated him to support her. But since the income of the Borak province is rather meager, and most of it must be given to Stormgrad, he won't be able to feed her there. Clay, sitting on the dragon's head, said that she liked the king very much. She will visit him from time to time after he leaves, so it's better to get used to it quickly. The king said in awe that there was no need to visit him. The king was in close proximity to the dragon's head. He said in awe that he had just made a decision. Borat's would be completely financially self-sufficient, so he could take the dragon with him, and no need to visit him. Clay said it would be hard for Christina to get there every time she was hungry anyway. The king, still frightened, said he would send 200 carts of food there. Clay bowed to His Majesty and thanked him for his generosity. Clay and the dragon left the king's chambers. The boy wished him good dreams and added that he would look forward to their next meeting. The dragon left the city's territory. He flew over the ground again. Clay, smiling, asked how Christina would appreciate his skill. Christina said angrily that Clay was very fond of money, but he's not eager to take away her treasure, is he? Clay said he didn't want money, he wanted freedom. He just doesn't want to be decided or manipulated for him. He's come to show the king that he's not easily intimidated. Christina, flying over the city, concluded that humans are very complex creatures. The dragon landed again near the young man's estate. The dragon said that if that's the end of it, he's going to a snowy mountain. It's pretty close to the province of Borak. As soon as he wants to visit it, he can come visit. Christina soared into the sky. Clay waved and thanked her for everything. He promised to bring some water pills next time. The boy decided that now he had to get ready to travel. Clay stretched his arm forward and looked at his spatial ring. There were many jewels and treasures in the ring. Vela was also there. She was lying on the treasure and eating honey. Clay woke the girl, who still had the honey pill in her hands. Vela said she hadn't eaten enough yet, that is, she hadn't rested enough. Clay said he needed to prepare to go to Borat's. To do that, he needed Vela's help. Elijah, who was outside, raised her head up and found the means of transportation made of the skulls of a 9-headed hydra in the air. She cried out loudly. Clay opened his eyes and said hello to his mother. Vela was resting on his head. The woman asked her son in surprise if Clay had done it in one night. The boy replied that it was better to go on a long journey with an army. It was the best he could do in such a short time. The woman said in surprise that a 7th-ranked mage could do such a thing, but after all, his magic was still sealed. Clay replied that it was all thanks to Vela. She shared her wind magic. It is now sealed in this magic crystal that allows the machine to move. The crystal was attached to the speed shift box lever of this flying machine. Pippi, by the way, was still resting. The woman hugged her son. She said that he had really grown up. Clay replied that he would always be a child to her. Elijah said that she would be taking 2 units for herself in connection with this. Clay wondered, what did that have to do with anything? Elijah stroked her son's head and said that he had promised that he would always be a child and children should listen to their mother. Clay replied that it was unreasonable. Clay, upset, announced to the army that his mother had taken 2 skulls. Looks like they'll have to make a few more. Senya saddled her horse and said they had a hard road ahead of them. One of the knights approached, accompanied by his horse. Clay told Uncle Joe that he didn't need a horse for this trip. He wondered why Senya was here. Uncle Joe presented a finger to his mouth, signaling the need for silence. Clay figured it was all his mom's doing. No wonder she'd taken 2 skulls from him. The boy looked up at the castle wall, towering in front of him. The title given by the king stipulated the ownership of 2 horses, with the king already scared. If his status and confidence were to be shaken again, then there would definitely be no avoiding trouble. Clay put his hand to his chest and bowed. He swore an oath to his relatives and said he had caused them a lot of trouble. The guy promised that he would fulfill their expectations and become the strongest in this world. The king said he was young, but already very intelligent, and asked if his grandfather would not go to see him off. What good would it do to stay here? Reno said he sent his man with his grandson, so everything will be fine. The Archbishop thought that old fox Reno was only staying here because he was worried lest he and the king set a trap for Clay. However, they are one step ahead. The Archbishop thought that this child would not make it to the province of Barak alive. Clay raised his hand and told everyone that they were leaving. The knights moved in a coordinated formation toward their destination. The column reached the snowy gorge. The Hydra skull moved at the head of the procession. Pippi continued to rest. Senya settled down on the soft animal and asked why her brother kept looking into that ball. Clay, thanks to the falcon, kept watching. Clay said they'd been pursued since Stormgrad, but this man had rushed ahead of them out of the blue. Joe arrived at the mobile headquarters and reported that there were many bandits and brigands in Qingfeng Gorge. However, even if they were to be bribed, they wouldn't dare to attack the Dragonblood family. Clay created a small snowman and held it in the palm of his hand. He said their supplies were a tidbit for the robbers. Clay continued to hold the little man in his hand. He told Uncle Joe that he needed his help. Knight stated that he was going to lure out their stalker and make some money. The snowman moved to the palm of Uncle Joe's hand. The column decided to make a halt for the night. Joe ordered the knights to set up camp and take care of the food supply. 2 men from an elevated position were secretly watching this camp. One of those 2 was the leader of the Wolf-Tooth gang of Qingfeng Gorge. He said that an army led by a boy could not be strong. The gang leader's companion was a dark spirit who said that the ringleader would get a message about what he should do next. The ringleader returned to his gang and said that now was the time to act. The gang of miscreants, swinging their swords, rejoiced and realized they could get rich. The villain, accompanied by his gang, rushed upon the camp and shouted that they must be slaughtered and all supplies taken away. That way they could survive the winter. The bandit leader crept up from behind and decided to attack the knight closest to him. However, the knight turned into something incorporeal and melted away. The bandit wondered why he had arranged it. The villain realized they had been tricked and screamed that it was a trap. The bandits who attacked the knights saw that these knights were all made of snow. And indeed, they had been outwitted. Hovering above the villains on a lotus flower was Clay. He said he was expecting to fight real bandits. Turns out, they're just a bunch of kids. Wasted a lot of effort creating puppets. Clay ordered his knights to capture all the bandits alive. The knights jumped out of their hiding places and rushed to carry out young Master Clay's orders with shouts. The gang leader realized they had fallen into a trap, but he hoped they hadn't lost yet. The villain jumped high up and swung his sword. He thought he had to capture this child. Then everyone else would follow his orders. Clay, while on the lotus, threw a glowing ball of light towards the bandit attacking him. The ball hit the bandit in the head, and he lost his balance and fell to the snow. When he raised his head, he saw who he was lying in front of. In front of the gang leader stood the army commander Clay. He asked who sent this scoundrel. If he didn't confess, we would have to destroy him. The villain says he is the leader of the Wolf's Tooth gang. He is not afraid of anything and will not say anything. Clay decided to act diplomatically and said that in that case, he would be willing to trade the information. In the huge kazan, a young lamb was cooking. The knights had never seen anything like it. The dish smelled divine. Did young Master Clay really make this pot? The knights surrounded the table and ate the food prepared for them with great appetite. Clay was cooking an animal carcass on a spit. The lad said it was just the thing for a cold winter's day. He had another whole lamb cooking. The gang members, chained hand and foot, were starving. They decided that Clay was simply unbearable. They couldn't bear to watch the delicious food being eaten in front of them. The gang leader said that his subordinates behaved like children. Can't they resist a piece of lamb? Clay held a piece of meat in his hands and said that it was very cold, but it was warm and comfortable around the fire. Clay began to eat the lamb appetizingly. He said that this leg smelled appetizing. He's sad to see the poor, freezing, and hungry villains. He has plenty of supplies and can share with them. The bandits began to surrender and asked Clay to take them as his crew. They didn't want to die of hunger and cold. The gang leader shouted that they were traitors. Did they really think the enemy would let them live? Clay said, "Wise is he who is observant. He who is ready to surrender invites everyone to the table." The freed villains apologized to the boss and said it smelled so appetizing they couldn't contain themselves. Clay twirled a piece of hot, appetizing meat in front of the gang leader and asked if he was still resisting. If he didn't, his subordinates would. Why doesn't he want to take advantage of the situation? The hungry and frozen gang leader pondered. He had almost no choice. After a while, the main villain was already eating delicious meat and drinking it with chowder from a cauldron. Clay and Joe waited patiently for the villain to get full. Joe was the first one who couldn't take it. He told the villain to stop chewing. Mr. Clay is waiting for an answer to the question, "Who is behind this attack?" The thugs said that under other circumstances he would never have dared to attack the Dragon Blood family. But this year the cold weather came very early. There were too many hungry people waiting for him in the mountains. He had no choice. Clay figured there were hungry people living in the mountains. The bandit said that the noble families of Stormgrad are living the good life. Nobody cares about the common people. Taxes are going up, so people go to the mountains and become bandits. Food is in short supply, and a stranger showed up saying that some boy with a huge supply of food would be here soon. Joe couldn't stand it and pulled his sword out of its sheath. The bandit was frightened and shouted that he had no choice because everyone wanted to eat. Clay told Uncle Joe to calm down. That villain didn't mean to hurt him. Clay asked why this gang was accepting new people if food was scarce. The villain replied that he couldn't leave them in the lurch. The bandit said, "When the victims of natural disasters come to the city, the more submissive ones are left behind, the rest become slaves." He didn't like that, so they sent him to the gorge with the harshest conditions. Clay decided that the man before him was a fair bandit, and added that he was going to mop up the gorge so that the man would have complete freedom of action in the future. The villain shouted that it was impossible. The other bandits had already prepared and set traps. Even if the guy wins, he won't be able to take control of the gorge. Clay promised his interlocutor to get rid of the label of bandit. All he has to do is follow him. Clay pulled a blade out of the spatial ring and handed it to his interlocutor. He said that if he was a warrior, he would understand what kind of blade it was. Clay added that if he loses, his opponent can keep the blade and return to the mountains. If he wins, the bandit will swear eternal loyalty to him. The bandit was surprised, for it was a magic dragon sword. Clay offered to agree to this condition. The interlocutor agreed, and they shook hands. Joe told the commander that the gorge was practically impregnable. Wouldn't they be better off taking a detour? Clay replied that they couldn't do that. Clay remembered the archbishop and said that someone had prepared well. If they go around, they'll lose even more. It's better to be proactive. Clay added that the Dragon Blood family would never run away or chicken out. Clay said he expected to make a lot of money in the operation. Uncle Joe asked how. Clay said it's a secret for now. A few hundred of the most outstanding soldiers need to be trained. We leave tonight. Joe figured this guy was the hope for a better future for the family, except for the dragon. The guards, tired from duty, had fallen asleep and their weapons lay nearby. Thanks to the falcon and the magic ball, Clay had seen it all. The guy said the bandits were at their most vulnerable right now, so they couldn't find a better opportunity. Joe said that the soldiers, according to the plan, took up positions at the entrance to the gorge. It is necessary to set fire to the lair. Then the bandits will come right into their hands. The mysterious villain thought that this guy really wasn't that easy to deal with. Not only did he not take a detour, he decided to attack. The villain held a glowing orb in his hands. The villain released a glowing ball upwards, and it increased in size. But you can't count on these bandits. The guards immediately woke up and shouted, "What's that sound? Is someone attacking?" Clay saw telltale signs in the sky and thought someone had recognized their attack. The guy said, "We need to hurry. We need to ignore the source of the signal and take over the area before the bandits react." Vela, still on the guy's head, said that maybe he should leave. Clay, clenching his fists, said that if anyone wanted to do that, he would personally handle it. The villains were attacking and thought they could handle the Dragon Blood family's army. They even wanted a reward for destroying the commander. Joe wondered if they really should go on the defensive. Now that they'd been discovered, it was better to get out of here altogether. Clay said he had some thoughts on the matter. Clay asked Uncle Joe to hold off the bandits until he returned. The gang leader who defected to their side said it was absolutely impossible. A few hundred people can't hold off 20,000 bandits. It's unrealistic. Clay asked if Uncle Joe believed in him. Uncle Joe, head down, said he'd never heard of such a destructive tactic before. He doesn't even know what the guy is going to do. It's crazy. Joe raised his head and looked into the eyes of his interlocutor. He said that was exactly what made his blood boil. Joe raised his sword forward and urged his companions to follow him. He was determined to show what the true power of the Dragon Blood family meant. Knights armed with shields and swords chanted that they were in favor of the prosperity of the Dragon Blood family. Clay thanked Uncle Joe for his help. He needs his uncle to hold off the enemies for a little while. He would be back very soon. The gang leader followed the hero. The mysterious villain watched Clay and his companion from the hill. The gang leader asked if Clay had decided to leave everyone behind. Clay told him to show him the way or he'd be in trouble. The masked stranger laughed. Does this guy really want to suddenly attack alone? We should take this opportunity to deal with him. Vela, still on Clay's head, said that they were being pursued by a 7th-rank mage and Clay couldn't handle him. She offered to lend her powers. Clay disagreed. He said that her magic would come in handy later. However, he had already taken some precautions, so there was no need to worry. The guy continued on the established route. Clay knew that the bandits would concentrate on fighting the main forces. Only the one who wanted to destroy him would follow him. Clay took out a special liquid from the spatial ring. He opened the vial and squirted out the contents. The man who had been following them revealed their location and intentions to the bandits. The guy splashed the contents of the vial on the villain who was chasing him. The unknown man stopped and, clutching his face, screamed. Clay turned around and said that it was the poison of the nine-headed Hydra. There was no need to try to use magic or he would die in more agony. The unknown man, eyes blazing, grabbed Clay by the neck and lifted him up. He said he was a foolish child. Did he really think he could stop him? However, the poison on the stranger's body began to eat away at his skin. The villain cried out in fear and pain. "What have they done to me?" Clay, smiling, said that the Hydra uses poison for defense, but also to dissolve the opponent's magic attack. The villain was poisoned, but decided to use magic. Now he was suffering. The villain fell to the snow. Poisonous vapors rose above his body. Clay added, "This is what you get when you don't listen to him." The gang leader said with surprise that Clay had destroyed a rank 7 opponent with just one vial of poison. The guy said that if he showed pity, it would be the next one to die. It was a pity that it wasn't possible to extract useful information from him. Clay finally moved toward their destination. He said they had to hurry. If the bandits realized this and sent a chase after him, it would be hard for him to find them. The aide asked who he was talking about. Clay and his aide arrived at the enemy base. They observed the situation from cover. Vela said there were bandits living here. But why isn't anyone guarding their lair? Clay, still keeping watch, said the bandits had no brains. Everyone went into battle and didn't even think to leave guards behind. Deputy Clay, a former thug, felt humiliated. A few guards remained after all. They were dozing by their swords. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. The guard jumped to his feet and grabbed his sword. He shouted, "Who's there?" Clay said they were poisonous vines. And indeed, huge green vines emerged from the ground and captivated the remaining guards. Clay and his aide proceeded into enemy territory. They heard calls for help from different directions. The deputy asked, where were these frightening sounds coming from? Vela scanned the neighboring room and told Clay that there were a lot of people in there. Clay told his assistant Sam that they needed to split up and free everyone. Sam figured it out. Turns out Clay had been talking about them all along. He came for the refugees in the first place. The boy opened the door and entered the next room. There were a lot of prisoners there. He told people not to worry. His name is Clay Lungshu. He's from the Dragon Blood family and came to free them. One of the prisoners, an old man, approached the guy, thanked him for his release, and told him they had nowhere to go. Natural disasters and rising taxes are all incredibly hard. Better to stay here and wait for them to be sold. Then there will be a chance to survive. Clay suggested that the men go with him to his lands. It would be easier for them there. Clay announced to everyone that he was not only a member of the Dragon Blood family, but also the proclaimed king, ruler of the province of Barak. In his fiefdom, he would free them from taxes and show them what the good life was all about. The freed people said if it was true, then they would follow their savior. The people began to come out and followed the boy. Clay said that the Dragon Blood family keeps their word. However, people must get to his fiefdom on their own because he is now a target of surveillance. Clay pointed to the vault and told the men to take the bandits' supplies and food. It should be enough to get them safely to Borak. The people who had been freed screamed and stormed the warehouse. They shouted that they would follow their savior to the ends of the earth. Sam wondered why Clay had given all the supplies to these people. He was trying to make some money, wasn't he? Clay replied that there is a shortage of labor in his province. However, the land there is vast and rich. Therefore, people are the main wealth. Now there is a chance that Borak will become the most prosperous province on the continent. Clay told Sam that he was going back to Uncle Joe's. The son has to follow the men. If anyone gets in the way, he must use Hydra venom. Clay gave Sam the appropriate vial. Parting ways, Clay said he was counting on Sam. Sam thought that even though Clay was small, he had a pretty powerful aura. He was brave, smart, and calculating. The knights led by Uncle Joe were repelling the attacks of the attackers. They had no more strength left to defend themselves. Joe once again raised his sword and said that for 7 dragons' blood, he would cross his blade with the enemy. Clay pulled out a golden dragon horn and hummed loudly. The knights who were fighting off the bandits heard the sounds and realized that young Master Clay had returned. A huge pictograph appeared under the knights' feet. They noticed that their wounds had healed. It was unbelievable. This was Clay-san's magic. Joe realized that this was the 10th Praise of Light spell. Joe looked in the direction where Clay was, But after all, his powers were still sealed. How can he use magic of this rank? It's inexplicable and disturbing. Clay continued to make sounds, and with them came out magical streams. Joe shouted to the knights not to let Mr. Clay's efforts go to waste. It was necessary to capture all the bandits. Joe thrust his sword forward and shouted for the knights to follow him and keep fighting. He was setting an example. The bandits were surprised. Why do the knights look like their wounds have healed? Are they even more determined to fight than they were from the beginning? Vela told the guy that his body couldn't handle such a powerful flow of magic. It can't continue. Just a little longer and his body would start to break down. Clay showed the girl the pill and said that it was a powerful restorative pill of the elf clan. So it's worth it to continue praising the light. You can't stop at a time like this. Clay remembered when he was Zhang Daoling in the immortal realm. He was alone. Back then, he had no fear of doom. How can he retreat when there are so many people fighting near him right now? Clay hadn't felt this excited in a long time. It turned out that leading a team to victory was more interesting than fighting alone. After 1 hour, the bandits were wiped out. Joe continued to finish off the rest of the resisting villains. One of the knights said that all the bandits were defeated thanks to Clay's powerful magic. Their side had suffered no casualties. Having eliminated the last bandit, Uncle Joe decided to immediately favor Clay about it. Joe climbed up the mountain and approached the guy. Joe said that they had won the victory. Everything went according to plan. It's just unbelievable. Clay stood with his back to Joe and didn't move. Joe grabbed the boy's shoulder and asked what had happened to him. There was consternation on the uncle's face. Clay couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the snow. Joe bent down and picked him up in his arms. Clay struggled to say his body was weak and the magic was getting in the way. A little more and he could have died. He could no longer control his power, but he hadn't done everything he wanted to do yet. Zinfin Gorge, Mr. Clay's camp. Xenia is at the Flying Army headquarters and is worried when her brother will be back. They don't even know how things are going. Pippi keeps looking out the window. The girl and bear saw Uncle Joe rapidly approaching the camp. He held Clay in his arms and shouted that urgent help was needed. The girl and the bear jumped into the snow and ran toward him. Anxiety was in their eyes. Joe held Clay's emotionless body in his arms. He said they'd been ambushed, and the guy had used too much magic. Clay was carried and put in a warm place in the headquarters. He lay there without moving. Xenia and Pippi looked at him in silence. Joe, clutching his head, sat beside him. Joe looked up and tearfully shouted that he would have been better off in Clay's place. It was all his fault. Pippi yelled at Joe and said that Clay was very tired and was just resting now. Joe calmed down a little and wondered how much longer he would sleep. Pippi said the boy's body was exhausted, but he could try some things. Pippi opened her mouth wide and exhaled at the guy. The breath was so stinky that Clay immediately jumped to his feet. The guy yelled that this bear was very stinky. Joe and Xenia were very happy that Clay woke up. Clay, holding a magic sword, said he had an errand for Uncle Joe. Joe replied that he was willing to do whatever it took. Joe led the column, and the army moved on to its intended destination. The knight watching from afar thought that these men were lucky to survive a skirmish with 20,000 mountain brigands. But next time, luck would not be on their side. The enemy knights on horseback bared their swords and rushed to attack Clay's army. They wanted to destroy them all. Joe noticed the enemy approaching and whistled loudly to attract attention. The enemies in the gorge noticed that huge logs began to fall on them from both sides, from the mountains. It was a real ambush. One of the knights looked up and seeing the flying log, pumped his head. Where did that come from? But it was too late to do anything about it. Sam stood at the top of the mountain with his sword in his hand. His men continued to throw logs down the mountain. Clay was right. Someone had been following them, and now they were going to pay for it. The surviving villains so far said that such an attack would not stop them. Do the opponents really hope to escape? Xenia said that her brother planned this to block the passage into the gorge and further advance. Xenia, holding up the pick, said if any of them survived, they should let Shisin know they were next in line. The enemy rider shouted that the road was now blocked on both sides and he had nowhere to go. Back at the base, Xenia told Uncle Joe that it had been awesome. Joe replied that Shisin couldn't even imagine that they had such a powerful mage on their team. Xenia said her brother is even cooler. He can predict the future and will defeat that Shisin even in his sleep. Joe replied that Clay had not only eliminated the threat, but had also blocked the road into the gorge, the only road leading into Borak province. Sam rode up on his horse to Joe and told him that the Borak border was just ahead, and he asked how Clay was feeling. Joe said the guy used too much magic, so he's exhausted. Clay was periodically fighting with Archbishop Shisin in his dreams. Senia tried to calm him down and told him he was having strange dreams. You shouldn't use magic unnecessarily. Joe and Sam saw a powerful energy column stretching from the ground to the sky. Sam shouted, "What's going on here?" Joe replied that they were under attack. Everyone needs to get ready. Now he would find out who had dared such a reckless act. A villain riding a magical beast appeared ahead on the course. Just behind him was a large number of thugs. The villain said that they were lucky to encounter a whole caravan at this time of year. They just need to replenish their food supplies. The villain said he was Piru, the master of this mountain, and ordered him to give up all his supplies. Berserk Piru was riding a 6th-rank magical beast. Joe, bravely moving on his horse straight toward the berserker, said that if Piru needed supplies, he should fight him first. Berserk smiled bravely and was ready to fight. His monstrous beast was showing its sharp fangs and long tongue. Joe jumped off his horse on the move and jumped right onto his opponent's beast. Piru said that his opponent was not young, but looked quite strong. Joe became even more angry. He shouted that the rascal dared not call him an old man. Joe attacked his opponent on his turf and said he was about to teach him a lesson. Joe thought his opponent's technique was familiar. He felt as if they'd met before. First we'd have to twist him up, then we'd have to question him. Joe threw a staggering punch at Piru. The villain flew off the beast and fell right into the arms of his companions. He told them not to think about him, but to take the supplies. He would deal with the old man himself. The desperate bandits raised their weapons up and shouted that they were going to attack for their clan. Sam stood at the head of the knights against the bandits and asked who do they think they are. A bloody battle ensued. Joe stood there remembering where he had met this Piru before. Piru turned into a huge, breathy warrior and said that it had been a long time since the old man had forced him to fight at full strength. Joe saw his opponent and thought, has the berserker become enraged? One of the bandits shouted that now the rivals were finished. No one could defeat the boss when he was in this condition. The battle continued. The knights fighting couldn't understand where the berserkers came from in such a wilderness. In any case, they must protect young Master Clay. Senia decided to bring her brother to his senses. She said that his army might lose now. It was urgent to wake up and restore order. Clay took Senia's hand and asked who dared to bring his sweet sister to tears. Senia was overjoyed when she saw her brother awake. Berserk continued to smash everything in his path. He shouted that, although it would take a long time to recover from the madness, the amount of supplies he would get would definitely be worth it. Glue appeared on the battlefield. He was holding a scroll in his hands. The boy asked the berserker if the old man was afraid of drying up. He should be more careful in rainy weather. Clay said he would cool the berserker down now and activated the water tornado. Berserk got caught in the maelstrom and thought, where did this little guy come from? Would water magic really be able to stop him? Why are these bubbles absorbing his power? Clay said he used water spirits from the elf clan. They feed on rage and he needs them to strengthen his scrolls. Clay reported that the spirits would not destroy the berserker, but it was enough to hold him off. Piru was in a watery abyss and didn't know how to get out. Clay successfully summoned the vines. Huge plants, as always, appeared from the ground and scattered the villains in different directions. Clay ran up to the wounded Uncle Joe, lifted him off the ground, and issued an order. Clay said for the Dragon Blood family army to break through the encirclement and head towards Borat's. The encirclement had been broken through. The flying staff and his army proceeded in the right direction. The bandits were trying to free their boss from water captivity. The villains were left in the cold wilderness and without sustenance. Piru thought he would still have a chance to take away supplies. He would fight his rivals in Borak. Piru remembered what his rival had said about the Dragon Blood family. So this is no ordinary caravan. Once they enter the city, they will be in great danger. We must find out everything. The subordinate walked over and addressed his master. He said that the new landowner of Borak province, Baron Clay Lungshu, had already arrived. Should they welcome him? The state tax inspector of Borak province wondered, had he not been destroyed on his way here? In that case, he should be welcomed. Clay and Senia were trying to cure Uncle Joe. The boy used some of the medicines from the medical kit that was always in the flying machine. Clay told Sam to distribute these bottles to all the soldiers. A shining cloud appeared above Uncle Joe's head. The recovery process was set in motion. Joe woke up and jumped up whole and unharmed. He asked as Clay came to his senses. He had fought a berserker, after all. Sam said that if Clay hadn't woken up in time, they all wouldn't have gotten out of that mess. Joe admitted that it was his fault. He'd failed to do his duty. Clay stated that their opponent was the son of a sword master, and even paired with a rank 6 magical beast. They were really hard to deal with. The boy remembered how, before he left, his grandfather had told him about an old nemesis, Swordmaster Carlo, who might be in the province of Borak. One could draw certain conclusions from the berserker's style of combat. Joe seconded his master's idea. This bandit is definitely a descendant of Carlo. A few years ago, Archbishop Shisin recognized Carlos and his family as heretics, followed by a decree of banishment. The archbishop called his family filthy blasphemers and took away their ability to be called knights, forbidding them to enter the land. By the time General Reno returned, they had already left Stormgrad. There had been no word from them since. Joe didn't understand why the descendants of Carlos decided to become bandits. They're berserk. Why didn't they seek refuge with elves or dwarves? Sam said it's not worth puzzling over. They should be caught and interrogated. Clay said that until they figured out the situation, they couldn't act rashly. If Shisen's involved, it can't be easy. Clay rode into the city at the head of his army. He was welcomed in triumph. Clay was sure there were a lot of Shiksen people in the city, but they needed to deal with internal issues first. The townspeople welcomed the new lord. Clay was surprised. Isn't this supposed to be a backward mountainous region? Why didn't it look the way he had been told? Senya noticed that it was crowded and busier than Stormgrad. Clay drove into the central castle. Dear Mr. Clay was greeted and told that he had been waiting for a long time and was incredibly happy to see him. Chief Tax Inspector Kalatu met Baron Lungshu and greeted him warmly. Kalatu asked for permission to escort Baron Lungshu to the residence. Clay and Senya held hands and stood in front of their flying headquarters. The guy replied to the tax collector that he didn't mind. Kalatu said that they had prepared the mansion specifically to ensure a comfortable stay on this land. Clay replied that after all the rumors, he had not expected that something so lavish and grand could be waiting for him here. Kalatu crossed his arms in front of him and said, "The Baron can enjoy his life here. This mansion hides quite a few surprises, some of which may seem exotic." Kalatu whispered in Clay's ear that he wouldn't even want to leave the castle. The boy said he couldn't wait to see and taste everything. Sam sniffed and smelled the stupefying aroma from the fountain. In a few leaps, Sam was near the fountain and tilted his head into it. Sam was surprised to notice that the wine in the fountain was of incredible quality. Mermaid jumped out of the fountain and told Sam that she had more to offer. The mermaid swam up and put her arms around Sam's neck. She said she was ready to do whatever she wanted and fulfill all his wishes. Sam thought he had gone to heaven. A girl with wings was circling overhead. She held a decanter in her hand. Kalatu pointed to the girl and her kind, circling above, and said that they were the finest representatives of the girls of the feathered clan. Everything here, including the girls, belongs to Mr. Clay. Clay thought that could be interpreted in many ways. If he could control everything here, did that mean he couldn't do anything outside this residence? The winged girl handed Clay a decanter and offered to try it. The boy thought Kalatu was trying to lure him into the golden cage. The boy assumed that was probably what all the previous owners had fallen for. Clay thought, "Are these really runes? But it looks more like something else." The girl continued to stand with the decanter in her hand. Clay was looking over her head. The girl, frightened, threw the decanter away and bounced to the side. Clay was confused and said that the girl had misunderstood. Kalatu was satisfied. He thought there was a lot of hype surrounding the new ruler and family, except for the dragon. This is an ordinary boy who has never had relations with women. Clay turned around and ran away. He said he needed to rest. Kalatu wondered if the wine was not to the gentleman's liking. Running away, Clay said he preferred juice and chocolate. The road was tiring him. His mom told him to go to bed on time. Kalatu wished the new boss sweet dreams. Kalatu told the girl that this guy still had milk on his lips. However, he liked her. Miao Li is the pearl of the Feather Clan. Kalatu told the girl to remember who was the real owner here and to keep an eye on this boy. Clay closed the door behind him and thought that he had finally gotten rid of that nasty Kalatu. Now he could get down to business. Clay opened the window and released his falcon into the sky. He said he was hoping for Leda. He needed to know how things were going here. Thanks to the falcon, the guy saw the real reality. All this mansion and the luxury surrounding it was just a distraction. The reality was far worse than he'd ever imagined. Kalatu's not the only one involved. We have to figure out a way to take him out. With the help of a magic ball and a falcon, Clay saw a man enter the mansion at night. It was Piru. Clay thought his old acquaintance was acting reckless as always. Clay used telepathy to tell Lade to inform Joe. Can't let Kalath discover their guest. The door was ajar and a girl with wings entered the room. She said her name was Miao Li. Kalatu said that it might be hard for the guy to sleep alone because he misses his family. She might be able to help him. Clay didn't expect this turn of events. The girl pulled out a book and asked what kind of bedtime story would a guy want to listen to. Clay wondered if he was being offered a bedtime story. Meow was willing to do the favor. The young people sat down on the bed. Meow suggested a fairy tale about Snow White. Clay thought that this girl was quite clever, and he could cooperate with her. Clay wondered if that rune he'd seen this afternoon was the branding of a slave girl. The girl, upset, pointed to the sign and asked, "Does the guy really know about this?" She added that they all have a similar mark. It shows that their lives and souls do not belong to them. Meow said that they, who come from other clans, can only be slaves here. They don't have any rights, and they can't leave. Clay wondered why they weren't fighting back. Meow replied that it was useless. These runes are of ecclesiastical origin. Even the strongest warriors are unable to resist its effects. Clay realized why the berserkers were in such a state. They were confined by the stigma of slavery. Borak Province is the ultimate prison. Clay used his internal energy to remedy the situation. Meow, startled, asked, what was he doing? Clay replied that as the master of these lands, he had the right to remove the runes. The guy said that Meow Lee is free now. He'll free everyone else too. The girl was genuinely surprised. Is the Lord seriously granting freedom to everyone? Meow grabbed the boy's cheeks and kissed his forehead. She said that she was thanking Mr. Clay on behalf of others like her. The next moment, Uncle Joe burst into the room. He held Pyra by the neck and declared that he had managed to grab him in such a way that Kalatu had not guessed anything. Seeing the young one sitting on the bed, Uncle Joe remarked that it looked like he had barged in at the wrong time. Peru stated that he expected this guy to be a good person since he was from a dragon blood family. But it turns out he's just a bully. Meow immediately pounced on Peru and told him not to dare call young Master Clay that. Otherwise, she would destroy him. Joe told his boss that the girl with the wings is pretty strong. Clay told John not to worry. She wouldn't hurt them. Clay said that he had a business conversation to have with Peru. Peru replied that he was willing to listen. Clay proceeded to negotiate. Meow and Joe were present. Peru listened attentively. Clay said that he didn't like the situation here. Tomorrow is his inauguration and he has a plan. He offered Peru's cooperation. Meow put her hands up and said that her clan is willing to do anything for the young master. She supports the revolution. Peru seriously stated that they would trust the guy this time. But if he deceived them, he would become the enemy of all berserkers. Peru thought that the new boss wanted to remove the slave tags. Perhaps he is different from the past owners of these lands. The next morning, Kalatu inquired how the young gentleman had slept. Clay, in his pajamas, stretching and yawning, said that if it weren't for the inauguration ceremony, he would still be sleeping or wandering around his domain. Kalatu remarked that when Clay became lord of the lands, there would be no time for games or sleep. Kalatu put his finger up and slyly said that he had a suggestion on how to ease Mr. Lungshu's burden. Kalatu said that if Mr. Lungshu would give him the authority and let him rule the province, he could live happily. He would take care of all affairs himself. Clay said that is a great idea. He will delegate after he takes office. Kalatu thanked. Kalatu thought it was too easy. Clay said to have all of Kalatu's confidants present at the ceremony. He must know them, or if his mother starts asking questions he can't answer, she'll get very angry. Kalatu said that's exactly what would happen. Mr. Lungshu was present at the workplace surrounded by his subordinates. Kalatu brought the documents and said that they needed to be stamped. The seal mages would do everything from here on out. Clay said it was quite convenient. You must have fooled Kalatu's previous masters too, huh? Kalatu, who got Clay, didn't ask what it was. Clay explained that it was a document of release from slavery. As for Kalatu and his minions, they would all be banished from here once and for all. Clay added that the reign of Archbishop Shasin and his loyal servants in this territory was ending. Kalatu couldn't believe what was happening. Clay stamped the documents and said that they were dismissed from today. Clay Lungshu will create a new world here. Kalatu shouted in anger that this boy could not go against Archbishop Shasin himself. Clay replied that he would try. Clay ordered Uncle Joe to tie up all the villains and send them to Stormgrad. Those who resist will be destroyed on the spot. The villains were captured and bound hand and foot. Kalatu shouted that he was innocent. He said his army would come and free him. Piru and Meow and their clansmen were satisfied. Those marks had indeed disappeared. The new boss wasn't deceiving. They would now fight for Mr. Clay. Clay was surprised when he heard Kalatu's words. He said that his army would need to fight the Berserkers and the Feathered Clan first. They would fail. Kalatu couldn't believe his ears. When did that boy manage to pull this off? After all, he was under his supervision. Clay said that a new era will soon begin on this earth. Clay added that the refugees he rescued from the gorge should be arriving soon. It would be a fresh breath of air for Borats. Clay Lung-Su promised to make the place rich and prosperous. The Feathered and Berserk clans were destroying Kalatu warriors. Piru shouted for the door to be opened immediately. It must be conveyed that the new lord of Borak province had arrived. The events unfolded on the border of the Elven Forest. The guard shouted that the heir had returned and sent a subordinate to report it to the boss. A passageway was opened in front of Piru and Clay. Piru stated that it was too late to backtrack. His father had always disliked people from Stormgrad. Clay stated that he was here to negotiate cooperation. He's not scared here. Clay said that as the owner of these lands, he was obligated to meet with the Sword Master. Besides, he had already dealt with Kalatu and the slave tags. Clay asked in surprise, was Piru more nervous than he was? Piru explains that his father hates the people of Stormgrad. He doesn't want to make him angry so he won't get beaten up. Clay figured his grandfather's nemesis was as hot-headed as he was, ruthless even to his own sons. It had worked out just as Piru had envisioned. The Swordmaster was against having a man from Stormgrad. Piru said that Clay wasn't like that. He's from a family besides the dragon. The old man, while continuing to eat his meat, asked, what made this guy different from the others? It was Carlo's holy sword of wrath. Clay said hello and said his grandfather hadn't seen Mr. Carlo in a long time and remembers him often. He reminded him that Holy Sword is the strongest person he knows. Carlo said this guy has a pretty good tongue, unlike rude old man Reno. The old man said if the guy had something to say, he could come over. Now it's Pierre's turn to be angry. Just a few compliments from the boy, and his father would agree to anything. Clay said that Carlo's grandfather was more majestic than he'd imagined. Is there something he can discuss? Clay said this winter has been pretty rough. The supplies were low, so he brought some food and money. Guy added that he wants to introduce a cooperative management system in these lands. Clay expressed his hope that Carlo could become the head of the Berserk clan in Borak. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face. The old man put his arm around the boy's shoulders and asked if he was afraid they might betray him. Clay had noticed that the Berserkers had gained fame as incredibly loyal and wise beings under Carlo's leadership. How did he manage that? Carlo laughed and said that old man, Reno, had an incredibly talented grandson. Clay added that he would like to hire Berserkers into his own army and would pay their stipends. The old man agreed. Clay, satisfied with the results of the negotiations, said that he had to deal with the supplies first, and then he would come back here. Carlo replied that he would wait. Piru expressed his satisfaction and said that his father liked the boy. Clay noted that the negotiations had gone well. Clay Lung-Su thought that the strongest warriors that Sturmgrad had given up were now part of his personal army. Using the treasures that were in the spatial ring, Clay invested in new lands. It didn't matter how much he invested, it was only a drop in the ocean of what he would gain. His goal was the unexplored treasures of the Elven Forest. Elven Forest. Piru and his companion caught 2 beasts of the 7th rank on a hunt. A 3-headed fiend trapped in an energy trap. In the actual grid, an earth python was caught. Clay, inspired by the beautiful landscape, was sketching on canvas. Piru said that before, to subdue such beasts, they should have used several men, let alone catch them alive. Piru told Clay to stop doing those drawings and see how good their trap is. Clay showed what he had gotten. It was a map of the Elven Forest. To improve it, it was necessary to explore uncharted territories. Pondering, our hero said that after 6 months of active research, he had come to the conclusion that these 2 were not the largest beasts in this forest. Piru asked if there were any others. Clay pointed forward with his finger and said that there must be mineral deposits near the lair of these monsters. As he got closer to that place and looked down, Piru saw that there was a shaft of ice stone in front of him. It was unbelievable. Clay said that the Berserkers could count on a 3rd part. Piru was surprised, since Clay had discovered everything himself. As in charge, might as well not share it all. The guy said he wouldn't have been able to explore these territories without the help of the Berserkers, so they deserved their share. Clay used a special token to connect a stable holographic link with his mother. Elijah was the initiator of this conversation. Piru thought that only the strongest alchemists would use such an information transmitter. This was the first time he had ever seen such a piece of jewelry. Did Clay do it all by himself? Ilya said hello and told him it was Clay's aunt's birthday next month. He could return to Sturmgrad to visit his family and celebrate the holiday together. Everything has been arranged with the king. Clay promised to attend the celebration. Guy asked if Archbishop Shisin had tried to prevent his return. Elijah said it seemed a little odd, but they didn't care. Clay smiled at his mother and said he couldn't wait to get back. Clay told his men that they had a long and harsh journey ahead of them, Supplies needed to be taken care of and not to forget the two monsters. Fella asked, why doesn't Clay just put everything he needs into the spatial ring and use the portal? Clay said that if he put other creatures in the spatial ring, the only way to get them out was to die. Not everyone can be in every space, like the elf elemental princess. Miao Li flew up to the boy and said that on the occasion of his birth and return to Stormgrad, the Winged Guild had prepared something and presented the young man with a box. Clay got excited, but said he had already prepared a gift on behalf of the entire region, so he shouldn't have. Miao Li said that the Lord had freed them from all taxes and hardships and allowed them to live a full life. Therefore, he is obliged to accept the gift. The former bandits appeared and brought gifts as well. They were boxes of jewelry. Also came the berserkers, who said they would serve the Lord faithfully forever and asked that he return quickly. Clay was very touched and said he was accepting gifts in that case. Uncle Joe came up to the boss and told him that there were some problems with the three-headed dog that was to be delivered to Sturmgrad. Clay was surprised. Had someone interfered? Joe rolled his eyes and said that the problem was of a slightly different kind. It wasn't what the boss thought it was. Uncle Joe said the monster turned out to be female and gave birth. Clay was really surprised. Sturmgrad, a festive banquet on the occasion of the Queen's birthday. Elijah congratulates Her Highness. She said Dar and his father would be a little later. The Queen said she was very glad Elijah had come. The rest didn't matter. From outside, someone wondered where little Clay was now. After all, Elijah said he had to come back. It was Princess Shiksen who added, did Clay just decide not to embarrass himself? The owner of such lands, which Borak province has, will not even be able to afford to give a decent gift, so he cannot attend such a celebration. Elijah was furious. How dare a mere concubine say such a thing? The Queen told Ilya to ignore it. Elijah asked in anger, how can her sister stand it? She behaves in such a way to draw more attention to herself. The Queen said that this woman is Archbishop Shiksen's sister, so she thinks she can do whatever she wants. The Queen thought, when the circus would be completely under their influence, then it would be possible to get rid of this woman. She hoped that day would come very soon. And Clay expects it too. The Archbishop asked why the sister was provoking the Queen again. The princess wondered why she should show mercy to the Queen. Shiksen remembered that Kalatu had then reported to him that Borak was constantly short of funds in the treasury. Not even enough food. Clay is only a child, he can't be a rival. His Highness the King has been informed that a gentleman from the province of Borak has arrived. The Archbishop and his sister were terribly surprised. It turned out that Baron Clay Lungshu had come to congratulate the Queen. The knight reported that the Baron had brought with him an army of 3,000 berserkers. He also brought many gifts that are not easily stored in the warehouses. Wondering how Clay was able to bring so many gifts, the king also wondered how this boy managed to subdue the berserkers. The knights opened the doors and Baron Lungshu entered the hall. Clay said hello and said that he and the king hadn't seen each other for a long time. He missed him very much. Clay said he brought some of the gifts with him and will hand them out right away. Clay brought with him a box with an ice stone that can only be found in the province of Borak. It is so magnificent that it can be used to make jewelry. The people present were very surprised. Just 1 gram of ice stone of such a high grade would cost hundreds of thousands of gold, and here was a whole box. Clay also presented jewelry, gifts from all the clans living in Borak territory, some of it handmade. The people present were even more surprised. How did the guy manage to get his hands on the Gnome clan's handmade jewelry? The boy presented another box. It was a festive dress, a gift from the Feathered clan. This dress would allow Auntie to shine even brighter. The Queen was terribly pleased. She told her nephew that it was incredibly pleasant. She would go and change her clothes right away. The Queen glowed with joy. Princess Shiksen was terribly indignant. Uncle Joe dragged the tax inspector Kalatu into the hall. Clay said the man had torn up the Borak treasury and set up his own laws there. He kept saying he was a trusted man of the Archbishop. Now it was time to sort it all out. The Archbishop thought that all these 6 months, Clay had been sending him letters in Kalatu's name to put his guard down and keep him from suspecting anything. Archbishop Shiksen and his sister looked at each other. They were very angry that this boy had come back after all. The princess screamed, "How dare Baron Clay bring uninvited people to the king, much less to such a celebration? Besides, he was late. This is unforgivable." Clay calmly replied that he had to visit on his family's business, and it was taking a while. The princess did not calm down. She said that the boy had to appear to greet his majesty first. Clay said he had to visit his family's legion to keep the mom of these puppies. Clay had 2 3-headed puppies. These puppies he was going to give to the queen as well. The king was ecstatic. 7th-rank beast pups were a great gift for the queen. Clay added that, to be precise, these puppies are for Her Majesty's son. They are incredibly valuable. Clay apologized for that incident with Shixin's air. The Archbishop whispered to the king that this all must be just a drop in the ocean from what Borat's has. After all, this guy left his family a rank 7 beast. Also, these pups are for the queen. This kind of financial ability and power is a direct threat to the royal family. The king thought the Archbishop was right. It had only been 6 months and Clay had become so strong. Something must be done. The king said Clay did a good job. That's thanks to the fact that he exempted the territory from taxes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked out. Can we tax the territory again now? The king has proposed taxes in the form of 20%. Clay should be able to afford it. The Archbishop said that finances were difficult at the moment, but if the head of Borak province could afford such gifts, he could handle the taxes as well. Clay said that the kingdom's finances had traditionally been under the management of the Shixin family. In that case, if the kingdom's financial problems are Shixin's problems, then there is no need to tax its territories. Clay added that His Majesty had exempted the area from paying taxes for life. Does Shixin really want the king to break his promise? The king has told Baron Clay to watch his language. The Archbishop's proposal is currently under consideration. The Archbishop said angrily that Borak province was part of Storm God, and all decisions concerning the kingdom were made by His Majesty. Right now, he had decided to impose a 20% tax. Did Clay dare to cross him? Does he want to start a rebellion? Clay countered that the king's decision could not be so easily reversed or changed. The Archbishop should forget about his intention to use Borak to line his own pockets. The Archbishop lost his temper. He shouted that His Majesty must stop all this. The king, too, was angry. He told Clay that if he dared to treat his order in such a manner, he would take away the Borat's right to not pay taxes. He would personally send men who would levy whatever was required and collect the taxes for the time the territory had been exempt from them. The queen appeared surprised that the king had become so angry in just a few minutes of her absence. The queen tried to defuse the situation. Pulling the king aside, she told Clay that he wouldn't lose anything if he gave up some of his territory's earnings as a tax. There was no need to bring trouble on the entire Dragonblood family because of it. The queen reminded the king that Clay was just a child. There was no need to doubt the family's loyalty to the dragon's blood. Clay reminded his aunt, the queen, that the Dragonblood family has pride in addition to loyalty. They would never back down or beg for mercy. Clay said that he wouldn't pay anything. If the Shixin family is not competent enough to manage finances, the Dragonblood family can replace them. He has already congratulated dear auntie, so he has to go back. The king was angry. The queen was upset. The Archbishop shouted that it was a riot. The dragon family revolted. The king said angrily that he was calling an emergency meeting. He would make that child pay for his words. Clay got a kick in the head from his father. How could he so openly oppose the king? Dar continued to threaten his son. However, his grandfather, Old Man Reno, appeared on the horizon. The old man stood up for his grandson and kicked Dar in the head. The old man stood up for his grandson and kicked Dar's head. Reno said that they could not accept this state of affairs. Clay said that now that they had the Elven, Dragon, and Berserk clans on their side, they had nothing to fear. Besides, they still have their own army. Clay said that Shixin was trying to hurt their family by using the partnership with the king. He, on the other hand, chose to show that it was a personal choice for their family, not the only possible option. Elijah ran into the room and said that something massive was happening. The king called an emergency meeting and ordered some of the soldiers to be rounded up. Clay replied that he was not afraid of the king, even if he decided to do something against him. Elijah noticed that fighting an entire royal army wouldn't be easy. Besides, Lungshu's army wouldn't be able to openly side with him. So the son should be more careful when he returned to Borak. Clay figured that if the king decided to involve brute force, he'd show what it was. The next day came. Peru asked the commander what to do with the men who were always following them. Clay wondered, who are we talking about? The young man was followed by tax collectors accompanied by guards. They said they had been ordered to follow Baron Lungshu. The young man had better show them respect, or they would turn all the province's property into a tax. Clay realized why they were so brave, for they had been sent by the king himself. Baron Lungshu replied that he would not pay taxes. There was no point for them to engage in harassment, and they could stay where they were. The tax collector shouted in surprise. Had Clay decided to disobey the king's order? Clay made it clear he wasn't kidding. The boy drew his sword from its sheath with a clang and pointed it at the tax collector. Baron Lungshu at the city wall swung his sword a few times and scratched something on the wall. The tax collectors were surprised at what this guy had done. A message appeared on the wall. "Whoever dares to cross this line will die." The tax collectors were frightened and asked, "What does this mean?" Clay said he'd already warned them. But if they insisted, they could try to follow him. Clay turned to his soldiers and said that they were now advancing to Borak province. The king, observing the events, shouted angrily, "How dare this boy do such a thing?" His Majesty ordered the archbishop to order the soldiers who were sitting in ambush to prepare and destroy Clay's army. A knight ran into the room and told His Majesty that something extraordinary had happened. The knight reported that the palace guard had been destroyed. The archbishop and the king looked at each other fearfully. How could this be possible? The knight said that last night a group of unknown men attacked their men. They were very strong, and the king's guards suffered significant losses. The archbishop shouted that it was all Clay's doing. It's all the dragon's blood family. The knight said that there was no sign that it was done by Lungshu's army or any of the Borats. Without witnesses and captives, it is impossible to prove their guilt. The king asked angrily, "Are his soldiers really that weak? Clay Lungshu is a threat to his authority." His Majesty declared angrily that he would never just leave it at that. 5 years have passed. The king is sitting on the throne. Next to him is Archbishop Shisen. The Minister of Finance came to the king for an audience and said that this year the amount of taxes was small. The king shouted angrily that this has been going on for years. He wants to hear an answer from the Minister of Finance. Finance Minister Shiksen said it was all because of Baron Lungshu. Because Clay refused to pay taxes 5 years ago, most merchants left Stormgrad for Borak. Therefore, it is impossible to collect a sufficient amount. The king was once again angry. Because of some boy, he had to endure all this for 5 years. The archbishop said that this boy can't oppose the royal family so openly. The entire Dragonblood family and their army are definitely behind this. We need to weaken this family. The king inquired how they could do this. The archbishop, closing his eyes, said they had a great opportunity to do so. Shiksen said that Dar Lungshu went to patrol the southern borders with 5,000 soldiers. They encountered the army of a bordering state who attacked them on the border. Right now, they are fighting, and a letter recently arrived asking for reinforcements. The king read Dar's letter and thought that without him, the Dragonblood family would indeed be easier to subdue. But what would happen if an enemy army took the chance to invade his territory? The archbishop said that if the king was willing to spend a little, he would apply pressure on behalf of the church to make sure they didn't dare act rashly. On the southern border of the state, a man is instructed that as soon as Dar dies, he must personally lead the army to attack and then to retreat. In this way, he will increase his prestige. A warrior with a glowing staff in his hands is laughing loudly. The villain yells that whoever destroys Dar will get a huge piece of meat. The villain is Matthew, one of 4 prominent generals in the army of the warring state, a sorcerer specializing in dark magic. The character is Nordic. Wild warriors under Matthew's command attack the knights and destroy them with their bare hands. They are hungry and demand meat. The savages use the magic possessed by their chief when attacking. The commander of the knights reports to his general Dar that the rival soldiers are monsters. All of their knights are starting to mutate. Dar realizes it's all thanks to magic. Dar said his knights can immobilize opponents or make them unable to attack, but they can't destroy them. If they try, they will become puppets of the enemy and attack their own. The next moment, 2 savages attempted to attack General Dar. Dar, using his sword, fended off the attack of the attacking opponents. The general said that in this way they were only delaying time, but hoped it would be enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. Dar flew aside and realized that it was the use of magical energy. An opponent with a glowing staff appeared in front of the general. He said that the general appeared to have a great reaction. Dar realized how his technique worked, but it didn't matter. The villain held a glowing crystal in his hand. He said that the outcome of the battle had been decided. If Dar agreed to be his slave, he would live. Dar angrily replied that a member of the Lungshu family would never be someone's slave. The opponent laughed and said that in that case Dar had made his own choice. The enemy, using his magic, dealt a powerful blow to the general. The general, thanks to his sword, tried to repel the attack. However, the explosion was so powerful that huge shards of rock flew in different directions. The villain laughed and said that he had destroyed Dar. The reward was already in his hands. However, the enemy commander was worried. He sensed a magical aura. Where did it come from? A glowing icon appeared in front of his opponent in the darkness. The villain was surprised, for Dar was not capable of something like that. Clay Lungshu stood in front of the villain with a pictograph in his hand. In his other hand, he held his sword. Clay said that if the villain threatened his father's life, he had probably already bid farewell to life. Dar was alive. As he climbed out of the stone rubble, he wondered how Clay had gotten here. Clay, ignoring the villain for the time being, told his father that he had sent a letter to Storgrad, asking for reinforcements. Lo and behold, he had arrived. The villain thought, "This boy must be the famous Scarlet Baron." Matthew said, "Turns out it's Clay. Can he really change everything by coming here alone? Can he defeat 150000 soldiers?" Clay stood beside his father. The boy wondered, who said he came here alone? He arrived here first because he teleported. The giant Borat's teleportation array should be ready soon. Matthew said that the teleportation array doesn't exist. Clay replied, "Just because Matthew hasn't heard it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Clay asked which would be stronger, the slave army or the berserk army. Guy ordered Pyr to destroy the opponents. General Piru, riding his demonic monster, said that orders had been received and all enemies must be destroyed. Teleportation rings began to appear in the sky. From there, they shouted that they were going to attack for Mr. Clay. Matthew, with staff in hand, thought he might lose this battle. However, the villain laughed and said that by destroying his soldiers, the berserkers would come under his command. He would be grateful to Clay for that. Clay said they'd see about that and pulled out the dragon's horn. Immediately, glowing domes appeared and protected each of the knights. The savages standing nearby were destroyed. Matthew thought in consternation that his curse had been lifted. Was it really Praise the Light? Clay said that it was a healing array he had managed to extract from the Praise of Light because he was still having trouble using rank 10 magic. The guy grabbed his sword. Clay put his sword forward and said that Matthew's army was finished. Was he ready to say goodbye to his own life? Matthew raised his glowing staff above his head and began to spin it, spreading magical energy in all directions. He said he knew his opponent was only a third-ranked mage with sealed powers. Clay couldn't beat him. The villain put the magical crystal forward and said that the boy could not destroy it. Clay was surprised. Didn't his opponent realize that this was not a magical duel, but a real war? It's knowledge and skills that matter here. Rank doesn't decide anything. Clay, thrusting his sword forward, lunged at his opponent. Matthew hadn't expected a close melee. Matthew, using magic, tried to repel the opponent's attack. He directed his hostile magic beams at the opponent. The villain raised the glowing staff high above his head. He decided to use the forbidden techniques of the 8th rank and show the boy what absolute power meant. Clay wasn't frightened by the glowing energy ball in the sky. So much noise, and it was just a group lightning attack. Matthew said, laughing, that he would see how the opponents could get away from such a high-speed attack. They would be torn to pieces before they could even utter their Praise the Light. When the flashes from the lightning explosion stopped, the shadow of a man appeared, saying that this Matthew was rather cocky. Matthew wondered how was that possible. It was Clay. He said that the opponent had survived many battles, but had never learned the most vulnerable point of such attacks. Clay added that he was not only a mage, but also an alchemist. That's why he managed to survive. How can you not know that? Lightning strikes high points on objects that conduct current. Metal is perfect for this role. Clay lunged at his opponent again and said it was further proof that you have to use your brains in battle. Matthew, to avoid defeat, decided to use his magic to disappear. He said he would remember this Clay. Clay shouldn't think he won. Sooner or later, they would meet again. Clay looked at his vanished opponent and what was left of him with sword in hand. Dar asked his son where Matthew was. Had he been destroyed? Clay replied that the enemy had escaped, but considering his wounds, he won't be able to attack Stormgrad for the next few years. Dar laughed and said that was his way. There was no need to invade someone else's territory. Clay noticed that if his mother hadn't informed him in time, it would be Matthew, not his father, who would be rejoicing now. 5 years ago, his father had accused him of disobeying the king. However, the king, having now received the letter, had no intention of sending reinforcements. Clay looked his father in the eye and asked, did he still think that staying loyal to the king was the right thing to do? They should be loyal to the lands and people of the kingdom, but not to any one man. Clay suggested that his father ponder his words again in a more appropriate setting. Clay held out the armor to his father and told him that he had made it out of dragon scales, especially for him, as well as cast a spell of Praise of the Light. They would protect him in future battles. Saying goodbye to his father, Clay said he would visit him in the future as time permits. For now, he was returning to Borak. Piru, sitting on his monstrous beast with sword in hand, gave orders to his berserkers to deal with their enemies quickly. They must return to Borak. The father said to his son, does this boy think he can teach him if he has flown out of the family nest? Dar, holding the armor he had received in his hand, thought that perhaps he should reconsider. The knight reported to his general that all the enemy soldiers had been destroyed. Dar expressed deep satisfaction. Dar bragged to the knight and said he had armor made of dragon scales. His son had made it for him. Now he would always wear it in battle. It's been a few months. Baron Clay Lungshu's residence in Barak. Clay said that visiting is good, but home is better. The guy realized that he had to find a way to improve the teleportation array. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go on a long expedition. Senya reassured her brother and said that he would definitely solve the problem before him. Senya said that her mother asked her to inform her of his arrival. Miao Li wants to report on the current situation in Stormgrad. What does brother wish to do first? Clay thought, he knows what his mom is going to say. Probably about beating Matthew. The boy thought that this battle was planned by the king and the Shixin family because of the threat to the Dragon Blood family. What kind of humiliation his family would face if they lost. Clay said he would contact his mom in the evening, but now he could listen to Miao Li's report. Miao Li approached the Baron using her wings and thanked Mr. Clay for the invitation. Baron said that Miao Li had done a good job during his absence looking after Boratz. The girl exchanged pleasantries and made a report on the current situation in the city. At the moment, she was acting as the Baron's residence manager. Nothing bad has happened. Everything is going according to plan, and the orcs have petitioned for permission to enter Borak. Clay wondered, for orcs were the violent elements hanging around the vicinity of the Van State. Why would they choose to travel such a distance and migrate en masse? Miao Li replied that ever since the orcs came here, they have been on their best behavior. They come here mainly because of the war in Wan. Clay wondered since when orcs started worrying about such things. Something else must have happened. Clay Lungshu decided that he would find out what was wrong himself. A temporary orc camp on the outskirts of Borak. Joe is on horseback, pulling a wagon loaded with cargo. Joe announced that the supplies from Baron Clay had arrived and shouted for everyone to come closer. The orcs shouted with joyful looks that the head of Boratz was very generous. After all, they had received the supplies only a few days ago. Clay, who was hiding his identity this time, also arrived on the supply cart. He said that the Lord's army had finished a successful battle, so the amount of supplies for each clan had increased. The orc receiving the supplies said that Lord Clay was one of the 4 heroes. The guy said he hadn't heard anything about the 4 heroes before. The orc told his interlocutor about Princess Jessica, who formed the first orc army, and Prince Daha, who defeated the Poison Dragon pirates. Prince Karl raised the strongest warhorse. The 4th is Mr. Clay Lungshu, who refused to pay taxes and left the capital. He also destroyed many aristocrats and royal guards. The orc added that all 4 were renowned for their fighting power. They were even referred to as the future of their nations. Clay thought, his reputation going way ahead of him. The boy asked the orc if Baron Clay and Princess Jessica faced off, who would come out victorious. The orc said he didn't know and left because he needed to get his supplies to his kin as soon as possible. Joe was surprised after the orc's face changed dramatically when he heard that question. Clay said he had hit it right on the mark. Everything was coming together in his guesses now. Clay told Uncle Joe it was time to go back. There was a big battle waiting for them soon. Clay ordered that a war council should be assembled at the Lord's residence. They needed to take care of everything in advance. Clay was very serious this time. Uncle Joe was really scared. Clay residence. As announced, all those involved are gathering for a council of war. General Joe reported to the commander-in-chief that the leaders of all the clans living in Borak territory had arrived. Head of the Winged clan and manager of the Lord's mansion, Miao Li. Head of the Elf clan, Karen. Head of the Gnome clan, Parker. Clay said hello and said that this time their enemy was the state of Vanna, the troop commander General Cage, and one of the 7 princesses. Karen wondered if Clay had come to that conclusion just by walking into the orc camp. Clay said that the camp was mostly old people and children. The tents had the phoenix emblems of the 7 princesses of the Van State on them. Just recently, there was a famine in Van, and those who can't fight and eat a lot were sent out as an advanced scouting party. Clay suspects that this was an afterthought by the princess family. They decided to send their spies here to provide protection, use supplies, and investigate. Destroy 3 birds with 1 stone. Joe notes that this information is not enough to draw that conclusion. Cage is leading his troops to the White Tiger City. Why does he need Boratz? Clay, sitting over a map of the area, said that his grandfather had told him about the crisis in White Tiger City. He advised taking it without a fight. Once Wang's army ran out of supplies, they would surrender. If they failed to take White Tiger City, they would choose a new target. Joe remarked, even if they were starving, they wouldn't dare go through the elven forest to fight Boratz. Clay said his uncle had forgotten. He had made a straight road through the forest from Borak to Wana for greater convenience. What if that road had been discovered? The general indicated on the map an existing road connecting the 2 states. Clay said that with their equipment and the current state of affairs, there was a good chance they would take the path of least resistance. Joe wondered, because Borat's had always tried to keep his affairs secret, hadn't he? The dwarf said that the price of goods for Vanna had increased fivefold. The offended merchants must have passed the information to the military. Miao Li didn't rule out that they had discovered this road naturally. After Clay had increased the amount of goods being transported, it was hard not to notice such active movements. Joe said that he was trying to make sure that something like this didn't happen. Clay stated that now they had to decide what to do with Wanna's army. Karen, trying to reassure Joe, said that it was only a matter of time before this road was discovered. Besides, active trade with Vanna was extremely profitable for Borat's. Karen reminded Clay that he had powerful elves at his command. One word and Vanna's army would be attacked. The warlord said that he couldn't afford to throw away valuable personnel. It was quite dangerous to use magic in the elven forest. You could attract monsters and cause more trouble. It suddenly hit Clay. They really could use monsters, couldn't they? Satisfied with his idea, Clay said they would indeed prevail. It's been a few days. The territory on the other side of the elven forest. A huge column of warriors moves along a set route. An officer and a knight watch them. The officer was a general of the Van state, the first general of the continent, Cage. His son Jim said his father looked worried. Cage said that they would have to go up against Clay Lungshu, one of the four heroes. He'll be hard to deal with, but there's nothing they can do about it. Cage's other son, Ram, said his father forgot what that guy did in Stormgrad. We can assume he's no longer loyal to the king. Perhaps they can get through without a fight. Jim reminded them that they hadn't just captured White Tiger City, and their troops were partially distracted. Cage said they are willing to speak the language of brute force if necessary. The general ordered all the soldiers to be vigilant. They are speeding up. They need to leave the elven forest behind as soon as possible. They will attack Borak. Clay and Joe used the falcon and the magic ball to observe the enemy. Joe noted that Cage and his army had entered the forest. Clay said we should wait until they got farther in. We can't leave the enemy, no escape route. We need to secure an unequivocal victory for ourselves. Clay said that Cage and his father are still good friends. He should call him uncle. But there should be a separation between war and feelings. He hopes Cage can make it out of the woods alive. A few more days have passed. Van's army moved through the elven forest. Cage announced that they had reached the deepest part of the forest. Now they should cross the river and reach the Borak border as soon as possible. Jim noticed that in all these days, there hadn't been a single ambush. They hadn't even met a single spy. There was no need to be so nervous. Jim replied that he was nervous, precisely because everything was going smoothly. Why was there no response at all from one of the four prominent ones? Jim added that this forest is so quiet that he senses danger from everywhere. The general even feels like someone is constantly watching him. At the same time, Lade's falcon was circling over his army, a dam on the edge of the elven forest. Joe, continuing his observation of the enemy, said that Cage really deserved the title of strongest general. So much time had passed, but he hadn't let his guard down. It was good that they listened to Cage and didn't attack the enemy. Piru, looking into the balloon, said that the enemy had already crossed the river. All their preparations were in vain. Could it be that Clay had forgotten to signal? Joe told Pierre not to press on, and they would wait for the warlord's orders anyway without amateurishness. Piru was unhappy with the dialogue and said he just wanted to make a point. Joe stated that no one was interested in his opinion. A soldier must obey orders. Piru added that if they did nothing, Van's army would soon be at the Borak gate. Clay and Miao Li, looking out from behind the bushes, watched intently. There was an amethyst flower in the clearing in front of them. Insects were circling above it. Miao wondered if Clay really wanted to do this. The amethyst bee isn't that simple. One sting from it can take a mere human's life. Clay said he wanted to take a chance. Besides, they could use an opportunity like this to kill two birds with one stone. There was a huge insect perched on the flower. Clay noticed that it was a bee uterus. She's going to eat the flower. Though dangerous, these bees produce the finest quality honey. It's worth a fortune. Clay gave the winged girl a leaf and told her it was an invisible talisman. She would become invisible as soon as the talisman touched her body. But she must not come into physical contact with any magical beings. Otherwise, the talisman's effect will dissipate. Miao said she hadn't heard of it before. Did Clay really create it himself? The guy said he was very embarrassed. It's a simple defective product. He created it in a hurry. If his magic hadn't been sealed, this amulet could have hidden the entire city. Miao Li noticed that Mr. Clay had actually started to disappear. Disappearing, Clay told his interlocutor to get ready. Now would be a good time. The bee mate, not expecting a trick, gobbled up the amethyst flower. Clay cast a special energy fishing rod to catch the bee, and using the art of concealment, began to hunt. The body of the bee uterus appeared to be pierced by this rod, and she was caught. The bees around the rod fussed and tried to free their queen. Miao Li thought that all the amethyst bees rushed to save the queen. She should use this opportunity to collect more honey. The girl was holding an amethyst crystal. The kingdom would not produce as much amethyst honey in 10 years as they managed to produce today. Joe shouted that he had received orders from Mr. Clay. Peru could open up. Peru rejoiced and shouted that he understood the order. The warrior immediately began to turn the lever of the dam. The water rushed through the dam into the lowland, thus increasing the level in the reservoir. Together with the water, predatory fish fell through the dam. Rem drew his father's attention to the fact that a huge number of amethyst bees were moving directly in their direction. Cage shouted to his troop to all get into the water immediately. If they didn't provoke the bees, then there would be no attack from them. The soldiers spread out along the coast and entered the water. The trapped bee-mate kept moving, dragging the swarm of amethyst bees behind her. Cage saw a queen bee fly toward him. Cage took the queen bee in his hands and couldn't understand why she was here. The general looked up and saw a huge swarm of amethyst bees circling above him. He thought, "Is this heaven's punishment?" The knights in the water were also trying to escape the amethyst bees. They screamed and tried to go deeper into the water. The knight asked the commander what they should do. It's not like they can destroy the bees. Ram said they should follow his father's instructions. It will be safe in the water. After all, they are just bees. Some of the knights in the water shouted for no one else to come in here. It's dangerous. There were fish jumping out of the water. They were piranhas. They were biting the soldiers in the water. Ram asked in surprise, "How is that possible? After all, everything had been fine when they were crossing the river. Where did the piranhas come from?" Cage, clenching his fists, shouted that he understood now. The general, fighting off the bees, shouted that they were caught in Clay's trap. It was all part of his plan. Van's army lost before they managed to enter the kingdom. Cage shouted that this boy, Clay, is very ruthless. The knights rushed toward the general, shouting that they must protect him. They tried to drive the bees away. Clay held the talisman in his hand. He became visible again. The general shouted that this was God's punishment for the kingdom of Van. Clay, watching what was happening, said that he had no choice. If he let them go through the forest and reach Borak, many people in other cities of Stormgrad would die. Clay thought that war was an incredibly cruel thing. The knights kept arriving and tried to save the general with their deeds. They clothed him on all sides. A swarm of bees lived nearby. Ram was glad his father was still alive. The warriors trying to protect him had not given their lives in vain. Cage asked his son how things were going with the wounded. "How's Jim feeling?" Ram says they have about 2,000 men left. All the rest are wiped out. Jim is badly wounded. Cage was angry. Were there really only 2,000 people left of 20,000? Cage, leaning on his son, said it remains a mystery to him how the enemy managed to attract amethyst bees. Suddenly, someone said that General Cage could question their master personally. Cage looked up and saw a huge net appear above him. Cage, his sons, and many knights were trapped. They were under the net. Joe, Peru, and their warriors appeared in front of the prisoners. Joe said that Mr. Clay wished to speak to Cage about what had happened. If the general did not want the number of casualties to rise, it was better to follow him obediently. Borat's. Lord Clay Lungshu's residence. Miao Li reported to the boss that the amethyst bee's honey was all collected. Clay said that the honey is the best antidote for the poison of the amethyst bees. We should distribute it to the surviving soldiers. Miao Li was surprised. Did the Lord really want to hand out the antidote to the enemy? Clay said that they were not enemies, but friends. After all, very soon the continent's best general would leave Wana and become his subordinate. Clay walked over to the general and asked how Uncle Cage was feeling and how his wounds were. Cage was in a hospital room. His son Ram was present nearby. He asked if Clay was Dar's fifth son, Baron Clay Lungshu. Clay bowed to the general and said that his nephew had no other choice, which is why the general lost so many men. He really deserved to die for something like that. Cage told Clay to get up immediately. Their armies were fighting each other. He, as a prisoner, cannot accept an apology from the winning side. Clay said his uncle wasn't here as a prisoner. He has already distributed the antidote to all the poison-stricken soldiers. He also won't stop them if they decide to leave. Clay stated that the most the king could do to him was to punish him for conspiring with the enemy. Anyone who wants to destroy him can try his luck. Cage asked what Clay wanted. Under wartime rules, he could buy his freedom. Clay figured he didn't need money. He needs people. Lord stated he wanted Cage to go with him to the capital. Clay wondered why Cage, with his strategic thinking, had chosen the Elven Forest as the road to Stormgrad. Cage replied that he was aware of this, but as a general, he must obey the king's orders. After the Wochunji woman appeared in the kingdom, the king indulges her whims. It's her idea. Clay thought, if the king is being led around by a woman of dubious origin, he must not be very smart. Why continue to be loyal to such a king? Cage said he's not going to give up. He would defend his honor to the end. Clay replied that he understood. Cage would support the king's decision, even if it was wrong. General Cage held his head high up and said it was out of the question. Clay asked if the king orders the general to serve him, will the general obey? Cage laughed and said it was a great joke. The king would never do anything like that, but if such an order comes, he will obey it. Clay told the general to memorize those words of his. An excited Joe appeared in the doorway. Joe told his boss that he heard the conversation. The king of Wang is not that stupid, he would never give such an order. Clay replied that he had an idea and asked Joe to watch the order in his absence. Clay said to have Joe send information to Boratz and Vanna that this battle was won by them. It's been a few days. The borders of the elven forest. A girl on a stretcher travels accompanied by her servants. King Wang's concubine, Sun-ji. She's angry at Cage for losing the battle. Now she has to travel far and wide to find out why Lord Boratz hasn't arrived yet. Lord Boratz showed up riding his bear. He thanked him for waiting. The boy said he hadn't expected a beautiful woman to be the special envoy of the kingdom of Vanna. Kunji came down to the ground. Clay, you've already jumped off the bear, the woman said, judging by the seductive speech. Her interlocutor is Lord Clay. Clay said he was willing to enter negotiations and hear the terms on which Wanna wants Cage back. Kunji said that they wouldn't want to spend a lot for the sake of ransoming a person who had lost almost the entire army. The woman added that given his reputation, he would most likely escape punishment upon his return to the country. Therefore, the king would ask that Clay quietly destroy him. Clay thought, this woman is ruthless. Wants to destroy a man by other people's hands. Clay disagreed. He said that no king would agree to miss out on such an outstanding general. This is Madame Sun-ji's sole intention. The woman was angry. She said it was a direct order from the king. Kunji said that if Clay fulfilled this condition, he would get 2 million gold. Clay wondered where did she get so much hatred from? If she hadn't pushed King Wang, 200,000 soldiers wouldn't have died. Clay figured that when Cage got back, the first thing he'd do would be to go after this mistress. Lord Boratz asked if this trip was initiated to replenish the treasury. Where did the 2 million come from? If Kunji didn't confess, he would send the crystal that had been recording their conversation the entire time straight to King Wang. Clay was indeed holding a magic crystal in his hands. Clay showed the crystal to his interlocutor and said that in that case, it would be up to the king of Van to decide everything. Kunji was naturally frightened and even fell to the ground out of fear. The woman folded her hands in front of her and said that she acknowledged everything and begged him not to say anything to the king. She would do anything. Clay, looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, said, sounding promising, Clay said that the woman should go back and bring him a copy of King Wang's decree, which would state that General Cage should be loyal to him. Sun-ji, kneeling down, asked in surprise, how could this be possible? Kunji said with a pleading tone in her voice that the king is not an idiot. Cage is the guarantor of the entire kingdom's security. The king will not give such an order. Clay said that he would pay the king 100,000 gold pieces for this. Since the kingdom's economy is on the verge of collapse, this money will be enough to pacify the civilians a bit. Clay said he wiped out practically the entire Cage army. If the kingdom just won't be, what good will it do to bring him back? Clay took his conversation partner by the chin and added that Cage disagreed with her methods of inflaming passions. Kunji hugged Lord and said that he was young but very talented. Now it was clear what everyone around him admired so much. Clay immediately came to his senses and pushed the woman aside. He said he wasn't interested in someone that age. Clay added that he would accompany Cage on his way to Stormgrad and hoped to get good news from her. Clay said he would give her another 10,000 after she completed her errand. The Lord turned around and added that if she disobeyed, she could prepare to die. A few months later in Stormgrad, the townspeople congratulated Lord Clay, who had defeated Van's army. Lord Clay on horseback, accompanied by his army, entered the city. Joe said that everyone is incredibly happy about the fact that Clay managed to fend off Wanna's attack. He's popular now. Clay modestly lowered his head and said he didn't think so. The local girls hugged Pyra and Sam and confessed aloud that these warriors were very courageous. Clay thought he was being mistaken for a child in town after all. Lord Lungshu stated that he did not like it. Clay saw his mother open her arms and run toward the warlord. In the distance stood his father. The woman hugged her son and said his mom missed him very much. Clay, like a little baby, cried and said he missed her too. Elijah wondered if Clay had brought anything special this time. Clay noticed again that his mother was rather mercurial, the woman stated. Because Clay spilled too much blood during his last visit, people nicknamed him Scarlet Baron. The aristocrats and royal family hate him, so when he returns he must present something to his aunt, the queen, so someone can put in a good word for him. Clay said he knew it. His mother worried as always. His father told Clay that the king was already waiting for him in the council chamber. Clay wondered why not in the ceremonial hall. Dar said the king decided to question Cage first and demanded that Clay be there. Clay was surprised and asked his father what was written in the war report that was delivered to the king. Dar replied that Clay had discovered Van's army after the bees had attacked, that is, when the main force had already been destroyed. He seized the opportunity and captured Cage. Dar said for his son not to worry. It's normal when King decides to twist the course of any events. The father added that Cage and the king had previously studied together. It's normal for King to want to ask questions. Royal courtroom. Clay and Joe are next up for questioning. Clay had deliberately launched a stealth attack to prevent the others from exposing his technique. But according to his father's words, the king didn't even look at his war report. What's the point of all this? Clay swung open the doors to the ceremonial hall and thought that if he was provoked again, he wouldn't mind getting massacred again. The king, the archbishop, and Cage were already in the hall. Cage, comfortably seated, sipped hot tea. Clay entered the hall and bowed to the king. He said that the humble servant Lord Boratz had come at the request of His Highness. The king rejoiced and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And he added that they were just talking about the young man. Clay smiled and said that he too missed His Highness very much. Clay wondered if the king wanted his presence to question General Cage. Looking at the general, Clay thought, he didn't look like a prisoner, he looked like a guest. What did that strange smile of his mean? The king said that even though their countries are feuding, Cage is his old friend. There is no need for an interrogation. The reason the king summoned Clay is to have him apologize to Cage. Clay lowered his head. What apology could he possibly be talking about? The king says that Cage was only defeated because of an attack by amethyst bees. Clay will get an award, though not really for military merit. It's just a happy coincidence. That's why we need to apologize to Cage. The archbishop, without restraining himself, laughed. Shisen said that Baron Clay is indeed very successful, but not everyone gets the military service award. Clay figured they weren't even going to reward him. They want him to apologize to Cage. It's a humiliation in front of the aristocrats of Stormgrad. Clay thought the man should be able to adjust in time, react in the right way, and save his trump cards for a more opportune moment. Clay smiled and said that luck was really on his side, so he owed Cage a debt. Cage indignantly said it was to his credit. Clay actually defeated him. Cage asked the king, "Does Edward really think he couldn't handle monsters?" The king humiliates him with this. King wondered, did Cage really think it wasn't an accident? Cage hugged Clay and said that this guy brought the amethyst bees on them on purpose. He officially wants to admit it. Cage said if it wasn't for that boy, he would have drenched Stormgrad in blood long ago. Clay saved the king and the kingdom. Clay thought Cage wanted to ruin him. Clay said that Uncle Cage was mixed up. He was just lucky. Clay thought that was a bad thing. The king is already unfriendly. Now he would announce that details of the hostilities had been concealed. After that, the king would see him even more as a threat. Clay thought there was a reason Cage was considered the best. He thinks things through and calculates everything. Cage grabbed his sword and pulled it from its sheath. Clay wondered what Uncle Cage was doing. Did he really want to challenge him in front of everyone? In any case, Clay had no intention of showing off everything he was capable of here. Cage raised his sword up and said he was publicly declaring Baron Clay's victory. Cage lowered his head and admitted that he had lost. Cage held out his sword to the lad and recognized Baron Clay as the strongest general of this continent. Clay was shocked. If he accepted this title, he would become a target for all the power pretenders from all over the continent. However, if he backtracks, it will affect his reputation as well as that of his family. Clay realized that Cage was forcing him to make that choice. Cage continued to hold his sword and stare into the eyes of his interlocutor. Clay took the sword and said that sword in the status of the strongest general. He accepts it from the hands of General Cage. Clay tells Uncle Cage that he doesn't like unpleasant surprises, but he's never been afraid of anything or anyone. If Cage is trying to scare him, it's not enough. Cage was discouraged. King laughed. The king said that the strongest general was an incredible honor for the entire kingdom, even more so for the Dragonblood family. The king on his way out said he was looking forward to telling everyone of such wonderful news. Cage thought Clay was a great and determined guy. The general felt that being loyal to Lord Clay was the only right thing to do. The initiation ceremony has begun. The king said that he was Edward VIII, King of Sturgrad. At that, His Majesty placed his sword on Lord Clay's shoulder. The king added that he is using the powers that the God of Light has bestowed upon him. Clay listened silently as His Majesty proclaimed Clay Lungshu. The king said he was awarding the man the title of Marquis of the First Rank, and the former strongest general on the continent handed over his title. Clay is also owed 10,000 gold pieces. The king added that now everyone on the mainland should know about it. Clay's parents and his companions were pleasantly surprised. The aristocrats were surprised. It was a generous reward. No one had ever become a marquis at the age of 15. Cage himself handed him his title. The king said that from now on, this man is the chief guarantor of the security of the entire continent. His Highness announced the start of the festivities and invited everyone to celebrate this wonderful occasion. The townspeople offered sincere congratulations to the young man. The archbishop was extremely reserved. Shisen said that Clay shouldn't be so smug. Someone like him, who has the blood of aristocrats and important people on his hands, will never be truly trusted. Clay wondered what kind of trust we were talking about. He trusts only in strength. The queen came up and congratulated the young man. She said that his successes were nothing short of gratifying. Clay thanked his aunt. His Majesty's gift is very valuable. His mother began prompting Clay about a gift for his godmother. Clay looked at his mother and let her know that what she was showing was too obvious. Clay told his aunt that he had brought a present for her. The queen smiled and said that the young man made surprises for her every time. Clay said he wanted to give the queen every woman's dream. In the hands of our hero was a vial with a mysterious liquid. The people present were surprised. Is this vial really the masterpiece of a master from the Goblin clan? It's worth at least 10,000 gold. If the crystal flask is that expensive, what could be inside? Clay pulled out the cork, and a mysterious fragrance began to spread. He said that only a great man could appreciate it, and invited the queen to experience its effects for herself. Our hero thought that with this in the future, all the money of influential ladies will belong to him. The queen said it's a pleasant odor. It's like she's enveloped in magic. She's comfortable and pleasant. By inhaling these scents, the queen got rid of the wrinkles on her face. Everyone noticed it. The queen's breasts have changed for the better. Of course, everyone noticed. The women who took notice were already envious of Her Majesty. Everyone noted that the queen was like an 18-year-old again. The queen inhaled the fragrance even more deeply. Her Majesty was happy. She was young again. The queen wondered what it was. All she did was sniff this liquid and she got such an incredible effect. The kingdom's chief alchemist said that it was the effect of the legendary honey of the amethyst bees. It helps to preserve youth. It's a fragrance he doesn't mistake for anything else. Clay says hello to Mr. Card and tells him they haven't seen each other in a while. But his guess was not quite right. Clay said that this bottle contained the prized honey of the uterus of amethyst bees. Kara said that Clay deliberately gave this gift. Now all the ladies of the kingdom would do anything for a drop of amethyst honey. Clay, smiling, replied that Kara would not be fooled. Kara asked if Clay was selling this honey, why not put a price on it? He could use it on his way to becoming a god of magic, too. Clay said he was willing to give Karasan 3 vials of amethyst honey in return for 3 favors. The old man said he accepted these terms. Clay promised to bring what he had promised in a few days. Clay thought he had Kara and the queen's trust in his pocket. It's a great deal. Joe, alarmed, went up to his boss and told him that he had received a secret message. That woman from Wana wants to meet again. Clay was surprised that Kunji was so fast. Clay figured that this time Uncle Cage would have to give up something more than a blade and a title. The secret meeting took place under the cover of night. Clay said that Miss Tsunji had surprised him. She came back so soon and with a gift from the king. The woman replied that she could not fail to fulfill that condition. Kunji added that given the internal crisis in Wang, the king favored money. She handed the young man a scroll and hoped that Clay would not procrastinate on the promised payment. Clay said that money is not a problem, but Tsunji must personally convey the king's will to Cage. The woman was frightened and said Cage could destroy her. Clay thought that if he was the one to say it, Cage would definitely not accept it. Clay said that this deal would only be paid for after Cage accepted his new position. Kunji thought that if she came back without money, the king wouldn't forgive her. She should try her best. Clay thought of Cage, that this general had dedicated himself to serving the king and the kingdom of Van. But it was the king who had betrayed him. Clay could not read this sentence as a representative of the victorious side and trample the remnants of Cage's pride and honor. Kunji turned around and began to walk away. A moment later, there was an explosion in the direction where the woman had been. Cage was indignant with rage. He shouted that he would destroy that witch. Kunji flew up and bleeding fell to the ground. Clay watched her. Tsunji asked for help. She announced King Wang's will to Cage. Cage now belongs to Storm God. Clay, on the other hand, cannot watch an envoy from another kingdom being destroyed. Clay said the woman could get the money at his residence and get the hell out. Cage yelled for the boy to get out of the way. He wants to deal with that woman. Clay says that Cage is his subordinate now and doesn't dare give orders. Or does he want to break his oath? Clay said that the general could destroy that letter right now. However, that would mean that he had signed the sentence for the people of Van. Clay said Cage should realize how much that money means to the people of Van right now. Cage kneeled, lowered his head, and said he was ready to serve faithfully to Mr. Clay. Clay tells Uncle Cage that he can't trust him, but very soon he realizes that Clay is the only one who deserves his loyalty. Clay heard his grandfather's voice saying that this news had already reached the king, and the king was waiting for him. The boy thought that rumors spread very quickly here. As he opened the doors to the meeting hall, our hero heard the king being told that there was no need to negotiate peace. In the meeting hall, the archbishop was having a conversation with the king. He said that without Cage, the kingdom of Vana is weaker than ever. The king could attack Wana at any moment. Clay walked into the boardroom and said that waging war with Vana now is the greatest folly. There was silence in the meeting room, and everyone looked at Lord Clay, who had entered. Clay apologized to the king for being late. He said that in addition to Cage, there was a seventh princess in Vanna. They would not be able to capture Vanna quickly, but they would give the neighboring states a chance to invade Stormgrad. The king stopped the archbishop and said that this time Clay was right. King added that Cage's loyalty is now in big question. Moreover, he is sure that Cage won't just give up. The archbishop thought that he had once again missed an opportunity to weaken the dragon blood family. Why did the king compromise? The king said that the Feast of Lights is very soon, also the Pope's birthday and the goddess election ceremony. So all the nations on the mainland have agreed to a truce for 1 month. Now was not the time for such talk. The king invited Clay to go with him to the Holy See. Clay wondered, what kind of trap did he have in store for him this time? Clay looked at his grandfather and asked what he thought about it. The grandfather made it clear that his grandson had to agree quickly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and not everyone gets it. Clay wondered, did his grandfather really want him to go with the king? Is there something being kept from him? Clay bowed to the king and said that he would like to go to the Holy Throne in His Majesty's company. It would be a great honor for him. The king rejoiced and said, this is great news. They are leaving in 2 months. Approaching Reno, our hero asked why his grandfather had given him such advice. After all, it could be a trap. The grandfather laughed. Is Clay afraid of something? Clay replied that he wasn't afraid of anything. He just had other things to do, and he didn't want to upset the king with his refusal. Grandfather said there was a tradition that each kingdom should send 1,000 elite warriors to fight in the arena to commemorate the bloody battle of the god of light and the god of darkness. Clay asked, meaning he was facing a dangerous fight. Gramps confirmed. If they go to war, Stormgrad will suffer significant losses. The king has no other options left to weaken the family army but the dragon. He wants his grandson's warriors to face their strongest enemies head-on and thus get rid of him. Clay said he has 3,500 berserkers under his command, each one worth their weight in gold. They're men, not cannon fodder. Why would his grandfather tell him to say yes? Piru, a battle fanatic, said that berserkers are invincible. They will defeat any enemy. Sam added that he wanted to fight too. The grandfather said he thought his grandson should get real experience in battle. Not every battle can be won by mind power alone. He and his soldiers need real skills. Clay didn't expect such a trick from his grandfather. Grandpa said you can also bet on winning, like on Polymarket. That's good money. Grandson should think about that. Clay thought his whole family was obsessed with money. Clay remembered the amethyst honey and said that his grandfather's leg was wounded in one of the battles. He knows the old man wants to return to the battlefield. The old man grabbed the vial and said he was very impressed with how much his grandson loved his grandfather. Clay said that with this honey, his grandfather would surely regain his former glory. Reno asks his grandson if Cage is really loyal to him. Even the king, with whom they are on fairly close terms, doesn't really trust this general. Clay said he wasn't sure about Cage, but now that the road to Wana was closed to him, he'd try to figure something out. Reno said that General Cage wouldn't give up easily, and added that Grandpa had already thought of something. Clay wondered, did his grandfather really know how to make him obey? The grandfather put his finger to his mouth and said it was a secret, but he would tell his grandson something else. He had managed to get back from the battlefield not because of his outstanding skills and luck, but because someone had helped him. Clay wondered who had helped his grandfather outlast his enemies and even get home. Why hadn't he ever heard about it? Reno said that man's name is Destroyer of Gods, but he calls him Little Brother. It's Polano Lungshu. Clay thought that this was someone who, as the destroyer of 5 powerful people on the continent, was rewarded with 200 million gold. The boy was surprised that this person was a member of their family, and his grandfather as well. Clay asked why his grandfather never talked about him. Reno replied that his brother had always been unruly and had been banished from the family for it. He had then destroyed royalty and earned a reputation as an assassin. The grandfather said he felt that the grandson and his brother would meet sooner or later, and that man would be a great support to the guy from the shadows. The grandfather added that his grandson should remember, very soon there would be a 6th strong man on the mainland. It will be someone who can protect his grandson at all costs. The training ground of the soldiers of Stormgrad. Clay looked at the flying swords and thought there was no end to them. The warrior pointed at Clay and said he must be taken. Clay ran across the arena, sword slammed into the ground after him. The warrior was amazed. Who would have thought the guy would be able to dodge his incessant blows? Clay said that if his uncle and his father are co-workers, he wouldn't want his loss to look quite so pathetic. Clay touched the arena with his hand and it cracked. Poisonous vines began to emerge from the ground. Clay's opponent was surprised. A carnivorous plant appeared in front of him. After a while, the opponent was deactivated. Everything happened as before with the prince. Clay said he feels invincible with this hold, and it adds to his confidence. Clay asked his grandfather, watching this fight, how many more people would he have to defeat? Grandfather said that now that his grandson had obtained the title of strongest general, he would be constantly challenged to duels. Therefore, it is necessary to continue. He must defeat all opponents with honor. Clay asked indignantly, how long was this going to go on? Grandfather replied that they were just loners. In the real world, other generals will want to compete with him and his army on the battlefield. Only after defeating all opponents can you try your luck in a battle with Cage. Clay finally realized that he needed to win as many duels as possible. He wouldn't be able to back down. It's been a month of intense training. It was announced that Clay Lungshu had won, and the next opponent was summoned. It went on and on. Another opponent regretfully announced that he had lost. The warrior said the battlefield was his second home. How could he lose to a child? The grandfather asked the warrior how his grandson fights. The interlocutor said that his grandson is just good. In battle, it is impossible to predict his next move. He admits defeat. He saw the world in a different light today. Reno stated that this duel was pretty massive. His reputation is already established here. There is no one else willing to compete with Clay. Clay rejoiced. He wouldn't survive another month like this. Grandpa said he had more good news. Cage is waiting for the guy in the next room. Clay immediately ran away. Grandpa said that his grandson was very impatient. You could be a little more restrained. Clay burst into the room and told Uncle Cage that they could finally fight. Cage turned around and said he was looking forward to seeing the guy demonstrate the God of War power. Clay and Cage were between the holographic battlefield. Cage said that this time the system had set the battlefield as step. Would Clay like to change the location? The guy said there was no need for that, and added that he had a strong belief that he could win today. Cage said that was presumptuous, and suggested we start deploying troops. They each have 200,000 troops, 1 cavalry as a double quota. Cage chose 80,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry, and said it was Clay's turn. Clay chose 40,000 cavalry and 12,000 infantry. The system reported that the troop deployment should begin. Cage's army was at the head of the river. Clay's army was downstream. Clay said he feels sorry for him. Cage added that luck was not on his opponent's side tonight. Clay thought if he was upstream, he'd just pour some laxative into the river. Cage thought his opponent was crafty. No wonder he thought of using amethyst bees. The system reported that the duel was starting and the crystal glowed. Cage gloated. His army was at the headwaters of the river. His opponent wouldn't be able to use his dirty tricks. Cage ordered 40,000 cavalry soldiers to go on the attack. Clay thought that Uncle Cage had the title of strongest general for a reason. We'd have to be on guard. Clay said that 1,000 cavalry soldiers and 2,000 infantrymen were going into the woods to chop wood and build fortifications. Clay added that the remaining 30,000 troops are striking back at the enemy. Cage notices that 30,000 troops are going for 40,000 troops. The opponent is just planning to hold him off. Cage ordered his warriors to surround the opponents and let no one pass. Clay said Uncle Cage decided to go all in. That's incredibly resourceful. The battle continued. The battle was slightly accelerated. On the first day of the battle, Clay's army was surrounded. On the second day, Clay's army suffered losses of 1,000 soldiers. Cage's army 200 soldiers. On the third day, the losses were 2,300 men. Cage had 234 men. Cage said the opposing army was doomed. Clay advised not to rush things. On the fifth day, Clay's army suffered losses of 5,000 soldiers, Cage's army 1,000 soldiers. Clay ordered his army to destroy the horses. The knights proceeded to execute. Cage watched in amazement as the opposing army performed incredible actions. Who gives such orders? Cage shouted, "Who fights like that? As a general, his rival can't sacrifice his horses so easily." The knights dismounted. The horses shouted and stamped their hooves. Clay ordered his cavalrymen to execute the sixth plan of the military operation: fire in a straight line, attack. Cage saw that the horses were carrying ammunition, namely gunpowder. Cale's archers shot flaming arrows at their opponents. Cage shouted to his knights to get out of there immediately. It was too late for the knights to do anything. Burning arrows rained down on them from the sky. The burning arrows hit the gunpowder, and there was a powerful explosion. Horses and men went flying in different directions. Cage said that his opponent is pretty tough. Clay replied that this is what real war is all about. Didn't Cage think about that? Clay asked which was better, destroying the entire cavalry or sacrificing a few hundred horses. Moreover, their deaths were not in vain. The rival cavalry suffered heavy losses. Cage said he really underestimated his opponent. It looks like it's not going to work out well. Cage said that now the real battle begins and ordered his army to move forward. Cage said the remaining 10,000 cavalry warriors are still busy logging. Clay can't rely on the infantrymen alone to hold back his attack. With this formation of troops, he will flatten the enemy army in less than an hour. However, that was not the case. Cage's cavalrymen were trapped. The horses were falling into pre-prepared pits. An enraged Cage asked, when did the boy have time to make those traps? Cage's army fell into a trap set by Clay's army. Each side suffered 500 casualties. A total of 740 people were wounded and killed. Clay wondered if Cage had noticed that his soldiers were still logging. The others were building defenses. Cage realized that his rival had set traps from the beginning. He had, after all, sent his soldiers to stall for time. That was when the fortifications were erected. Cage said that his opponent was not the only one skilled at sacrificing pawns to save the chariot. He ordered his army to regroup and move into battle. The rival armies moved in coordinated columns to attack. Clay ordered his troops to get the secret weapon. The knights immediately retrieved secret weapons from the crates. The secret weapon immediately fired and caused irreparable damage to the opponents. Cage's army went up in flames. Cage said angrily that he has fallen into the trap again. Clay is the first one he suffered such losses because of. Clay wondered, did his opponent really think he still had a chance of winning? Cage said this kid isn't the only one here who can reason. The general issued orders to destroy the enemy's gun turrets. However, the system reported that the game was over. Clay's army has won. Cage was discouraged and depressed. Could he really have lost? After all, nothing had been decided on the battlefield yet. Why should he admit defeat? However, Cage's entire army went on the attack, and the supply barns in the rear were destroyed. Cage said it couldn't be. When did the opponent's troops manage to infiltrate? Clay replied that when the opposing army retreated, he hid some soldiers. After Cage's army went into battle, his soldiers sprang into action. Cage realized that he had really lost. He'd really failed. Clay was dead serious. He said that unfortunately Uncle Cage had lost that battle. Cage bowed to the young man and acknowledged his defeat. He told Clay to accept his bow as recognition of his strategic skills. Cage said that he has put sticks in his opponent's wheels many times, but the latter has always remained just as patient. Now he is truly the best general on the continent. Cage said he would be Mr. Clay's best and most faithful servant. Everyone in the city was reading the morning news, which reported that Mr. Clay Lungshu was the best general on the continent. Clay Lungshu had won all the battles. He had even defeated Cage. Celebrating the victory, Clay thanked his grandfather. If it hadn't been for his grandfather's plan, he wouldn't have been able to get Cage's support. A servant brought a scroll. It was a message from the palace. Reno read the message and his face changed. Clay asked what had happened to the king. Grandfather said that given Clay's successes, the king gave him permission for his own division, called the Mad Dragon of 30,000 men. Clay and his parents looked at each other. Cage had been appointed the first Duke of the Kingdom, and he would become the commander of the Blue Lightning Legion. Elijah wondered, what's wrong with their faces? Is it bad that Clay was allowed to have his own army? Clay said the division should consist of 100,000 men. The king only allowed to have 30,000. Cage is his subordinate, and the king gave him the title of Duke. It's all to keep him in Stormgrad. Grandfather said that the king rewards his grandson on the one hand and restricts him on the other. But Clay will be able to form his army now. Reno added that Clay should report to the king after he finished training his troops. Grandfather said that the next step for the young man would be to travel to the Holy See. That would be the real challenge for him. The luxurious royal carriage moves with an entire army. Bill Shisin, Chancellor of Stormgrad, asks His Majesty to be patient for a while. They'll be coming to Carter soon. Shixon shouted for the crew to move not so fast. What would they do if His Majesty got hurt? Peru replied that they must get to Carter before nightfall, or they would have to spend the night in the open. It is quite dangerous. Peru said that Clay was feeling pretty calm and confident. The king looks like he's about to spit out his insides. Clay figured that after all the king had done for him, he couldn't resist making him suffer a little. Clay ordered to speed up and carry on at full speed toward Phalo. Senya asked her brother if they would really be in danger if they didn't make it through the night. She was a little scared. Clay told his sister the route he had to take to get to Carter, but she didn't have to worry about anything. Guy added that it wouldn't hurt to be overly cautious. Attacks don't always come from the outside. Clay called out to Piru and told him that the town of Phailu was ahead. They were on their way. Clay said that was fine and ordered them to move forward without stopping. As they entered the town, Clay saw a horrible sight. There were tortured people hanging along the road. Could this really be the Carter state? Where did such cruelty come from? Clay said that the king of Carter is famous for his tyranny and cruelty. Internal strife and rebellion are common, Clay said with anger. If I had been born here, I would have personally finished that king off. The kingdom of Carter, the capital city of Phalo, royal palace. King Carter stretched his arms forward and said that he hadn't seen his friend Edward in a long time. He missed him. Carter said that Edward looked a little tired. Edward replied that the road had been bumpy, but he was going to spend time with his friend and reminisce about old times. Carter turned to the girls and said that they should serve the great king of Stormgrad well, giving peace and tranquility to the borders of their kingdom. The three girls dutifully said that they obeyed their father. The princess of royal Carter, Emily, said hello to His Majesty. The second princess, Charlotte, thanked King Edward for protecting their borders. The third princess, Camilla, said they would take good care of him. Princess Emily said they have prepared fine wine and the best entertainment programs for the guest. Senya asked Clay why princesses do it. Her brother replied that it was an established tradition. They do it in exchange for peace. He has no right to interfere. King Carter saw Senya and grabbed her hand. He asked if he could have the honor of knowing the name of the beautiful young lady. King Edward said it was the adopted daughter of the Lungshu family, Senya. King Edward said that Senya liked King Carter and she could socialize with him. Clay clearly didn't like that. Carter said the girl had a beautiful name and motioned for her to come closer. Senya cried and started to resist. Clay pulled Carter aside and told him to behave himself, or he wouldn't be ceremonious. Carter wondered, is the Lungshu family trying to threaten me? And ordered Clay to get out. He is the ruler of this kingdom, and he decides who he chooses as his companion. Clay really wasn't being ceremonious. He pushed Carter away so that he fell to the ground. A huge green vine immediately appeared from the ground, emitting lightning bolts. The branch of the vine came close to Carter's face. He was startled and asked Edward what it meant. Edward said that this is the fifth child of the Lungshu family. He can't control him. King Edward told Clay that he had gone too far. He must apologize to His Majesty, or his actions could lead to conflict between their kingdoms. Clay said he wouldn't apologize. If he'd gone really far, Carter would have been destroyed by now. Clay and Carter glared at each other. Edward suggested they calm down. King Edward offered to settle the matter man to man. King Carter and Lord Lungshu immediately agreed. Carter called his opponent a douchebag. How dare he accept his challenge? Each of them will dispatch a fighter, and it will be a battle to the last. Clay was surprised. He said he'd be happy if he had the chance to take Carter down himself. Carter yelled for Pierre, the damn slave, to come out. A huge man appeared beside the king. Carter told him that he was the strongest gladiator in the kingdom and his personal slave. He will fight. If Clay was scared, he still had a chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Clay summoned Pyra and said someone wanted to fight. Piru appeared out of nowhere and said he was ready to fight if and whoever he needed to fight. Clay ordered him to take out the big guy. Two warriors stood in the arena. The referee introduced Pyrrha, a fighter of the Lungshu family of the Kingdom of Storgrad, against the gladiator Pierre of the Kingdom of Carter. A battle to the finish. Piru wondered why his opponent was so noisy and asked again what was his name. Pierre tried to attack Piru with his sword. Senya asked her brother if Piru would be okay, because this Pierre is very strong. Clay said that Pierre is no match for Piru. Clay figured it shouldn't be a quick win. The prey should be driven in slowly. Carter shouted for Pierre to really deal with his opponent. Clay thought he'd never liked that disgusting tyrant Carter. How wonderful that this opportunity to take him out had come along. King Edward said that both warriors are very strong. It looks like it's going to be a long battle. The kid had an idea. Clay suggested betting to pass the time. King Carter said it was a great suggestion but didn't warn his opponents to get ready. Clay said he bet 5 million on his warrior, Pyra, and wondered if King Carter would bet less, right? Carter wondered if that was the revenue of the treasury for the whole quarter. How could this boy have such self-confidence? Carter has decided that his Pierre has the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before he won. He says he's betting 10 million on Pierre. The king explained that with the income in his kingdom, he could allocate such an amount. The aide made a calculation and said that after all the expenses, there was only 10 million left in the treasury. Carter rejoiced. How nice that King Edward had decided to invest in his kingdom. Edward said that Clay made the bet. It had nothing to do with him. Clay thought the fish had taken the bait and told his warrior Pierre to act. Peru immediately started beating his opponent and saying that he was a real weakling. Peru added that he was about to show what real power means, and with a powerful punch, he sent his opponent into a knockout. Pierre flew upward after the blow, and his senseless body slumped to the ground. King Carter was surprised. It was as if Peru was a completely different person. King Edward said that Peru is a berserker. He's pissed off right now. Carter couldn't understand what was going on. King Edward was also frightened. He said that in such a state, no one would be able to control the power of this berserker. The frightened kings decided that they needed to leave quickly. This berserker seems to have lost his mind. The castle walls trembled. Carter cried out in fear that this was his palace and his treasure. Carter shouted to his subordinates to stop Pyra immediately. However, no one dared to do it because everyone thought that the berserker had gone mad. The servant told his king that they were completely powerless here. They must leave quickly. After the king hides, his army will receive the signal to attack. Carter cried out in horror that as long as this army showed up, his palace would be completely destroyed. Carter pointed his finger at our hero and said it was all his fault. Clay has to take responsibility for what's going on. Clay replied that he had nothing to do with it. It was Carter who suggested the duel, and he chose the location. A berserker behaves as he should in battle. Carter walked up to Clay and said that was enough. Pierre had to be stopped. Clay said that this brave Pierre hasn't lost yet. The battle will continue until the victorious end. King Carter folded his hands in front of him and lowered his head. He said, admitting defeat. Clay stated that Carter had forgotten the true purpose of this fight. If he lost, he owed his sister an apology. A horrified Carter knelt down, took the girl's hand and apologized. He said it was rude of him. Then turning to Clay, he told him to stop his monster. Clay looked at Pyra and said that was enough. The enraged warrior said he was stopping. A surprised Carter asked, "Is that really the end of it?" Clay asked if his opponent had any more questions. Pyru looked sternly at King Carter. King Carter called our hero a bad word. He said that it was because of him that the monster almost destroyed the palace, and he must answer for it. Clay agreed, saying that he had earned more than enough to cover all his losses. Peru added that his boss would still be in profit. Clay, looking into his opponent's eyes, said that His Majesty Carter could deduct from his winnings the amount he deemed necessary to repair the castle, and the rest could be given to his subordinates. Clay turned around and left with his sister, saying that it had been a hard day, and now he wanted to rest. King Carter was incredibly angry. This boy had trashed his palace, made him kneel down, and taken his money. King Edward asked, now did his colleague realize how good this guy was? He hadn't yet met a man who could be a worthy opponent for him. Edward said he hadn't yet met a man who would allow himself to be treated like that. While resting at night, Clay heard music playing. The boy wondered what time it was. Clay followed the sound and found himself in front of a door. It was music coming from there. Behind the door was the third Princess Camilla. Clay opened the door and stepped inside. He apologized, saying he'd gone to the sound. The princess said she was just practicing because the goddess election ceremony was coming up very soon. The princess apologized. She was so engrossed that she didn't keep track of the time and didn't want to disturb Clay. The boy said that the girl sang beautifully. Clay added that it was definitely the best song he had ever heard. He didn't know they sang at the election ceremony. Camille said that it wasn't just a song, but a hymn. Young girls who possess light magic will climb the holy mountain and sing a song of praise to the goddess. If the song reaches her heart, an angel will descend from heaven, and the performer will be blessed and become a goddess. Camilla added, once that happens, she will become a representative of God, and her status will be the same as that of the Pope. Clay said that the girl sings delightfully. Definitely she's going to be a goddess. Camille said that it is not that easy. Otherwise, the place would not have been vacant for 50 years. Clay wondered, had the previous goddess died? Camille said no. A goddess automatically loses her status when she reaches the age of 45 or when she marries. The princess had said that Senya should participate as well. Didn't he know? Clay said that their king had decided not to participate this year. He found that there were so many in other countries who wanted to become saints. Camille stated that a girl who became a goddess would have her own legion of guardians. In many countries, a goddess is equated with the protector of the entire country. The goddess controls the territory entrusted to her and keeps order. The previous goddess was Lena West of Stormgrad, Clay's grandmother. His Majesty Edward had therefore declined to participate this year. Clay wondered why he was only now finding out about his grandmother. Camille wondered what Clay didn't know. The boy replied that when his grandmother was mentioned, it was only about her great accomplishment of wiping out 10,000 enemy mercenaries in one night. Added that's when she got the nickname Blood Demon. Who would have thought she was a saint? Clay said their family's past is shrouded in mystery to him, and he doesn't know all the details. Clay said that his grandfather had badly injured his leg in the war. His two uncles had gone to his rescue but had been destroyed by the mercenaries. Grandmother couldn't bear the pain of losing her sons. In just one night, the entire group of mercenaries, including the Grand Archmage and the Holy Sword Commander, were wiped out. The culprit of it all, the sword god Albert, was also supposed to be her victim, but the sudden appearance of the Pope saved him. Clay said his grandmother was incredibly strong. Why did she need saint status? Camille said that all the goddesses were not only beautiful in appearance, but also invincible in battle. Turns out that's true. Camilla sighed. If she was as strong as Miss Lena, she wouldn't have to do things she didn't like. Clay handed the girl a shiny token and said it was for her. Camille wondered, what is this? Clay said it was an amulet he had made. He blessed it. The girl should wear it when she sings. It will protect her from any outside interference. The girl thanked and asked why the guy was helping her. Clay replied that he couldn't understand Carter. How could this king send his daughters to serve the guests? Clay added that Camille looks like his sister, and he hopes she can become a goddess and can finally defend himself. Clay said goodbye to the girl and went back to his room. He thanked her for her wonderful singing. Camilla looked at the amulet in her palms and said that Mr. Clay was an empathetic man. The girl expressed her hope that next time they would have a chance to socialize. At the seashore, the loading on the ship was over. The captain commanded, "Let's go!" Senya noted that if they were traveling on a normal ship, it would take several days. This way, they would reach the Holy Throne in just half a day. Clay remarked that it was all thanks to magic. Our hero asked Piru if he was seasick. Piru replied that berserkers don't care about that. Senya looked up and saw the wizards who were speeding up the ship. These people started to use magic. The wizards projected a huge hologram. The entire ship was under the influence of magical forces. The squadron was moving toward the Holy Capital with great speed. The ships arrived in the harbor of the Holy Capital. The priest said that the dear guests had already arrived. It was necessary to prepare to meet them. The priest was Cardinal Robert. He heard that St. Lena's grandson would be here as well. He has a hunch that something interesting is going to happen. The vice chairman personally met all the kings: King Edward, King Carter, and King Wang. King Edward said that they had not seen each other for many years. The cardinal said he was no longer vice chairman. He heard that his favorite students were arriving and couldn't help but greet them. Clay watched the cardinal greet the kings and thought that the vice chancellor had helped his students become kings, and those in turn had helped them become bishops. A perfect scheme. Edward called out to Clay and told him to come over. King Edward introduced the young man to the cardinal. He said that he was Lena's grandson and the youngest son of the Dragon Blood family. Clay was told that Cardinal Robert Chiao was in front of him. Clay smiled and greeted His Holiness. The cardinal said he was a polite young man, all his grandmother's age, and inquired, was this his first visit to the Holy Capital? The cardinal said the young people could take a walk. They won't be interested in old men, but they must be back by the time the duels start. The cardinal suggested checking out the Divine Light Magic Store, which has a lot of interesting items. Clay thought the cardinal had decided that Senya would be involved in the election of the goddess. Senya was thrilled. She had never seen a magic store with such a large selection. This is truly the Holy Capital. Senya looked around. She definitely liked everything here. Clay was more reserved. The guy said he just sees the usual merchandise. Nothing interesting. Clay suggested going up to the top floor. In his experience, the best things don't go on display. The brother told his sister that the higher they went up, the higher the goods would be of higher quality, and there would be a higher price. So it was better to go straight to the top. Bright Saven and Clint Saven met the young men and were surprised to ask where the rednecks were from. They want to go to the top floor and don't even realize where they are. Clay resented it. It seems some people think they are better than others. Bright grabbed our hero by the chest and asked if he dared to mess with the Sivan family. Clay replied that he didn't care what family this guy was from. A store employee asked him to stop making noise. Bright couldn't calm down. He asked the employee why they let all sorts of rabble in here. They don't even know who the Sivans are. We need to get him out of here. The store employee turned to Clay and said that the young man could not insult the members of the Sai Wen family. The father of the two gentlemen is the head of the Sacred Capital's Legion of Guardians. A store employee pointing at Clay told the security guards to get this kid out of here. Clay told his sister that it looked like he needed to teach these people a lesson. Senya asked her brother to be careful. The owner of the Divine Light Shop, Sayan Kila, came down from the top floor. He said that peace and quiet brings money, and the noise from here can be heard even on the upper floors. A store employee threw himself on his knees in front of his boss and said it was all because of that kid, pointing his finger at Clay. Clay asked Mr. Sayan Kila in surprise, "Is this really how they treat regular customers?" The shopkeeper wondered, "Why is Mr. Clay here?" The man was very concerned. Sayan Kila ran up to the young man and asked why he didn't say he would visit this store. He would have met him in person. Clay replied that it was his first time in the capital and he didn't know that Sayan Kila owned this store. The store owner yelled at the employee for almost hurting his best customer. The young man fell to the floor and began to apologize to his boss in fear, for he did not have enough information. Sayan Kila told the brothers that the items they were interested in were out of stock and added that he now had a dear guest to receive. The shopkeeper suggested that our hero go to a quiet place upstairs and talk there. Clay asked to be shown the best of everything. Sayan Kila, smiling, said that they had just recently obtained magic gold and a few weapons of light, and he would show everything now. The brothers were surprised. Sayan Kila had just told them that he didn't have any weapons of light. Then what was he going to show this upstart? Bright, looking at Senya, thought she was here to participate in the ceremony to elect a goddess. If they were sold the weapons of light, it would not be in Lydia's favor. Clay told his brother it was time to leave. Bright thought he'd heard the name Clay somewhere before. Bright shouted that the Saiwan family had never feared anyone. They could still get their hands on Light's weapons. Senya liked what she saw. The girl even shrieked. Sela showed our hero jewelry from several collections and offered to examine them more closely. Clay scrutinized the exhibits on display. Clay said that the illusory gold and yearning of the Light Tiger King is in front of him. This is really worth his attention. Illusory gold is an indispensable item for making divine artifacts. Clay inquired about the price. Sayan Kila said he dare not set a price for such a client. Clay showed his sister the necklace and asked if she liked this artifact of light. The deputy thought this guy was a rare simpleton. We should take advantage of this opportunity. The man said Clay has great taste. 30 million for illusory gold and 10 million for the king's yearning. Senya became indignant. She said it was very expensive. The man stated that no cheap artifacts were simply not worthy of this girl. Clay stated that Mr. Sayan Kila really knows how money is made. The price of the artifacts doubled and tripled as soon as they fell into his hands. Sayan Kila said that Mr. Clay is a joker, so he is willing to make a great discount. Illusionary gold will cost 5 million. The yearning of the King of Light Tigers will cost 2 million. Clay wondered if the store owner would suffer a terrible loss because of this. The employee told the boss that in that case, they would be working to their disadvantage. Sayan Kila told the employee that he didn't understand anything about business. Sayan Kila said that this employee should not cheat Mr. Clay. From now on, no salary increments will be given to him. The employee didn't understand what was going on. The boss is going to sell the illusory gold and yearning of the Light Tiger King at the purchase price. Clint wondered to his brother what the yearning of the King of the Light Tigers was. Was it something powerful? Bright explained that Lydia had said that this artifact could greatly affect the outcome of the goddess's election ceremony. 1,200 years ago, a pair of light tigers in the mountains were supposed to have an offspring, but they were besieged by a group of monsters. The father of the tiger cubs, the king of the light tigers, sacrificed himself and died with the enemies. His power attracted the deity of Light Tiram, but by then the king of tigers was already dead. Fortunately, the tigress gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Tigress handed the baby to Tiram and decided to die with her lover, leaving behind 2 magic cores. Tiram was touched by the love and devotion of the 2 creatures and conjured the yearling king of the light tigers out of magic cores. Clay held the necklace in his hand. He said it was the source of the 2 light tigers' love. Senya said it was a touching and sad story. Sayan Kila tells our hero that he is perfectly aware Clay is indeed worthy of becoming its owner, unlike those Sayan brothers. Clay said they're acquiring it. Senya said it is a very expensive item. Clay said the store owner will sell it to them at a great price. Clay told his sister to keep this necklace safe, for it is a symbol of the love of 2 light tigers. Senya said she would cherish that necklace. The girl was satisfied. Bright was furious. He asked why the store owner didn't show these treasures to them. Did he underestimate the Sivan family? Sayan Kila told the gentleman that the buyer had already been determined and there was nothing he could do about it. Clay thought that the sly fox wanted to put all the responsibility on him. Klein told Clay to give the yearling to the king of the light tigers. Clay wondered, did this guy really want to take his stuff? What a family worse than stray dogs. Wedge was furious. He said he was about to show this boy who was in charge in the holy capital. Clay replied that it was a coincidence. He too wants to show what it means to mess with Clay Lungshu. Kyan Keela shouted for the young men not to make a showdown in this store. The treasures in this room must not be damaged. Senia was afraid that if the treasure was damaged, her brother would have to pay for everything. Clay was extremely angry. He activated his vines, which immediately appeared from the ground. Clay looked dispassionately at the Stroppy brothers. The brothers' eyes were filled with bewilderment and fear. Wedge didn't realize what was happening. He cried out with fear that he couldn't move. Bright realized that rank 5 light magic, light fetters, had been used. Senya said it was dangerous. You can't let your brother spend any more money. Bright wondered, had the girl really done all this? Clay decided to teach his opponents a lesson and told them not to be distracted during the battle. The green vines continued to spread. Bright smugly challenged his opponent to a duel. At that, Klin was already not feeling very well. Clay stood calmly across from his brothers against a backdrop of huge green vines. Clay says it would be too boring, but he accepts the challenge anyway. Bright shouted that this boy would regret it. After all, they are from the Sai Wen family. Their father is the head of the Sacred Capital's Legion of Guardians. Bright said Cheyenne Sila will be a witness. He will fight this boy to the bitter end. There will be no mercy. Xian Keela was frightened. Mr. Bright doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Cyan Keela shouted that this man was Clay Scarlet Baron Lungshu. He wiped out the entire guard of Stormgrad. He is Lena West's grandson. Clune told his brother it wasn't too late to recant. Clay was surprised. They'd insisted on it, and now they were backing out. Clay began to dance in front of his brothers and tease them. Did they get scared? The guy, laughing, repeated that they had challenged him themselves, and now they were giving him the back of their hand. Clay continued to squirm. Bright told that kid not to think he was the coolest. Their Sivan family is just as tough as he is. The Holy Capital has its own rules for dueling. Klin said that how exactly the duel would go would be decided by the person who summoned the opponent. They just haven't had time to think about it yet. Clay said it was too much trouble. What's stopping them from fighting right here, right now? An anxious Uncle Joe ran into the room. Clay wondered what he was doing here. Joe bowed and said that General Dar's ship had already docked. He wanted his son to meet his old friend, and he also wanted Clay to see the battle of the armies of the Meglin and Carter states as preparation for the upcoming battle. Clay thought that was actually reasonable. The guy said he still had unfinished business. A horrified Bright with a black eye said he would show mercy and let his opponent go tonight. The brothers turned around and started running away. They yelled for the guy to wait for the letter with the date and time of the duel. And all this time he was afraid, and today he was lucky. Joe asked his boss who the young men were. Clay replied that there was no need to worry about that, and we should hurry to meet his father. Clay told Qian Keela to take care of his sister and pick up something worthwhile for her. Clay and Dar met at the center near the arena. Father beckoned to Clay. Dar introduced the man and said it was an old friend of his from the academy. Prince Cessor of the Kingdom of Carter. They call him the Dazzling Tiger. Dar also introduced General Enel. The general smiled in a friendly manner. Cessor patted the young man's shoulder and asked, "Is this really the Scarlet Baron?" He had heard that Clay had ripped off his brother when he was in the Carter Kingdom. Clay replied that it was not unreasonable. Clay said hello to General Enel. He said he'd heard about his military exploits. The general is a true role model. The general said with satisfaction that his name was known to the master of Borats himself. He was honored. Dar told his son that General Enel was his first mentor. You don't want to put his guard down with sweet nothings. One must memorize everything the general says. Clay replied that he understood everything. Clay said he was a little surprised. King Carter had just arrived in the capital today, but he would already be engaged in battle. And his opponent will be a strong opponent, Meglin. It seems unfair. Dar lowered his eyes sadly. Clay wondered if he'd said something wrong. Dar said this injustice has been going on for hundreds of years and has become a tradition. Caesar angrily stated that this is a disgrace to the entire Carter kingdom. It is because of these rules that Carter should lose to Meglin. Clay said it wasn't fair, so why fight at all? It's like sending Carter's soldiers to their doom. Caesar said that the Meglin Empire is several times stronger than the Carter Kingdom, but for years they have been unable to annex it. This is all thanks to the efforts of the Iron Legion that guards the frontier fort. Unable to gain an advantage on the battlefield, Meglin decided to use economic pressure as an expression of his discontent. After what happened, the Carter Kingdom faced starvation and great financial hardship. For the sake of survival, the Carter Kingdom takes this opportunity to lose every time to at least take away some of the anger. Clay shouted that this was stupid. Economic pressure always works both ways. Meglin wouldn't be able to rely on this method forever. Carter Kingdom needs to show a firm stance rather than trying to please them. General Enel said that young Mr. Clay understands everything, unlike His Majesty. Sisser said Carter's aristocracy only cared about losing their money in the face of Meglin's economic blockade. Enel said that Caesar has always been concerned about this. This time, Caesar would see what he would do to Meglin. Clay inquired if General Enel would be personally involved in the battle. The general confirmed and said, even though he is old, he will not lose. Clay pulled out his mixtures and told Uncle Enel that they were physical performance-enhancing potions. The boy offered to distribute it to the soldiers and teach Meglin a lesson. Enel said that some warriors pray to the gods to help them win, but such methods are sacrilege for a soldier. All means are good in war, but honor must not be forgotten. The host with a microphone in his hand announced that the battle was about to begin. The offensive side is Meglin. The defending side is the Carter Kingdom. General Enel said he's going to fight. May the God of Light be on his side. Army leader Meglin said that they would send average fighters to fight Carter, and even for them, it was too easy a victory. The announcer announced that Carter's army was coming out. Even though they are low-ranking soldiers, they are holding themselves with confidence. Clay was indignant. Why such a gap in strength? Was it really done on purpose? They should have sent an army of the same rank. Clay told Uncle Enel to give up the fight. No need for such sacrifices. General Enel, mounting his horse, said he would teach Clay one last lesson. A soldier never retreats. Enel urged his soldiers to stand up for Carter, for their land. May their kingdom prosper. Clay was furious. How could anyone watch an unfair fight? The young man with the crown on his head said to Clay, doesn't he find it amusing? The general still says such things about the kingdom that sent him to certain doom. The young man said that Clay was also funny. The famous Scarlet Baron turned out to be so sensitive and emotional. The young man introduced himself to our hero and said he was the third prince of the Meglin Empire, Charles Meglin. Clay said hello and said that Prince Carl is pretty cocky. The audience screamed for Meglin to emerge victorious. Carl stated that this is just a show where the weak try to please the strong. Everyone already knows that Carter is facing defeat. Clay objected and added that he wasn't sure about that. With General Enel's support, Carter's soldiers are pretty well motivated. Soldiers who are full of morale are not an easy target. The announcer announced that the bell had rung and the battle was about to begin. The knights rushed to the attack. Meglin's soldiers called out to trample Carter's soldiers. Clay thought that rushing into an attack with no defense would lead to defeat. General Enel shouted for his soldiers not to panic. Carter's braves should split up and defend themselves. Clay thought that attacking head-on wasn't the best idea. Better to go on the defensive and wait for the right opportunity to attack. Carl shouted for the soldiers to deal with the enemy as soon as possible. No matter how much Baron Clay supports Carter's soldiers, it's all useless. They were doomed to lose. Clay thought that Prince Carl was not yet familiar with Enel's skill. Clay noticed that the soldiers from Meglin were already surrounded. Clay and Enel simultaneously shouted to the soldiers to surround the enemy. Enel engaged in seemingly unequal hand-to-hand combat, but he was destroying numerically superior opponents. Clay was overjoyed at General Enel's success. Prince Carl was discouraged. How is that possible? Carter's soldiers are acting crazy. They're just low-ranking soldiers. General Enel swung his sword. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The opponents flinched. Prince Charles was startled. Could this really be the power of the Holy Sword? He had never heard that there were such people in Carter. Clay knew it was the effect of the absolute berserk potion. Prince Carl was surprised when he heard about the berserk potion. After all, it was like trading his life for strength. He had about 20 minutes left at best. Clay replied that it would be enough. Our hero says that the general refused to accept the potion offered to him and chose this one. He defends the honor of a soldier at the cost of his life, including Carter's honor. Prince Carl laughed and said it was ridiculous. All this is useless. Clay motioned for Carl to listen. Did he hear any cheering speeches to Meglin's soldiers? The spectators were shouting for Carter to destroy his opponents. An outraged Carl asked what was going on. Clay replied that Carter's soldiers had won the moment they surrounded the enemy. Carl shouted in rage for his soldiers to attack. Do they really want to dishonor Meglin? The warriors tried to counterattack. The opponents shouted that Carter's army would never retreat. The host said it was the most brutal and unfair fight he had ever witnessed. The wounded General Enel, while on horseback, found himself surrounded by enemy knights. Commander Meglin asked, does General Enel still want to fight? He is the last of Carter's soldiers. General Enel said that even if he was the only survivor, he would continue to fight. The rival general said it deserves respect. But why would Enel be so unsparing? This isn't his first loss, is it? Enel replied that this was why he could not allow his homeland to be defeated again. Even if he were to die, he must regain his honor and dignity. The opponent reiterated that it deserves respect. They have the same reason, to avoid losing, and offered to express respect for each other's beliefs with a fair fight. The opposing general rushed to the attack and shouted, "For Meglin!" Enel thrust his sword forward and shouted, "For Carter, for a prosperous kingdom." Everyone watched this fair battle with bated breath. Clay was rooting with all his heart for General Enel. Prince Charles decided that the rivals were dead and said it was a draw. Clay announced that General Enel was still alive. Victory for the kingdom of Carter. Prince Charles said Baron Clay was wrong. Enel is dead. King Carter went up to Prince Charles and said they had lost. Clay was indignant. Did this scoundrel really want to devalue General Enel's victory that cost him his own life? Clay shouted that General Enel was still alive. Guy added that even if the general could no longer be helped, at least his death would not be in vain. King Carter said that Clay, a subject of another kingdom, dared not meddle in his affairs, and ordered the guards to stop him. The guards blocked our hero's path and prevented him from entering the arena. Suddenly General Cecir appeared. He said that he was from this kingdom and had every right to enter the arena. Cecir said, motioning for the guards to disperse. Cecir yelled at King Carter, "Isn't he tired of playing the weakling yet?" Carter said that Enel was already dead. You don't wave your fists after a fight. Clay, watching these squabbles, thought, how could such a shameless man become king? General Enel's sacrifice cannot be allowed to be in vain. Clay figured that these people's quarrel was now the center of attention, and no one would be able to notice that he would be using magic. Clay added that quite a bit of healing magic wouldn't hurt right now. We should let General Enel give the battle cry. That will be enough. The general leaned on his sword and struggled to get to his feet. Everyone should hear him. The audience screamed, "General Enel is up. He's alive. Victory for the kingdom of Carter." The general rose, coughing, and held onto his sword. He shouted, "Long live Carter," and fell down on his back. The audience tearfully shouted that it was all thanks to General Enel. Carter's victory is a remarkable victory. General Enel is a true hero. Clay clenched his fist and told General Enel to rest in peace. He had shown true bravery and demonstrated how true heroes act. Dar walked up to his son and said that was a great job. Cecir walked to the middle of the arena and approached the general. Cecir, with a sorrowful face, covered the general's body and said that he had done a glorious job. Carter's kingdom will never forget the general and his sacrifice. Cecir asked if anyone else had any doubts. Carter had won this battle and everyone recognized his victory. However, the man who appeared said that the Carter kingdom's army would not be able to defeat Meglin in a real battle. King Carter approached the man and offered to discuss what had happened. Clay asked who it was. Dar replied that it was the king of Meglin. King Carter wondered what kind of real fighting we were talking about, since they are friendly nations. King Meglin said it was a blow to his reputation. Moreover, his bet had not played out. King Carter started making excuses, saying that he had nothing to do with it. What happened here has nothing to do with the official line of the Carter kingdom. Prince Charles said it was quite reasonable. That old man should pay for ignoring the king's order. Why would they bother King Carter? King Carter said that Prince Carl is right. The Carter kingdom will take care of all of Meglin's lost funds. As for Enel, he has already died. Prince Carl said that Enel's family could be held responsible for his act. His body can be taken to the central square and scourged. King Meglin said that this is a great offer and he is willing to do so. He needs some time to think about it. Clay shouted that this was unacceptable. Cecir said that General Enel, the hero of the Carter kingdom, could not be humiliated. King Carter shouted for Cecir to give up his body immediately. Clay said it was incredibly stupid. Does King Carter really think Meglin will let him go after this? King Carter told Clay Lungshu not to interfere in the affairs of his kingdom. Clay replied that, out of respect for the general, he would not allow him to be treated that way. The king ordered Cecir to give Enel's body to him and flog him. Cecir held Enel's body in his arms and said that it was only possible through his corpse. King Meglin said that the great King Carter was disobeyed even by his men and ordered Kisa to help him. Suddenly there was a bright flash in the arena, the trace of which reached Cesar. Clay thought it was a great power and warrior spirit. Is it really a holy sword? A warrior appeared in the arena with a sword in his hand. He was resisted by Dar. Dar said that this old rascal of Kessie's is as stupid as ever. Kessie replied that Dar still liked to meddle in his own affairs. Clay realized that it was Kessie, the ice sword master. Such an opponent would not be easy to deal with. Kessie wrote pirouettes in the arena with his weapon in hand, applying his secret swordsmanship. Kessie shouted that there was about to be an icy aura of battle. After his attack, Dar found himself trapped in ice and unable to move. Kessie wondered why the blow seemed so vulnerable now. A lot had changed since Dar had been able to overpower him with a broken sword. Kessie said that true power is the treasure that contains it. The sword of the dragon can never compare to the sword of the ice god. Dar stared at his ice block opponent and couldn't do anything about it. Prince Carl told Kessie to stop talking too much and finish off his rival. Clay asked in surprise, did they really want to destroy his father right in front of him? Carl said Dar is immobilized. He can't throw a single punch. Kessie swung around and even said goodbye to Dar, saying that he shouldn't have messed with someone who had a much stronger weapon. Clay fixed his gaze on the ice block, and it shattered into tiny shards. Dar was free. Dar said that Kessie remained a worthless warrior who relies only on good equipment. Dar looked into his opponent's eyes and said that good equipment alone was not enough. Kessie saw that his opponent had dragon armor under the patronage of the god of light, or even an amulet of praising light. Dar also possesses the sword of the poison dragon. Kessie asked in surprise where Dar had gotten so much jewelry. Dar replied that he had a very respectful and obedient son. Dar said that he was about to show his opponent what a real attack was. Kessie would never be able to match him. Dar used the power ejection technique. Dar also utilized the blessing of the wind god. Kessie managed to realize at the last moment that Dar was a real monster and was deactivated for a while. Prince Charles called Kessie a lowlife out of annoyance, a swordsman who relies only on his equipment. It's humiliating. Clay asked if the opponents were willing to concede defeat. Prince Carl said Meglin never admits defeat. Now he won't be ceremonious. Kessie tried to attack Dara once again, but Dara repelled the attack. The Meglin Knights came to Kissa's aid and also attacked Dar. Dar said that relying on numerical advantage is incredibly stupid. They're asking for trouble. In the next moment, many swords flew at the Meglin Knights and they were destroyed. The entire arena was littered with the bodies of the opponents. Clay said it was a cool ice technique that couldn't even tell friend from foe. Prince Carl thought that the situation was not unfolding in their favor. Prince Carl told the knight that if Kessie loses, Meglin's reputation will suffer. Clay must be attacked to distract Dara. The knight asked Clay how dare he disrespect his young master. He would teach him a lesson now. Clay says it's a tactical miscalculation. He's trying to intimidate the weak because the strong can't see him. Dar agreed to make peace with the powers that be. If he won, his opponent would have a whole year at his disposal. Clay agreed, but if he won, his father would stay out of his business. Meglin was furious with the knights. How dare this boy look down on him? He would destroy him. And thought if he used magic scrolls, it would be like a beating, not a battle. So we'll just have to use a sword. The guy thought it was a great opportunity to try out a new style of Tai Chi fighting. Clay thought that after he came to this world, he had never once used his powers from the past. Some time ago, he had tried to combine Tai Chi techniques with magic, but there was no way to test the effectiveness of such a method. Clay effectively struck all the knights attacking him with his sword. There is very little spiritual energy in this world, but the acupuncture points in people's bodies are still the same. If you release the power wisely, it will work. Not by force, but by skill. Prince Carl was surprised it wasn't like magic. He had never seen anything like this before. How could this boy defeat a whole group of people whose combat power largely exceeded his? Having defeated the enemies, Clay said it was short-sighted. They are no better than Kisa, who relies only on treasure. Clay pointed his finger at his opponent and said he would give Carl Meglin a free lesson tonight. Meglin wondered how this guy dared to be so arrogant. He ordered his knights to capture him and bring his head to him. Clay used the Taiji blade, and the opponents who were attacking him flew apart again. Clay also used 3 moon rings. Clay told his father that he was almost done. If he didn't hurry, he'd be in trouble. Dar thought that if he lost to his son now, it would be an embarrassment in front of the entire continent. Dar shouted for his opponents not to run away from him. He doesn't want to lose to his son. The opponents shouted that they will run away. They don't want to be destroyed. Dar was enraged. A few more swings and it would have been over, but they had forced him. He was truly angry now. The warrior swung his sword against the blazing fire. Kez and the knights realized that Dar was building up energy. We must take advantage of this hiccup and destroy it. He thought that his father had a powerful aura. It was different from the one he had a moment before. He decided to take what was happening seriously. Dar continued to store energy for the upcoming strike. The opponents were closing in. The situation was heating up. Dar was ready and decided to use the Dragon Blood family's secret technique. The sad massacre of the Holy Dragon was used. The advancing knights scattered in different directions with tremendous force. King Edward shouted for Dar to stop. Clay must stop his father. If they use this technique now, they can't win the coming battle. Clay wondered why the king was so nervous. What was wrong with this technique? Dar continued to spew out the energy he had accumulated. The opponents continued to fly in different directions. King Edward lurked on the sidelines. He thought that with so many victims, they would have trouble with Meglin. Clay used the Vine Dome. Prince Carl began to call out to his father for help. The onlookers were horrified. Could a human really possess such power? This power was comparable to that of a sword god. When the passion settled a bit and there was a brief pause, Dar stood whole and unharmed with sword in hand. Prince Charles cried out, "Does Dar Lungshu really want to declare war on Meglin?" Clay said it was Carl who instigated the battle. He ordered his men to attack. He asked for it. Clay quickly, without anyone noticing, punched Prince Carl in the nose. Carl's face was covered in blood. King Meglin asked what Clay Lungshu had done. Clay spread his hands and said he didn't do anything. It was all because of internal injuries. King Edward is a witness to that. Edward said that Prince Charles really lacked experience, and in a fight between two sword masters, there would be no injuries or casualties. Clay added that King Meglin should be grateful that his father's attack had targeted Kisa and not Prince Carl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. King Edward suggested that King Meglin should help his son as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened to him, they would not be held responsible. Meglin said that Swordmaster Mac, also known as Earthstrike, is under his command. He will make him pay for it with his blood next time. King Edward said that's great. He loves entertainment. Clay thought that Stormgrad was as strong as Meglin. If the king made concessions, it would hurt Meglin's reputation. Kessie tugged at King Meglin's clothes and asked His Majesty for help. For Meglin's sake, he even risked his life. Clay thought that he might have been saved if the three cardinals, jeopardizing their lives, had jointly used forbidden spells of the 12th rank. This was the end. King Meglin, leaning over Kesa, held a dagger in his hand. The king and the warrior's gazes met. Kessie understood. There would be no mercy. The king swung and plunged his dagger straight into the wounded Kesa's head. Clay was horrified by what he saw. He even shrieked involuntarily. The king said that the warrior sent by Meglin fell by his hand. It wasn't Dar Lungshu of Stormgrad who destroyed him. It's a draw this time. King Edward was surprised. Even in this situation, Meglin still wasn't ready to admit defeat. Clay told his father that he could come out of that fighting stance. Everyone had already left. Clay touched his father, and he fell to the ground. Clay cried out. King Edward shouted for a doctor to be called immediately. After examination, the doctor said that General Dar was just weakened. Other than that, there are no other problems. The doctor added that he just needed some rest. There was indeed a look of fatigue on Dar's face. King and Clay were pleased with the results of the survey. Clay plopped down on his father's bed. Turns out he was just overdoing it. The boy added that he was already starting to worry. King grabbed his head. It seems like Clay doesn't even know anything about family techniques. The king said that the sorrowful Holy Dragon Massacre was a divine skill that was passed down by the two sword gods, the ancestors of the family, except for the dragon. Darth miraculously stayed alive after this technique. Dar said that given the overconsumption of spiritual energy and physical fatigue, it would take him about 3 months to recover. The king has said that the outcome of Stormgrad's future battle depends on Dar. Written notice of the start of hostilities from Meglin is already knocking on the door. 3 months to recover is gone. Why would you use this technique against a single opponent? Dar said he had a bet with Clay. He couldn't lose to his son. The king said that in that case, Clay and his crazy subordinate would take responsibility for it. Clay said his berserk suffered a lot of seasickness during the transportation process. He's still adjusting. The king asked, puzzled, what should they do now? The king was informed that an envoy from the Legion of Light had arrived for a visit. The king was naturally surprised by the visit. His Highness ordered the envoy to be let in quickly. If Lena West helped them, it would be easy to defeat Meglin. The messenger was the commander of the Legion of Light, Sasha. She greeted His Majesty the King of Stormgrad. The king rejoiced. As expected of Lena West's subordinates, they are beautiful and strong. Dar immediately changed his expression. Is it really Sasha? Sasha waved at the general and said that she and Dar hadn't seen each other in a long time. The girl says she's here at the behest of Lena West, inviting Dara and Baron Clay to the Holy Mountain. Dar got excited. It turns out his mother wants to see him. He begins to pack. Clay thought that only at the time of the goddess's election can one go to the Holy Mountain, where the Legion of Light is located. He has long wanted to see it with his own eyes. Also, our hero was extremely curious about the relationship between his father and Sasha. The road was not an easy one. At last, the holy capital of the Holy Mountain was before our heroes. Clay asked to be waited for. Hadn't his father used up all his strength in battle? How could he stay so awake? Dar walked ahead with Sasha, ignoring Clay. The boy felt like a third wheel. He thought that when he got home, he would tell his mom about everything. Clay took out a scroll from the spatial ring and grasped it. His physical strength was running low, and he couldn't use the Golden Lotus ritual. A 7th rank scroll was a valuable item, but it was still better than dying of exhaustion. Clay used a 7th rank secret scroll. His strength returned to him, and he used the long travel technique. The story of the creation of the Holy Mountain appeared before Clay in the form of hieroglyphics, signs, and symbols. Clay learned that the Papal Palace and the Temple of the Goddess are located on top of a mountain, and to get there, you must first pass the domain of the 12 cardinals. On the other side was the Inquisition. This is the forbidden part of the Holy Mountain. A legion of 400,000 men was also localized there. Clay saw before him a powerful monument dedicated to the saint. He was impressed by its size. He thought that this was indeed the holy capital. Sasha said she could only walk me to this place. The commander is waiting inside. She was pleased to see Dar again. Dar replied that it was mutual. Clay asked his father what their relationship with Sasha was. His father replied that they were just friends. From behind the door, a voice said for Dar to come in quickly. Dar told his mother that his son Clay was with him. Dar opened the door, and a menacing voice said he was late. The general, startled, apologized. Father and son walked inside. They were greeted by Lena West, commander of the Legion of Light and former blood demon goddess. The woman said she wanted to see her famous grandson. Clay said hello to his grandmother and told her he was Clay. He would have never realized she was so young and beautiful. The grandson said he brought grandma a bottle of amethyst bee honey as a gift. But the grandmother is so beautiful, it looks like she won't need it. Lena West said her grandson is much better than his father. The grandmother hugged her grandson and said that she liked him very much. Clay replied that it was mutual. The boy felt some incomprehensible influence from the outside on himself. It was a strange feeling. What kind of pressure? Clay thought that the grandmother wanted to look into his soul to see his intentions. Her power was comparable to that of a sword god. However, the guy had perfected his mental power for thousands of years before his rebirth. He's not that simple. The glue stood steady and was unyielding. Grandmother was picking at his soul. Dar watched obediently. Dar decided to call attention to himself and coughed a few times. Clay, keeping his gaze steady, looked intently at his grandmother. Lena West said the gift is very weak. He can't even withstand that weak pressure. Dar, making excuses, said that he was wounded in battles. The woman told Dar that his son is quite an interesting man. He's extremely strong. Lena West said she would take the amethyst bee's honey as a thank you for helping her grandson straighten things out with the Saiwen family. Dar asked his son what he had done to the Saiwen family. Clay replied that they'd had a bit of a fight. They challenged him to a duel, but there was no news from them after that. Dar asked how could he. Clay replied that there were only 2 losers with minuscule strength. Dar stated that the Saiwen family enjoys the patronage of the 4 elemental gods. No magic weaker than rank 9 can harm them. Not even Clay's rank 7 scrolls can harm them. It's a good thing Grandma intervened. Grandmother suggested forgetting it and said it was all in the past. The Saiwen family has always been arrogant. It was good that someone had taught them a lesson. Clay thanked his grandmother. He didn't think it would get him into serious trouble. Grandma said that no one would dare hurt her grandson and added that she had something for him. Lena West led her grandson into her treasure trove. Grandma said that Clay could choose anything he wanted here. Clay looked at the jewelry and thought, you can't find something like this in the public domain. There were also many spatial rings in front of the young man for all tastes. Clay was at a loss. He shouted that he wanted everything. Suddenly, the young man saw the book. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. It was a legendary dark manuscript. Clay grabbed the book and told Grandma he wanted it. Grandma grabbed her head. How could she have forgotten about it? Lena West said it's a very dangerous thing. It was better to choose something else, maybe even several things. Clay disagreed and said that Grandma should keep her word. The worried grandmother asked, does the grandson even know what it is? Clay replied that he knew everything. He hadn't worked his ass off at the Academy of Magic for nothing. The guy stated that this book contains all existing spells related to dark magic. It also had a powerful lich sealed inside. At first glance, it looked like a geometry textbook. The grandson added that he wants this book precisely because he knows what it is. Lena West was surprised. Clay knows what this book is and still wants it? Unfathomable. Grandma said that everyone who has ever owned this book did not die a certain death. For the safety of the world, it's best to leave it here. Clay said it made him want to research this book even more. he would be able to solve its mystery. The grandmother was furious. Her grandson doesn't understand anything. The lich inside her is so powerful that even she is no match for him, Clay asked, wondering if Grandma was really dating him. Lena West said the white dragon told her this. The trapped lich in this book is the first ever deity, the ghostly deity of Bular. Grandma started to tell the story. She said it was a long time ago. She and Rena were traveling then. The powers of the dark manuscript could no longer hold him back, but he kept waiting for an opportunity to be absorbed into someone and return to the human world. Grandma said that if it wasn't for her and Reno, the white dragon would have become possessed by it. Lena West said it was a horrible creature. Clay asked, if he dealt with him, would Grandma give him the book? The grandmother clutched her head. She said that her grandson would not be able to deal with him. He would not have enough strength. Clay showed his ring and said he had an assistant. Grandma realized that it was about the aura of elemental magic. What's going on here? Clay told Vela to come out and meet his grandmother. He reached forward with the ring. Vela woke up and stretched. She said she hated Clay. Why does he bother people when they're resting? How is he going to make up for the inconvenience now? Clay tells Vela that he's just going to give her a candy bar. It was a new flavor just for her. Grandmother thought, is she really the heir to the elemental elves? And how did she end up here? His grandson said he has a contract with the queen of the elemental elves. She's helping him. Vela happily devoured the candy with a new flavor. Lena West realized why her grandson had made her inspection so easy and why he had treated the Cywin brothers so badly. Clay happily said he could have the book now. Grandma agreed, but warned him to use it wisely. The boy was surprised. She handed him the book and immediately shoved him out the door. Just a second ago, he had been her favorite grandson, and now he was being escorted out. Clay was not discouraged. Today, he'd acquired something incredibly interesting. Clea, who clicked like that? The girl asked. Is he deaf? He didn't even say hello to Miss Ben. No manners. Clay wondered, who was she and why was she talking to him? The girl wondered, did he not know who she was but dared to come to the holy mountain? Indeed, no manners at all. The girl added that she is the boss here and he should treat her with respect. Miss Ben saw the ring on Clay's finger and said she liked it. He could give it to her as compensation for his ignorance. Otherwise, she would beat him. Clay thought it looked like a robbery. Clay yanked his hand away and said that if she wanted that ring, she could try to take it. Ben said he asked for it. He can't blame her now and lunged at the guy. Clay tried to defend himself and applied a Tai Chi magic circle. However, the girl turned out to be not so simple. Clay saw that she had scales on her arm and thought, where did it come from? Is this girl really human? Ben decided that wasn't a bad thing. At least someone dared to fight her. We should take this seriously. Ben moved a fair distance away and turned around. She was about to attack her opponent. Her magical beast, a fearsome dragon, appeared above her. Clay thought that this girl was no ordinary person. It looked like he needed to take this seriously too. Clay used Tai Chi magic, the power of 3 accomplishments. The girl's attack was repulsed. However, Ben wouldn't give up. Clay couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Why didn't his moves work on her? Clay used Tai Chi magic, the power of 5 accomplishments. He succeeded in damaging his opponent. The girl staggered. Clay continued to act. This time it was Tai Chi magic, the power of the 7 accomplishments. Ben flew far back. That punch came out too hard. The girl could not stay on her feet and fell down. She was on her knees crying and screaming that this guy was bullying her. Ben screamed that this stranger was hurting her, harassing her, and cheating her. She jumped up and lunged at Clay again. Clay started running away from her and yelling for someone to subdue her. Who the hell is she? If this continued, he was going to be beaten to death here. The girl told Clay with hatred that he only knows how to hurt little ones. Ben attacked Clay again. The boy struck her again. As strong as she was, that should calm her down for a while. Tai Chi magic was applied, superiority. Ben flew far back again. The girl landed on her feet and turned around, determined to attack her opponent once more. Clay was surprised she was still in formation. What kind of person was she? At one point, Ben became frustrated. Her shoes were ruined. Clay hadn't expected to see such an onslaught. The girl screamed that this guy was in big trouble. Her shoes are ruined. She wants compensation. He owes her 100 of the same pair, 1,000 even. Clay decided this had to end and summoned his vines to his aid. Clay ordered the unruly wench to be seized, and she found herself held captive by the vines, wrapped hand and foot. Suddenly there was a powerful flash and someone appeared in the room. Clay thought, could it be Grandma? A startled Lena West appeared and asked what had happened here. The girl crawled out from under the stone rubble and pointed her finger at the boy, saying that he had hurt her. She asked Lena to help her teach him a lesson. Grandma asked, why is Clay bullying Katusha? Clay started making excuses. He He said that this girl was trying to take his ring and he was reclaiming his. Grandma said that Katusha was at it again. How many times should she be told not to do such things? The girl replied that she just wanted to watch. She didn't want to intimidate him. She couldn't even hit him once because he kept dodging. He was the one beating her up. The girl said the rascal had ruined her shoes. Clay wondered why his grandmother was so patient with this girl. Grandma asked why Clay was fighting with a little girl. Clay said it wasn't a little girl. It was a real Tyrannosaurus. Grandma said that this girl is actually a dragon. She is the helper, the white dragon Katusha. Clay wondered how that was possible. She wasn't of age yet. How could she be human? Lena West said that that girl was the princess of the dragon clan, a lover of everyone and everything. She wanted to continue the journey with her, and so the clan elders helped her get into human form as soon as possible. She seemed to like Clay, so young and such a heartbreaker. Clay shouted that it was impossible. She must not like him. Grandmother said that her grandson came out of the fight with her without a single injury, so she can rest easy about the battle with Meglin. Grandma said she had just talked to Dar about the Meglin mess. Since she is Daddy's confidant, she can't really get involved. Clay said he would deal with the King of Stormgrad and there was nothing to worry about. Lena West said that Clay is a pretty smart boy. Now he and his father can go. Tomorrow's banquet promises to be eventful. Clay asked if this banquet is really that important. How long will it last? Dar replied that tomorrow was the Pope's birthday, and the celebration would last for a month, so the rest would have to wait. Clay wondered, how can you have a whole month to celebrate a birthday? It's not like it's a birthday month. The Inn of the Aristocrats of the Holy Capital. Clay was happy to finally be able to study it. The boy opened the book and was engrossed in reading it. He immediately felt the power of her aura. Something incorporeal appeared above the young man and said that this time the book was opened by a baby. Clay replied that he was just a sealed lich and should not be disturbed from reading. Leech said he hoped the kid could keep his cool when he was shown what true terror was. Clay thought that he had practiced golden immortality techniques for hundreds of years. No one would be able to get inside his head. Clay said that Leech was hundreds of years ahead of him in spiritual decay. The boy shouted loudly. The Lich tried to influence our hero, but it was all to no avail. Clay was well protected. Clay asked if Bular was a ghostly deity. Bular acknowledged it, but said he dared not call himself that in front of Clay. He is such a strong man. Does he really want to absorb his power? Clay said the interlocutor is too weak to have such intentions. He doesn't want to be the one to destroy the first deity. Clay said he didn't want Bular's power. Clay added that he wants him free, let him out of that book. Clay said he could do it. It all depends on Bulard's behavior. The deity asked what he should do. When Clay replied that he would find out later, the guy figured he wouldn't force it, needed to maintain his image. Bullard said he could only offer his loyalty. Bular added, even though his strength was nothing compared to the boy's, he hoped that Clay could accept him as his servant. Bular handed the young man the crystal and said that it was a shard of his soul. Now it could be said that the boy had his life in his hands. Clay said if Bular was so open with him, he wouldn't break his promise. His countless years of confinement had come to an end. Bular tearfully thanked his new master. Clay built a huge pictogram on the floor on which he placed various artifacts. Bullard wondered if this thing would really help. Clay asked sternly, did Bullard really doubt him? Deity said that during his imprisonment, he had never once seen magic circles. Clay replied that he had learned how to build it according to secret Eastern techniques and explained where Bullard should become. Clay took out a vial and said that it was Xuan Yin water containing concentrated yin energy from the depths of hell. This is the best remedy. Clay spat out the liquid and said, may the ghostly deity of Bular be reborn this day. Clay added, so as not to sow panic in the world, he would be called Carrie from now on. Bular materialized and turned into a man. He said that Carrie welcomed the host. Carrie said that his master was mighty. He really did help get his body back, and he even got even stronger. Clay said that this body is made up of the purest elemental energy. It will be more powerful than any that Bular has ever used. Clay will tell the others that it is a subordinate mage. Carrie said he would obey his master in everything. Clay said that the other mages must not find out who Carrie really is. Carrie said that now he could use forbidden magic of level 14 and light magic of level 10. Carrie said that in addition to his master, he could be recognized by the Pope. His magic art allows him to see the true essence of things. Clay wondered, is the Pope really that powerful? The boy applied a protection spell. With it, Carrie's identity would not be revealed to the others, and added that his help would be needed a little later. The Holy Mountain, residence of the Pope. At the meeting, Clay introduced King Edward and Carrie. Carrie bowed to the king, introduced himself, and said he was Mr. Clay's first mage. The cardinal was surprised, for only His Majesty the King could appoint the first magician. Was Clay really so brave? Edward reminded Bill that Clay is still a child, so he doesn't know all the rules. Let Carrie join the royal order. It's not a problem. Carrie apologized and said that he had sworn eternal loyalty to Mr. Clay. If he couldn't serve under him, then he'd better leave. Bill said that in that case the man could leave. He's just a magician. Who does he think he is? Clay shouted that this was his man and Bill had no right to chase him away. King Edward said if Clay insists, let the mage stay. Right now they're prioritizing the fight against Meglin. They can't let such talented people be taken over by others. The king asked if Clay had any ideas on how to defeat Meglin. King Meglin was surprised. Did Edward finally dare to challenge him? There was a knight beside the king. The knight immediately grabbed his sword, so the movement could be seen that he was quite determined. The knight put his sword forward and pointed it at Dar. He said that Dar had humiliated his highness. If he fought, Meglin's shame would be forgotten. The knight added that if he was afraid, he should kneel and beg the king's forgiveness. It was an earthly blow, Ma, the holy sword of the earth. This knight's sword was pushed aside with only 2 fingers. He marveled. Clay, who did it, said that Meglin's men only know the language of cruelty and know how to take advantage of the weakness of others. It was mean to attack his father when he was so exhausted and not in the best shape right now. The opponent was confused and said he didn't realize Dar had been injured. Max said that in such a case, the battle could be postponed. He cannot withdraw the challenge as it is a matter of state honor. The opponents can choose the time. Clay said there's no need to delay. He could challenge someone else. Clay says that Mock can honor the mage standing next to him. He will be his duelist. Clay said if his man lost, he was willing to lose his hands if it would quench Meglin's bloodlust. Mac wondered, would some mage really oppose the holy sword itself? He wasn't the one who suggested it, however. King Meglin rejoiced and told Ma to destroy his rival. In the arena, the spectators were placing bets on who would win. Who would have thought that the holy sword of Mach would be here as well? Everyone was certain that Mach would win. His strength was almost comparable to that of the sword god. No one had ever heard of that magician. The onlookers noticed that the magician was already here. In his hand was a staff with a magical shining crystal in it. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. Holy Sword Ma said that the magical barrier has already been raised. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. The dome protects those outside and prevents those inside from escaping. Clay was surprised. In the past battles, a magical barrier was out of the question. King Edward had said that this battle promised to be massive. There are so many important guests present this time. We can't let them get hurt. The king said that almost all the nobles and princes of the holy capital have arrived here. It wouldn't be good if any of them got hurt at the Pope's birthday party. Clay was angry. Why hadn't the king told him this before? He had practically robbed him of the opportunity to make a good living. The guy immediately ran up the stairs in the right direction. Clay asked the gentleman magicians to lower the barrier a bit. He has something to say, King Edward wondered. What was Clay up to? Clay stepped into the arena and approached his opponents. Our hero turned to the audience, raised his hands in the air, and spoke. The young man introduced himself and said that today he had the opportunity to be present at such a great event. To make this event even more memorable, he offered to place bets. Clay said that he would bet 2 million gold on Mage Carrie's victory. Anyone here can bet any amount. He'll take any bet. The onlookers were very surprised. Was it really Clay? This Clay is one of the great 4. Why is he so cocky? Because he can't take all the bets. He won't be able to pay all the winners. King Edward ran up to Clay and asked why he had decided to do this privately. Only the head of state has the means and reputation to do so. Clay tells the king that most of them will probably bet on Maha to win. They should bet on Carrie and just wait. The king looked into the boy's eyes and asked if he was sure. Clay replied that he was 100% sure. The king said he's offering Clay 30%. Without his support, Clay can't make it. Clay replied that he would accept a maximum of 50/50ths. Edward turned to the audience and said that as King of Stormgrad, he was vouching for Clay. Everyone is welcome to place their bets. The spectators were excited. Many began to place bets on Maha's victory. Prince Charles asked his father if Edward had lost his mind. He vouched for Clay. Mock absolutely will not lose. King Meglin said that Edward is doing this to placate them. King Meglin decided to bet 10 million on Maha's victory. Prince Charles thought his father was quite wise. King Edward announced to Clay that all bets were in. Now it was time for this magician to put on a good show. Clay said to have Carrie use the spell up to level 10. They can't win easily here. Carrie replied that everything will be executed in the best possible way. Clay and King Edward stepped aside. A host with a microphone in his hand announced that the barrier had been restored and the battle was beginning. Carrie immediately began to activate his magical abilities. Magical powers began to spread around him. Max said his hunch was correct. His opponent is a dark mage who specializes in curses. However, the Holy Sword's curses have no effect on him. Cyril read the spell and said, "Open." At the same moment, glowing pictograms began to appear all over the arena. This was the practical application of magic in this battle. Mac thought that now the Horsemen of Terror would appear here. The Riders of Terror had indeed appeared. They approached on their horses waving their weapons. They were very frightening. Mac thought that the Terror Riders were not inferior in strength to the gold-ranked Knights. The Great Sorcerer is only able to summon 2. How did this magician manage to summon 4 at once? Mac decided that he shouldn't underestimate his opponent, but he wasn't strong enough anyway. Mac successfully fended off the Terror Rider's attack. His sword prevented the enemy from getting close enough. Carrie used magic to deal damage to his opponent. Dar saw Maha's actions and realized that it was a technique comparable to that of the Sword God. A moment, and all the Terror Riders were decapitated. Clay thought that this technique was really very powerful. Dar thought that not even Kara could repeat this technique. This mage was in great danger now. Ma swung his sword and attacked his opponent with words that he was about to destroy him. Carrie, surrounded by his magical energy, prepared to face his opponent. Without waiting for his opponent to approach, he directed a powerful charge of energy at him. Maha was embraced by dark forces. He didn't understand what kind of attack it was. It's probably an illusion. The opponent is trying to escape. The arena was enveloped in a dark fog. Visibility was limited. The spectators didn't understand what was happening because Mach must win. Clay, looking at the bleachers, thought, "This is a bunch of self-righteous losers. They're jumping to conclusions ahead of time." Clay said the real show is just beginning. Everyone in attendance will be able to enjoy it to the fullest. A part of Carrie's soul was in Clay's hands, so he could see what was happening on the battlefield, literally through his eyes. Carrie applied a shadow motion. Max shouted that if his opponent was any good, he should step up. Carrie remembered to keep his magic in check and not use spells above level 10. He had a lot of level 7 and 8 spells. Carrie approached his opponent from behind and said he would try to use one of his favorites. He had a magic ball in his hand. Carrie used a 7th level spell. It was a rage spell. It makes the subject lose his temper. Mach immediately started screaming like a madman. He was ready to become hysterical. Carrie thought that Mach hadn't gone mad and died. He was worthy of the title of Master of the Sword, if only for being able to resist spells. Carrie had waited too long for his release. He didn't want the fun to end quickly. Carrie activated a powerful energy blast in the middle of the arena, accompanied by lightning strikes. Clay even covered his face with his hand. He thought it was very cruel. Prince Charles became worried. He asked his father if everything was all right. King Meglin said they would have a big win on their bet of 10 million. That's a fortune. Prince Charles said they could transfer these funds on their war horses. After all, they have 100 of them at their disposal. The king hugged the prince and said he expected nothing else from his son. Nothing could be seen in the arena again. Everything was covered with a dark fog. The spectators did not understand who had won or what was going on. When the fog cleared, everyone saw Carrie standing at full height. He told his master that he had won. King Meglin and his son cried out, "How is this possible?" Clay wondered how many spells Carrie had used. Terrible murk, damage enhancement, blindness, fear, and agonizing howls. However, none of these spells are lethal. Then the worst is yet to come. That's exactly what those who point their sword at Dar deserve. The audience was in a panic. They had lost a lot of money because of this unknown magician. King Meglin, upset, said that it was the ultimate disgrace. He didn't even look at the arena. Clay says the great king has lost and wants to get out of here as soon as possible. The king shouted that this was not true. Clay said that in that case, the king should bring in the money and as soon as possible. Prince Charles fell on his knees and said they admit defeat and asked that mercy be shown. The king shouted for the prince to rise immediately. How dare the prince kneel before some baron? King Meglin said that this boy is rejoicing early. Even if he has to sell all the horses, he will never give in to him. The prince told the king not to do so, for these are Meglin's strongest war horses. The king was furious and told the prince to get out. He didn't want such a worthless son. Clay remembered his grandfather saying that these horses had incredible fighting power and obeyed their masters unquestioningly. Our hero said that if it was from his heart, he couldn't help but accept such an offer. A girl with a sword in her hand came down to the arena. The girl came closer and without looking up said that she was willing to buy these horses. Clay looked at the girl and it was like an electric shock. Was it really her? Our hero thought that the person in front of him was Xianer. It was the 7th princess of the Wang Kingdom. The girl said they had made the decision to buy all the horses and offered a deposit. She had a jewel in her hand. Clay looked at the girl in the eyes and thought, could she be the reincarnation of Xianer? Prince Carl thought that this girl was a real beauty. The princess leaned over to Clay and asked if he was listening to her at all or not. Clay said that the kingdom of Meglin was giving him these horses for debts. He had no thought of selling them. The princess knew that these were elite war horses that had endured years of training. They could not be allowed to fall into the hands of people from another kingdom. The princess turned to King Meglin and said that she wanted to propose the following. She would pay the debt for him and the horses would go to her. King Meglin thought he couldn't ruin relations with two great kingdoms at once. He must protect Meglin in any way he could. The king said that since these two were interested in his horses, why don't they have a duel? The king made it public that he had given his word. The winner would receive 100 war horses of his kingdom. He thought while they were fighting, he could take this opportunity to escape with his horses. The princess said that if her opponent could defeat her riders, she would give him a dozen more wolves in addition. Clay said that the whole continent knows about his berserkers. He didn't want to offend the princess. Clay figured his berserker needed a few more days to fully recover. No one would be able to compete with her now. Clay told the girl that even if their kingdoms were destined to fight, it shouldn't happen at Meglin's behest. The princess said that everyone is here to participate in the tournament. There's no need to decide that right now. The princess told her interlocutor to take good care of her horses. Her army would not lose. The girl left the arena. Clay looked at her and thought that she looked a lot like Xian'er. Outside the arena, Senya worried why her little brother was still gone. Lade's falcon kept her company. A young man came up to the girl and asked why the little sister was alone in the forest. Senya turned, jumped to her feet, and told the man to stay away from her. Or didn't he get enough from his brother last time? Senya was ready to use her energy abilities to defend herself. Lydia, the eldest daughter of the Saiwen family, the third beauty of the capital, approached Senya. She thought that Senya was trying to use a level 5 light technique. It wasn't enough to scare her. The brothers whispered to Lydia that this girl had gotten the pendant they wanted to buy for her. Lydia came closer to Senya and said she really liked the pendant. Could she sell it? Senya said it was a gift from her brother. She promised him that she would protect him with her life. Lydia grabbed Senya and shouted that it was an ungrateful wench. The brothers were screaming for their sister to get revenge on this girl for them. Lydia said that this girl should be grateful for showing interest in this trinket. How dare she refuse? A dark cloud appeared above Lydia. Suddenly, a powerful flash was formed with these girls at the epicenter of it. Lydia had suffered enough. Her clothes were burned and her hair was standing on fire. Smoke was coming out of her mouth. The brothers nearby were trembling with fear. Clay, who had appeared nearby, was spewing lightning bolts. He was angry and asked who dared to hurt his sister. Senya got excited and said finally her baby brother is here. Bright said that Lydia was the pride of the Saven family. If a boy dared to touch her, then he defied the whole family. Clay, ignoring the injured, told his sister that he should have gotten there early. Clay said it would be merciful to destroy these villains with lightning bolts and asked his sister how best to deal with them. Lydia huffed. She was trying to use her unusual abilities. Little brother Saiwen laughed. This is the salvation of the deity of light. Now the rivals would not be spared. Bright said that once this skill was activated, all followers of the god of light would obey the will of the performer. Clay thought that an extraordinary measure he uses once every 100 years was now being used against him. He's flattered. Lydia ordered her aides to attack this guy and destroy him. The armed thugs immediately rushed to the attack. Clay picked up his sister and jumped high up. He said that the opponents were the first to start, so don't blame him. The young man took out the scrolls and threw them at his opponents. There was a huge explosion and the thugs began to fly in different directions, accompanied by loud screams. Clay, smiling, said that these scrolls turned out to be pretty good in action. Lydia kept pointing her finger at Clay and screaming for her goons to destroy him. Swords, axes, and other weapons flew at Clay and his sister. Senya raised her hands to the sky and told the merciful goddess to give the faithful gods protection. The villains were startled and realized that level 9 magic was being used. Is she really a goddess? Bright, with a sword on his shoulder, came out from behind a tree and said that only a member of the Saiwen family was worthy of being a goddess. The young man jumped high up and swung his sword and tried to deliver a striking blow. Senya shrieked in surprise. Clay was scared for his sister and screamed loudly. He ran up and grabbed her in his arms. Clay stood with his sister in his arms. Lydia was commanding her goons to attack the young man. Clay pulled out the scrolls again and threw them at the advancing opponents. The villains were frightened and scattered. The scrolls began to explode in the air. The villains that were within the scroll's target area were destroyed permanently. Lydia said that these thugs were proving to be useless. Lydia turned to her uncle and said that he should stand up for her. The uncle replied that that guy's scrolls were really powerful. Clay kept attacking with scrolls, and said that they dare not hurt his sister. Now none of them would leave here alive. Clay told Vela to come out. Clay was in a powerful energy stream. Vela flew above him, and Clay activated the meteor. The ground beneath their feet split apart. Lydia and her uncle were on opposite sides. The surviving thugs fell into the crevice. The man realized it was a spiritual blessing. You can't mess with that. Lydia snapped down into a crevice and began to fall into the abyss. She screamed for her uncle to save her. My uncle cried out in horror that this was unbelievable cruelty. There was nothing he could do to help. Clay pointed his weapon at his opponent and asked, did he really think he could escape? The man saw Clay's secret treasure of the elves, a legendary crossbow of epic level. He cried out in fear. Clay said that's right, so the opponent's demise wouldn't be so negligible. Suddenly a priest appeared and told the young man to stop.